Man from Homicide in a moment. You can play a part in your country's defense and at the same time help your dreams come true. How? With United States Defense Bonds. By buying bonds, you lend your purchasing power to the government and at the same time set money aside for your own future. In 10 years, each $3 you invest will bring you $4 in return. Save with defense bonds. Buy them on the payroll savings plan or the bond-a-month plan. If you are unable to participate in either of these automatic plans, buy extra bonds as you can. Remember, United States savings bonds are now defense bonds. Buy them regularly.
The Man from Homicide. According to Webster's dictionary, homicide is the killing of one human being by another. According to Lieutenant Lou Dana,
it's the beginning of a dirty, dangerous job that doesn't end until the killer is found. I don't like killers.
Every week at this time, the American Broadcasting Company brings you transcribed the star of stage and screen, Dan Duryea, as Lieutenant Lou Dana, the Man from Homicide.
Most men spend their lives building walls around themselves. Money, social position, land. And the man with many walls may seem to be different from the man who sells pencils on the corner. But sudden death knows no walls. And when they look into its face, all men are pretty much alike. I know. What's up, Inspector?
Something hot, Lou. Just took a call from old man Kelso. He's scared. Scared to death, Lou.
What's he got to be scared of? Falling off his money?
Claims someone is threatening to kill him.
Stick of gum, Inspector?
Huh? Oh, no. He asked for you, Lou. Right away.
Yeah.
Well, you better get on it, Lou.
Inspector, what happens if we get a call from a fruit peddler who thinks someone is trying to kill him?
Oh, I know, Lou. I know.
We ignore it 9 chances out of 10. Why is this so different?
He sounded really scared, Lou, for one reason. And, well, you know the other.
$9 million. And I bet he can't sleep nights thinking how to make it 10.
Better get out there, Lou.
Sure. I'll go out and hold Kelso's hand, and maybe some of what he's got will rub off on me. The Kelso butler and I exchanged chill greetings before he consented to guide me to Mr. Kelso's room. The 50-cent tour through a mausoleum. He announced me, left, and I was face to face with $9 million.
Come in, Lieutenant Dana. Come in. Sit down. Thank you for coming so promptly, Dana. I won't forget it. I still have 1 or 2 friends left, you know. I won't forget it.
Somebody's been threatening you, Mr. Kelso?
Yes, he's been threatening me. Tell me a better word for it, Dana. Tell me a better word for it when a man announces openly, brazenly, over a period of weeks, that he intends to kill me.
All right, Mr. Kelso. What's his name?
There will be no publicity concerning this, Dana?
Not unless he carries out his threat.
What? Oh, yes. Well, his name is Farley, Dana. Stephen Farley. The name should be familiar to you?
Vaguely. Small-time hood, I think. I haven't heard anything of him in a couple of years.
Small wonder. I've been supporting him lavishly.
Any particular reason?
Farley has a sister, Vivian, formerly a singer.
Oh, I remember now. And Vivian is...
Mrs. Kelso. We were married quietly 2 years ago.
Lucky you. I remember.
It's because of Vivian that I haven't gone to the police before now. But, well, he means it, Dana. He means to kill me.
All right, if he made threats, we'll pull him in.
I'm afraid it's not quite that easy. He has not openly promised murder in front of witnesses. He's too clever for that.
What has he done?
To me, he has implied repeatedly that I must be suffering, that death will be such a happy relief, that while Vivian and he will hate to see me go, they're willing to face it for my sake. He goes on like that repeatedly.
Mr. Kelso, I'm from the homicide squad. If you got a nasty brother-in-law, I'm sorry for you. But sympathy is about all I can give you.
Lieutenant Dana, wait. What do you call this, if not overt evidence of intent to murder? 2 days ago, Farley took an option on an expensive home with the down payment to be made in 2 weeks, when he says he expects to come into a great sum of money. 2 weeks.
Anything else?
No, certainly. He took an option on a yacht in the same manner, ordered expensive clothes. He even consulted a mortician about funeral arrangements. I ask you, Dana, for the taxes I pay, I'm not entitled to protection from a thing like this? Am I to be murdered in my own bed with no one turning a hand to save me? What's this country coming to?
I'll look into it, Mr. Kelso. Where's Stephen Farley living?
Gramercy Apartments on South Garden. I've maintained a residence for him, supported him, given him a car, and now...
I'll look into it. Your, wife around, Mr. Kelso?
I believe Vivian is in the pool, right through...
I'll find it.
What have I worked for all my life? What security have I obtained? What...
Mr. Kelso, tell me, what's it like to have $9 million?
It's not what you'd expect, Tina. It's not what you'd expect at all.
Mr. Kelso was shivering in the warmth of the day as I left him. And on guard outside his door was an empty suit of armor with a spear. A multi-millionaire defended only by a tin soldier. I found the pool, and arching off the board in a front jackknife was Vivian. I wanted her to come up and out of the water fast, so I could see if it was true.
Hi.
It was.
The water's wonderful today. You want to join us?
Almost any other time, Mrs. Kelso. Lieutenant Lou Dana, Homicide Squad.
Oh, you looking for my husband, Lieutenant Dana?
I've seen him.
Didn't believe him, I hope. Oh, this is Gordon Elliott, my husband's business manager.
Oh, how are you, Dana? Excuse my wet hand.
Sure. Just don't drip on my suit.
Dana, believe me, I'm sorry you had this trip out here for nothing. I tried to stop Mr. Kelso from phoning the police.
It's all right. I don't mind.
Gordon was just going to dress and go into town unless you want him for anything, Lieutenant.
I guess you can take care of everything, Mrs. Kelso. So long, Elliot.
Bye, Dana. See you at dinner, Vivian. Huh?
Right, Gordon. Gordon's got a wonderful tan, hasn't he?
He must go over the books under a sun lamp.
The bitter Lieutenant Dana. I've heard of you.
What about your husband, Mrs. Kelso? And your brother?
Sit down, Lieutenant. Oh, no, that one's wet. Over here. I'll stretch out if you don't mind.
I'd be silly if I did mind.
Thank you. You didn't take my husband seriously, did you, Lieutenant?
Well, he seemed pretty serious about it.
He did. Well, you know how it is with someone that old.
No. How is it?
Would you like to rub some sun oil on my back?
I'd love to, but I won't. What about your brother? Anything to it?
Steve's not very much good. Never could take care of himself. He's one of the reasons I married Franklin.
What are the others?
Obvious.
I like the reasons why he married you better.
Well, I got a response.
And there's nothing in your brother's threats?
No, I'm sure of it.
Maybe I'd better ask brother.
Then are you coming back and rub my back?
There won't be much sun by then.
Well?
I know the pay is good, being Mrs. Franklin Kelso. But tell me, is it hard work?
If I told you, Dana, would you? No. No, you wouldn't.
Oh, I guess I wouldn't. Goodbye, Mrs. Kelso.
Yeah?
You should remember me, Farley.
I do. You worked me over about 3 years ago. You didn't get anything out of me, Dana.
Well, maybe I'll have more luck the next time. Can I come in, or shall we talk for your neighbors?
You can come in, Dana.
Nice apartment.
Thanks.
I know your decorator. He does calendars for pool rooms.
Same old Dana, same jokes. Sit down. Drink?
Not with you. Old man Kelso says you've been shooting off your mouth about killing him, Farley.
He's in his second childhood.
I saw his second childhood. She says there's nothing to it either.
Then why bother me?
How about that house you took an option on?
I've been looking for a place, yeah.
What's with the yacht?
Nothing serious.
Nothing serious. Come here, punk.
Lay off me, Dana.
This smells like a game, and I don't like anybody playing games with me. In particular, a cheap hood living off his sister. Here's a string around your finger to remind you.
I don't have to take that anymore, Dana.
Then don't reach in your pockets when I talk to you. What your sister married don't build you up with me at all, Farley.
If you didn't have that badge, you wouldn't be so easy with your hands, tough guy.
If I'm tough, it's because crime and guys like you have made me tough. I don't like your apartment, Farley. Don't give me any cause to come back. I thought it over on the way back to the station, and I didn't like it. The deal was giving forth a very ripe odor, but I couldn't localize it. The inspector shared the same headache.
I don't know, Lou. Use your own judgment, I guess. What do you think?
I don't know either. We haven't got enough to be sure. I guess we better put a tail on Farley for a few days.
All right. Take Metzger for it.
Okay, I'll send him out.
And don't take any chances on a thing like this, Lou. Kelso's a big man. If he gets knocked off, we're not going to look good.
We'll look a lot better than Kelso.
Very comforting.
I sent Metzger out to stay with Farley and tried to forget about the Kelso family. The old man was easy, but at midnight that night, in my room, I was still having trouble with Vivian. Yeah? Oh, Metzger. You what? You lost Farley? How long ago? 2 hours. Well, why didn't you call me before, you... All right. No. Go on into the station, if you can find it. I'll go out to the Kelso place. And Metzger, great work. It was almost 1 when I pulled into the long driveway, and it took a lot of banging on the door to bang up the butler. This time I didn't wait for the guide service, but took off for Kelso's room alone. Did I mention that Kelso's room was an overnight hike from the front entrance? Well, it was, and I didn't encounter any of the settlers along the way. I paused outside the door of the man guarded by a tin suit of armor. Something was missing from the empty soldier, but I couldn't place it. Mr. Kelso? Are you awake, Mr. Kelso? Mr. Kelso? All the lights were on in the room, and Mr. Kelso was in bed. Then I knew what was missing from the tin soldier outside. It was the spear. Sticking straight up in the air, it was pinning Kelso to the bed. And his $9 million life had run out in a thin, red trickle.
Technicians all through upstairs, Lou?
Just about, Inspector. They got some very pretty pictures, but not much else.
No prints on the murder weapon?
Too smeared to be any good for anything. Get anything out of the butler?
Says he was in a clinch with the maid all evening.
Did you check?
Yeah, she says yes. Must want to hold her job pretty bad to be in a clinch with him.
Yeah, like necking a quick-frozen salmon. Mrs. Kelso and Elliot show up yet?
No, not yet. Butler said they went out about 10.
And the murder was around midnight. How about little brother, Farley?
Well, nothing on him yet. We got out a broadcast on him. Should hear something if he hasn't skipped. Looks open and shut against him.
Sure. Open and shut. Open and shut.
Now, don't make things complicated, Lou. I'm going upstairs.
I'll wait for you. It's not so pretty. I want to go back. I prowled around downstairs. The library with the expensive first editions that Kelso had never read and never would. The dining hall with the Italian masters on the walls that Kelso had never really seen and never would. The whole huge place for entertaining the friends he had never really had and never would. Then I heard someone at the front entrance.
Hello? Who's here? What's happened?
How are you, Elliot?
Oh, Lieutenant.
Dana.
Mrs. Kelso? Have a bright and gay evening?
We saw the police cars outside. What's wrong?
One thing at a time. There's nothing wrong that you can do anything about. Care to tell me where you both were this evening?
Oh, of course not. We went to a drive-in movie. Mr. Kelso didn't feel up to it, so I took Vivian.
And how long were you there, Elliot?
Why, it was a little after 10 when we got there, after 12 when we left. Isn't that about it, Vivian?
Yes. What is this, Dana?
Somebody saw you when you drove in and when you left?
I think so, yes.
The movie is close to here?
Fairly close.
Walking distance?
What is this?
You can both give me the plot of the movie?
Well, I think so. It was the one about the talking mule. Francis goes to the races. You want a resume?
It's after 2 now. You left the movie at 12?
We had a few drinks.
And people saw you having the drink?
Yes.
Look, Dana...
I imagine you both can hazard a guess as to what this concerns.
My husband?
Somebody threw him a spear. He caught it. You're now the sole possessor of $9 million.
So he did do it.
Who did do what?
Nobody.
You'd have trouble convincing the late Mr. Kelso.
Can I see him?
He's not very nice to look at. How bad do you want to see him?
Not very.
Dana, can I take her into the study?
If that's the best place you can think of, go ahead.
Come on, Vivian.
Mrs. Kelso.
What, Dana?
This new job, managing $9 million, it may be tougher than the last one.
It's possible. But, Dana, don't let it keep you up nights.
I was standing there wondering how it'd be to have Vivian Kelso keep me up nights when someone came down the stairs on very flat feet. Inspector Eddie Sherman.
I got something, Lou.
What?
One of the prowl cars outside just picked up a flash. They grabbed Steve Farley trying to get on a bus for out of town.
That's handy. Makes you look good, Inspector.
Yeah. But Lou, if it ever gets out that Farley ventilated his brother-in-law after Kelso asked us for protection...
I was just given some sound advice.
Yeah?
Don't let it keep you up nights. Let's go.
That's not much of a story, Farley.
That's all the story I got for now.
That you don't remember anything from 10 last night until they picked you up getting on a bus 4 hours later.
That's it, Dana.
Oh.
And you're happy about your prospects. Inspector, take the boys out and give me some time alone with them, huh?
Well, I don't know, Lou. There's going to be some expensive lawyers in this case.
Just quiet conversation, Inspector.
I'm warning you, Inspector. Dana's stuff don't go with me anymore. You're not fooling with some kid. I know my...
Shut up. All right, come on, boys. Oh, Lou, quiet conversation.
You don't remember anything.
I told you, Dana, and if you think that you can... What are you going to do?
Quiet conversation. Reminiscence. I knew a real smart head a few years back got picked up on a murder rap. He was innocent, had an airtight alibi, but he waited until his trial to spring it.
What happened?
In the meantime, his alibi got hit by a car. They burned the real smart head.
What's that got to do with me?
Another case. Real shrewd operator went on trial for a murder his partner committed, just to throw the cops so far off the trail they'd never catch up. He had an airtight alibi, too.
What happened?
His partner shot the alibi. The shrewd operator got 10,000 volts.
I guess you think you're scaring me.
You're pretty stupid if I'm not.
Now listen, Dana, I told you that
Come on, talk. Where were you tonight? If you got an alibi, spill it. You're 10,000 miles out on a limb, Buster. What happens when it gets sawed off?
Please let me alone, Dana. Let me think.
Let you think. That could be days. Where were you tonight?
All right. Just let go of me.
Give.
I was in a Turkish bath tonight from 10 to around 1. The guy that owns it left town right after. He's coming back for the trial.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah.
What are you going to do with me?
Bait a trap.
Oh, Lou.
Yeah, Inspector?
The Kelso lawyer is on the phone. Wants to know what the charge is on Farley here.
Tell him no charge. We're sending him home.
Lou!
Tell him, will you, Inspector? I'll give you the reasons in a minute.
You know what you're doing, Lou?
I think so, Inspector. I think so. I got a nose for these things. Inspector Sherman took some more persuading. But in the end, we let Steve Farley go home. I figured to give him a half an hour and then go after him. I did. But when I got to Farley's place at the Gramercy, I'd figured it too close. I got to Farley's door fast and put my shoulder to it. That was my mistake. Oh. The gun butt didn't catch me square, and I've got a hard head. I went down, but not out. There was no hurry. I knew where I could find the one that slugged me. I crawled over on the floor to Steve Farley. There was no hurry about him at all. He was dead. It was around 4 when I arrived for the third time at the Kelso place. It was quiet. There were a couple of crickets outside, and they were the only ones who felt like singing. I could see light through the front window, but somebody heard me coming. The lights went off as I got to the door. I gave it the shoulder treatment. I did what I was trained to do, dropped to the floor and shot back. Then I got up and found the light switch.
You're late, Lou Dana.
How is it? Bad?
As bad as he could make it. Don't let him get away, don't.
I'll be right back. I'll call a doctor as soon as I get him.
Don't bother, just get him.
I'll get him. I was outside, and on the broad lawn there was no place for a murderer to hide. Then I heard something. Old man Kelso had a huge aviary at one corner of the house. Something had disturbed the birds. Elliot? Not a very good place to hide, Elliot. Too noisy. There's no home for a killer, Elliot. Not even in a cage. Come on out.
Come in and get me.
Sure. Only I haven't got much time, Elliot. There's a girl needs a doctor because you shot holes in her. That wasn't very smart, Elliot. You must be about out of bullets. Try again. No bullets? I've still got plenty. And there's no one I'd rather use them on. Have one. Close? Maybe I can do better. Now I've got the range. I think this one has your name on it, Elliot.
No, don't shoot, Dan. I'm coming out.
I changed my mind. I like it better this way, Elliot. I want you to know what Kelso felt like. And Farley. And Vivian. Hold still, Elliot.
No, don't, Dana, don't!
You're not going anyplace.
Let me!
You should have stuck to bookkeeping, Elliot. It suits you better. That'll keep you quiet till I get back. I know. I wouldn't want to share the same cage with him either. There was a chill in the night air as I walked back into the house. To the beautiful widow, the beautiful heiress who was bleeding red on a white rug. I called the station. Then I bent over her, and she opened her eyes. Vivian?
Did you get him?
Yes, I got him.
You're good at that.
That's my trade.
Dana.
Yes, Vivian?
I wonder what my trade was. I never found it, did I?
Looking like you do is a trade in itself, Vivian.
Maybe. But it's not enough to make a life out of.
Take it easy. I've got a doc on the way.
I don't think I'll wait. Dana.
Yes?
How did you know?
That it wasn't your brother? Well, I've been through it 1,000 times. That makes a difference.
It wasn't so smart.
Oh, smart enough. Almost. We bring your brother to trial, he springs an alibi. Acquittal. Then if we come back to you and Elliot, your brother could confess. We couldn't try him over again.
But we didn't fool you. Do you believe me, Dana, that I didn't know Elliot was going to shoot Steve?
He had to shoot him. When I let Steve go, Elliot knew he'd spilled the alibi.
Then he had to shoot me, too, when I found out.
All right. All right.
Dana.
Hurt much?
No. Dana. Steve's not dead. He'll be all right.
Vivian, Steve is... He'll be all right.
I'm glad. Steve will get the money. Maybe he'll enjoy it.
Sure.
I never did. You hear me, Dana? I never did.
Vivian. Her face relaxed, and it was a beautiful face, even in death. In the distance, I could hear the wail of the oncoming siren. Late. A lot too late. And everything else was silence. I don't like killers.
You have just heard another in a series starring Dan Duryea as the man from Homicide. Mr. Duryea can be seen starring in Al Jennings of Oklahoma. In tonight's cast, you heard Bill Boucher as Inspector Sherman, Herb Butterfield, Kelso, Joe Gilbert as Vivian, and Barney Phillip as Farley and Tony Barrett as Elliot. Music was by Basil Adlam. The Man from Homicide is transcribed. Tonight's story was written by Dick Powell, directed by Dwight Hauser. Be with us again next week, same time over most of these same ABC stations to hear Dan Duryea as the man from Homicide. Orville Anderson speaking. This program came to you from Hollywood.
Preceding transcribed, America is sold on ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Well, here it is, Saturday night again, and time for our weekly visit with that excellent host and incomparable storyteller, Dr. Watson. I'm sure he's waiting for us in the old familiar study, so let's waste no time in joining him.
Good evening, Mr. Bell. You're punctual to the minute, as usual.
You bet I am. When it's time for Dr. Watson to tell a new adventure he had with the immortal Sherlock Holmes, I'm not going to miss a second.
It's nice of you to say so, my boy. Draw up your usual chair and make yourself comfortable.
Before I sit down, Dr. Watson, you mind if I take a look at the old metal case on the mantelpiece? It wasn't there last week.
No, I placed it there because it played a prominent part in tonight's story. You see, it's a memento of yet another encounter that Sherlock Holmes and I had with the arch-villain of London crime, Professor Moriarty.
But what is it, Dr. Watson? It looks like an old compass.
That's exactly what it is, my boy.
But there are no numerals on it, just these strange figures around the dial.
Oh, those apparent hieroglyphics helped us to solve one of the most diabolical murders that we ever encountered. I call it the adventure of the half-eaten apple, the Coptic compass, and the unclothed corpse.
I can hardly wait, Dr.
Oh, I'm sure you'll wait long enough to have a word with our listeners now, won't you, Mr. Bell?
Right. Men, aren't you sick and tired of hair preparations which leave your hair looking and feeling greasy? When you run your hand over your hair, does your hair feel sticky and dirty? Does grease come off on your hand? If so, then now's the time to change to Kreml Hair Tonic. The first thing you'll notice about Kreml is how clean it smells, how clean it looks and feels on your hair and scalp. When you use Kreml, you can run your hand over your hair. And honestly, men, it's a pleasure. Not a trace of that greasy, sticky feeling. Yet you can't beat Kreml to keep hair neatly groomed. You see, Kreml contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. That's why it keeps hair in place longer, with such a natural, well-groomed appearance. So, men, let Kreml give your hair this handsome, clean-cut look which is bound to make a hit, both on the job and with the ladies. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, how's about the compass, the half-eaten apple, and
the unclothed corpse? Well, Mr. Bell, the adventure began on a November morning shortly after the turn of the century. Holmes, seldom one to indulge in exercise for its own sake, had displayed a rare burst of activity and joined me in a stroll through Regent's Park. Just before noon, we retraced our steps, and as we turned the corner into Baker Street, I nearly collided with a tall, well-dressed man walking in the other direction.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Oh, it's quite all right, sir.
Excuse me. Aren't you Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
I am.
I'm Major Stanley.
Indeed. You're a little early for our appointment, Major Stanley. This is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, sir?
Dr. Watson. I am early, Mr. Holmes, and when your housekeeper told me you were still out, I decided to take a stroll.
Then let's walk back together, and perhaps you can tell me your problem as we go.
It isn't exactly my problem, Mr. Holmes. You see, I'm aide de camp to the Maharaja of Kasul.
Oh, really? It's a very interesting job, I should imagine.
Yes, it is.
You know, I was in India myself, Peshawar and further north. I was once attacked by...
Quite, Watson. Some other time, don't you think?
Oh, sorry, Holmes.
The Maharaja's problem would seem pressing since his emissary has been so eager to reach us. Please continue, Major Stanley.
Mr. Holmes, have you ever heard of the Star of Kasul?
A fabulously valuable diamond, isn't it?
Yes. It's the treasure of the Maharaja's collection. At the moment, it's in the vaults of the Bank of England.
No, it's the best place for it, I should say. There have been several jewel robberies lately.
So I've been told, and that's why I've come to you, Mr. Holmes. You see, the Maharaja has come to England to have his portrait painted by Sargent.
Your problem becomes apparent, Major Stanley. When this portrait is painted, the Star of Kasul will no doubt be set in the Maharaja's turban. And you quite justifiably feel concerned about the jewel's safety.
Exactly, Mr. Holmes. It must be cleverly and closely guarded on its daily journey from the vaults to the Maharaja's suite and back.
Well, hardly sounds like a job for you, Holmes.
No, Major Stanley. Without wishing to appear conceited, I may say that such a routine matter is rather outside my scope.
The Maharaja insists on having you, Mr. Holmes. I assure you his fee would be princely.
Here we are at 221B. Come in, Major Stanley. We'll discuss the matter further, if you like.
Mrs. Hudson, we're back.
Oh, very well, Doctor. Oh, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Mrs. Hudson?
There were 2 gentlemen waiting to see you. Said they had an appointment, but they've gone. Said they'd come back later.
Did they leave their names?
No, sir, they didn't.
That's odd. Thank you, Mrs. Hudson.
Aye, sir.
Let's go upstairs, shall we, Major Stanley?
Very well, Doctor. Regarding your problem, Major Stanley, it occurs to me that Humphrey Pedder might be a good man to see.
Humphrey Pedder?
Yes, I'm not personally acquainted with him, but I'm told that he specializes in the more physical aspects of detective work.
The Maharaja will be very distressed if you refuse him, Mr. Holmes.
Naturally, I wish to... I'm sorry, Major Stanley. I've made my decision. I can't handle the case. See Mr. Pedder, if you will.
But Mr. Holmes, can't we sit down and talk about it, at least?
Yes, Holmes. After all, there's no need to be rude.
I'm afraid not. Good day, Major.
I've heard you were eccentric, Mr. Holmes, but I didn't know how eccentric.
Holmes, what on earth's the matter with you? You ask him up, and then you won't even let him into the room.
For an excellent reason, Watson. Come inside. Look, there on the floor.
Great heavens.
I could hardly let the emissary of a Raja walk into a room containing a corpse, and an unclothed one at that. Lift the blanket off the face, Watson.
Right you are, huh? There.
Oh, Doctor, the poor man.
Is that the face of one of the men that called here?
Aye, sir, it is.
Cover it again, Watson.
I saw the other one leave, sir. He said his friend had already left. Oh, I never dreamed
This one you saw leaving, was he carrying anything? A bundle, perhaps?
No, sir, he wasn't.
Could you describe him?
Well, he was tall and thin, and he had a high
If he was
forehead.
carrying no bundle, where are the corpse's clothes? There's no sign of them in here.
What a shocking thing, sir. A murder right in your living room. Oh, will I send for the police?
Definitely not, Mrs. Hudson. And please keep this to yourself.
Aye, sir.
When a corpse is deposited on my own carpet, there's a certain point of honor in being able to present the police with a complete explanation when I do call them in. That'll be all, Mrs. Hudson.
All right, sir. What a terrible thing.
Holmes, this is incredible. Why leave a corpse here, and why unclothed?
The obvious reason to remove clothing would be to make identification difficult.
Then how did the murderer get the clothes out of here? Mrs. Hudson said that he wasn't carrying anything.
We have many other questions to answer, old chap. The knife wound in the heart gives us no clue, I'm afraid. But observe the singular collection of objects that are lying beside the body.
Well, let's have a look at them. A railway ticket, a funny-looking compass,
and an apple that has been bitten into.
The corpse has protruding teeth. I bet you that he didn't make the bite in this apple. Holmes, these must be the murderer's tooth marks.
If you're correct, Watson, our murderer is an extraordinary man indeed.
Well, why do you say that?
Because if you look closely, you'll notice the interesting fact that this bite was made by 2 sets of upper teeth.
You're the one no mistake, Professor Moriarty. 2 sets of upper teeth. Now, that was the best touch.
Yes, Carter. I must confess it was neat. Simple, of course. You start the bite with your upper teeth, reverse the apple, and conclude the bite. Yes, simple, but I trust also somewhat disconcerting for the great Sherlock Holmes. Our past encounters have given me an insight into his very unusual mind.
I'd like to have watched his face when he walked in there, Professor.
So would I. But the next 24 hours will give me little leisure, I fear. I must arrange for a certain matter concerning a change of ownership in the Star of Kasul. This should be a fascinating game.
But the old compass, the railway ticket.
Carter, with your somewhat limited cranial development, it must be hard for you to absorb the subtler points in such a plan, but surely its basic purpose is obvious. Sherlock Holmes is about to be engaged by the Maharaja to guard the jewel. I had to divert his attention. So I perpetrated an intriguing murder on his own doorstep and surrounded the corpse with meaningless and completely unrelated objects which I knew would torment his curiosity and keep him off my trail.
And that corpse would take some explaining to the police, too, Professor.
Yes, that's why I placed it there. It puts him in an acutely embarrassing position. He has to try and solve the case or become the laughing stock of London.
It's one of your neatest jobs, Professor.
Oh, I won't say that, Carter. But I'm quite sure that I've posed a problem that Sherlock Holmes will be totally unable to resist.
I can't resist this problem, Watson. No fee on earth could make me bother with the safety of a mere diamond when such a puzzle presents itself.
On my soul, you talk rather as though you were settling down to a game of chess. You've got to solve this problem, Holmes, or else it's going to put you in a ridiculous position with Scotland Yard. And just think if it got into the papers.
I shall reserve my imagination for the problem posed. The question of the apple is, of course, obvious.
Well, I suppose all you have to do is to find a man with 2 sets of false upper teeth. Very simple.
Quite. The only way such an imprint could be left is to take a half bite with the upper teeth, reverse the apple, and repeat the procedure. The only question here is, why indulge in such a bizarre performance?
Well, whatever the reason, those are the murderer's tooth marks.
Unquestionably. You notice the eaten portion of the apple has only just commenced to turn brown. The bite was undoubtedly taken in this room. But to identify teeth marks is a monumental problem and might prove insoluble. Let's turn our attention to the compass for a moment.
Oh, I've never seen one like it. There are no numerals on it, no points of the compass indicated anywhere. Just a lot of funny little squiggles.
Oh, no, Watson. Surely you recall the singular affair of the Coptic patriarchs?
You overrate my memory, Holmes. In any case, I don't even know what a Copt is.
My dear Watson, sometimes you astound me.
Well, it seems to me it takes very little to astound you. I repeat, what is a Copt?
The Copts are the principal Christian race descended from ancient Egyptian stock. What you refer to as squiggles on this compass, in reality, are letters of the Coptic alphabet.
Oh, that makes it more confusing than ever. An apple bitten into by an eccentric, and now a compass with ancient Egyptian lettering on it. I just can't see any relation between the two of them.
And yet we know there must be. That's what makes the problem so fascinating.
Well, what does the compass tell you, Holmes?
2 things. The Coptic lettering on the dial is inscribed by hand. Obviously, it was constructed for a Copt who could speak no European language.
Yet the corpse was definitely not of Egyptian origin. I'll wager that he was born not too far away from the sound of bow bells.
I agree, Watson. And so the problem becomes more confusing. Now, let us examine another piece of this fascinating puzzle. The railway ticket.
Well, it's the unused return half of a first-class ticket from the village of Chipping Sodbury to London.
Yes, and the date stamped on the back is November the 6th.
Today?
Yes, Watson, today. Chipping Sodbury is a tiny village. I imagine that the number of passengers that travelled from there to London this morning could be counted on one hand.
You're going to Chipping Sodbury?
Yes. It shouldn't be too hard to find out who purchased this ticket. And while I'm doing that, I want you to stand guard here.
With the corpse?
Yes, Watson. And I suggest that you keep your revolver handy.
My revolver? You mean...
I mean that after what has happened in one short morning in Baker Street, we should be prepared for any eventuality.
In just a moment, we'll see just what eventualities do develop. But first, if you're smart, you'll take better care of the hair you've got. Let me assure you, men, you can't use a better product than Kreml Hair Tonic. This highly specialized hair tonic contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which no other hair tonic has. That is why Kreml keeps your hair in place longer. Why your hair always has such a natural, well-groomed appearance, never greasy or sticky. And listen carefully to this, men. Kreml does lots more than keep hair looking handsome. A quick massage with Kreml stimulates the circulation of blood right in the surface of the scalp. Notice how alive, how invigorated, how clean your scalp feels. At the same time, Kreml removes loose dandruff. And if your hair is so dry that it breaks and falls, Kreml actually helps condition the hair by making it feel softer, more pliable. So, men, why be satisfied with a product which merely keeps your hair in place when you can have handsomely groomed hair plus all those extra advantages of Kreml? Buy a bottle as soon as possible at any drug counter. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Well, Dr. Watson, it seems to me that Professor Moriarty did quite a job in sending you and Sherlock Holmes off on a false trail.
He did, Mr. Bell, and for a while his nefarious plan succeeded. But to take up the story where I left off, while I stood guard in Baker Street over the mysterious corpse, Holmes caught the next train for the tiny village of Chipping Sodbury. He told me that after a talk with the village station master, he had no trouble in tracing the purchaser of the first-class railway ticket that we'd found beside the body. It had been bought by a dignified and elderly clergyman by the name of Russell, and Holmes lost no time in calling on it.
The station master told me, sir, that you were the only person to purchase a return first-class ticket to London this morning.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. I had occasion to make one of my rare excursions to London this morning. But though it was an unfortunate experience for me, I can't think my humble visit to the city could be a matter of any possible interest to you.
I'm very interested in what happened to the return half of your railway ticket, sir.
Very odd you should mention that. A regrettable business. Most regrettable. It was stolen from me by a pickpocket, together with my watch and chain. Didn't notice it until I had occasion to look at the time when I was lunching with the Bishop of St. Luke's.
You've no idea when or where the theft took place, sir?
I walked from the station. The crowds were quite dense, and I do recall being jostled rather heavily on one occasion.
You reported your loss to the police, I suppose?
Naturally, but I have little hope that they'll catch the criminal. Most regrettable business. Cost me a watch and the price of another ticket. An expensive lesson in the frailty of human nature. Do you care for a cup of tea, Mr. Holmes?
No, thank you. I'm afraid I haven't time. I must return to London on the next train. Urgent and unfinished business awaits me there.
We followed Sherlock Holmes to Paddington Station, Professor Moriarty.
Excellent. He caught the train for Chipping Sodbury, no doubt, Carter?
Oh, yes, Professor. A fat lot of good that'll do him, even if he does find the old clergyman we pinched the stuff from.
But it consumed valuable time. Time during which I can complete our plans regarding the Star of Kersul. Before midnight tonight, I think I can safely say that the jewel will be in our hands. How very fortunate that Sherlock Holmes has such a devouring curiosity.
Any luck, Holmes?
A waste of valuable time, Watson. I found the purchase of the ticket all right. The return half, together with his watch, had been stolen by a pickpocket.
Oh, Lord, so that means we start all over again.
No, Watson. At least one clue has been eliminated. Let us analyze the remaining ones more thoroughly. Now, the problem of the Coptic compass should next engage our attention. A call on the Egyptian embassy might prove illuminating.
You know, Holmes, while you were away, I had a brainwave.
Congratulations.
It was connected with the missing clothes from the corpse. Where, I asked myself, where would be the obvious place to hide clothes? Why, in the clothes closet, of course. So I searched both our wardrobes absolutely thoroughly. They weren't there.
Interesting, Watson. Of course, I'd already done the same thing.
Oh,
The problem of the missing clothes is still... Numbskull!
Yes, Holmes?
Why didn't I think of it before?
What is it, Holmes?
The special wardrobe that I keep for my disguises, in the dressing room. Come on, Watson.
By Jove, yes, I never thought of that.
Perfect place for hiding the dead man's clothes. Let's see if there have been any recent additions to this raggedy collection of mine. Costa's outfit.
And there's the clergyman's suit. You always made a surprisingly convincing clergyman, Holmes.
And here's the unfailing passport to many a servant's back door. The stained and roughened worsteds of the English plumber. Yes, these patched and frayed ghosts could tell many a tale of... Hello. Look here, Watson.
Plain blue suit in rather good condition.
Quite. And it doesn't belong in my collection. I think we've solved the mystery of the vanishing clothes.
The labels have been ripped out of the coat.
Yes, and the pockets emptied. All possible identification removed. We're getting warm, Watson. We're getting very warm. Wait a minute.
What is it?
Give me a knife.
All right, Joe.
There's something in the lining of this coat. Feels like paper. Perhaps the murderer didn't remove all identification after all.
Here you are. These scissors will do the trick.
Splendid. There we are.
Piece of paper sewn to the padding of the coat.
Yes. Let's see what it tells us. Humphrey Pedder, 118 Montague Crescent, Knightsbridge.
That's the private detective you were talking about earlier on today. Do you suppose that Pedder's the corpse?
At this stage, Watson, I shall suppose nothing. We'll go to Montague Crescent and find out for ourselves.
Mr. Pedder, I can't say how glad I am that we found you alive and well.
From what you gentlemen have told me, Doctor, I feel glad myself to be here.
Is it your custom to have an extra identification label sewn into all your clothes, Mr. Pedder?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. A detective never knows what may happen to him. I've always felt such identification might be valuable.
A very sound precaution.
Thank you, sir.
And you say that a suit of your clothes was stolen from your wardrobe last night?
Yes, and I can't unearth a clue. Embarrassing situation for a detective, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, it certainly is.
Though I'm sure in your position, you've never had a thing like that happen to you.
I doubt, Mr. Pedder, if you know just how embarrassing a detective's life may become.
Yes, indeed. Take our present situation, for instance.
Quite, Watson. Mr. Pedder.
I can't get a word in Edgeworth.
Did Major Stanley call on you today? I suggested that you would be eminently suited to the task of guarding the Maharaja's diamond.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. I'm going over to the Savoy tonight to talk to the Maharaja. Much obliged to you for giving me the recommendation, particularly since I've never had the privilege of meeting you.
I'd heard very flattering reports of your ability.
I'm very glad, Mr. Holmes. Your recommendation means a lot to me.
Well, Holmes, we've drawn another blank.
Yes, Watson. I fear we must return to Baker Street and see if an ancient compass can point the way to the solution.
Where to, sir?
The Egyptian Embassy in Grosvenor Square, Cabby.
Watch your gimlet.
Jump in, Watson.
I feel a blasted fool trotting around London with a COPTIC compass under my arm. I hope this leads us somewhere.
If the excursion proves fruitless, Watson, I'm afraid I shall be compelled to get in touch with Scotland Yard. A few hours' delay in reporting a murder can be explained, but beyond that, we may find ourselves in trouble.
Well, I think you should have reported it before this. By the way, Holmes, did you notice the brougham and pair that drove up to Pedder's house just as we left?
I'm afraid for once I was sufficiently preoccupied to yield to you in observation, my dear Watson.
I'm not certain, but I thought that it was Major Stanley who stepped out of it.
Major Stanley? And yet Mr. Pedder said that... But of course! What an idiot I've been! Cabby! Cabby!
Yes, sir?
Turn around and drive us to the Savoy Hotel as fast as you can.
Right, you are, But why the Savoy Hotel, Holmes?
Surely the situation is crystal clear now, Watson.
Just about as clear as porridge to me.
The whole thing's a plot to fool me. Tell me, Watson, what is suggested to you by the combination of an unclothed corpse, a stolen suit, and a railroad ticket?
Well, if I knew the answer, Holmes, I'd have given it to you this morning and saved ourselves a lot of trouble.
The answer, Watson, is organization. A group of well-organized criminals who are able to perform these unrelated tasks. And who is the only person in London who can arrange for running the criminal gamut from murder to plain pickpocketing? Moriarty.
Professor Moriarty?
Of course. Remember Mrs. Hudson's description of our visitor? Tall, thin, and with a high forehead. And if you add organization and Moriarty to Major Stanley, the Maharaja of Kursul, and the portrait painter, the sum total should be apparent.
You mean that you've solved the problem of the unclothed corpse?
I mean I know precisely how Professor Moriarty intends to steal the Star of Kursul. Faster, cabby. There's not a moment to lose.
Mr. Holmes, it's an astonishing story you've told me.
At least it explains my apparent rudeness this morning, Major Stanley.
You can appreciate the embarrassing position in which my friend was placed, sir.
Yes, indeed. But of course you understand that Mr. Pedder here is now in charge of guarding the Star of Kursul.
Quite, Major. And you're in very excellent hands, I'm sure.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. But your own problem still fascinates me. The unclothed corpse, the compass, and the apple. As a humble exponent of your profession, I'm curious to see how you arrived at your conclusions.
I reached them only just in time, Mr. Pedder. If I hadn't, I should at this moment be paying a fruitless visit to the Egyptian Embassy.
Well, I'm still confused, Holmes.
And yet the answer is simple. What was outstanding about the crime committed at Baker Street? What was its individual peculiarity?
Well, I suppose the air of mystery that surrounded it.
I prefer to use the word mystification. The crime fascinated me, stimulated me, as Professor Moriarty hoped it would, until I realized that it was intended to do precisely that. The whole plan was a decoy, designed to prevent me from accepting your mission, Major Stanley. How could I accept such a commonplace job as guarding a jewel while such a fascinating problem was presented in my own living room?
And the apple and the compass
Fictional clues that led nowhere, but were sufficiently challenging for the criminal to know I wouldn't be able to resist tracking them down.
It's an amazing plot.
And the railway ticket and the suit of clothes that was stolen from me were all meant to focus your attention elsewhere and away from the diamond.
Exactly, Mr. Pedder.
Well, Mr. Holmes, I assure you we're very grateful for the warning.
Yes. We shall be more than ever on our guard now. We know where the danger's coming from. Professor Moriarty. I'm taking the Star of Cross Jewel back to the Bank of England in a few minutes. I assure you that I shall guard it extremely well.
I think, Mr. Pedder, that if you don't mind, I'll take charge of the stone.
But, Mr. Holmes, I've already been commissioned for the work.
That's true, Mr. Holmes. Since you refused the job, I had to make other arrangements. Mr. Pedder was your own suggestion for the assignment.
Nonetheless, Major, I think the Maharaja will sleep much more comfortably if I take charge of the stone.
Holmes, I don't think that's very ethical. After all, you did refuse to take on the case, you know.
This is hardly a time for ethics, Watson. Where is the Star of Kasul, Major Stanley?
I just handed it over to Mr. Pedder before you arrived.
Then supposing you give it to me, Mr. Pedder. By the way, I don't have the pleasure of knowing your real name.
But Holmes, he's Humphrey Pedder.
Oh, no, Watson. The unclothed corpse of Humphrey Pedder still lies in Baker Street. This is one of Professor Moriarty's most trusted henchmen.
You're too smart for your own good.
Look out, he's got a revolver.
A little slow in drawing it.
A beautiful uppercut, Holmes.
Send for the police, please, Major Stanley. We have a prize catch for them here.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. I can't tell you how grateful I am.
I'll take the liberty of removing the diamond from the pocket of our recumbent friend. There we are. Behold, Watson, the Star of Kasul.
What a magnificent stone.
Magnificent. And yet one man was murdered for it. I only wish another might hang because of it.
But Moriarty still goes free, and he killed Pedder.
We'll catch him, Watson. We'll catch him. He is getting clumsy. If he'd noticed the credentials in Pedder's clothes, he would have been in possession of this bauble before the night is out.
Instead of which, the evidence of this man here may help us to trap him.
I hope so, Watson. But Moriarty inspires his henchmen with such loyalty that I doubt if he'll give us much help. The jewel is safe, our own peculiar problem is solved, and we've captured a prize villain. Next time, we shall capture the master himself.
Did you, Dr. Watson?
Did I what, Mr. Bell?
Did you and Holmes finally capture Professor Moriarty, the master himself?
No, Mr. Bell. Haven't you got a word for our listeners?
Yes, I have. In just a moment, Dr. Watson will be back to tell us about next week's story. Girls, here's some advice from one of America's foremost beauty authorities, John Robert Powers. Mr. Powers tells his famous $1 Million Powers models to use only Kreml shampoo to wash their hair.
And how right Mr. Powers is. Because Kreml shampoo has been especially developed to glamour bathe each tiny strand of hair to its own natural, glossy luster. It leaves the hair shining bright for days. Just a vision of beauty.
You know, Kreml shampoo is great for washing children's hair, too.
Yes.
Its luxurious active foam thoroughly cleanses the hair and scalp and removes all loose dandruff as well as the dirt. Kreml shampoo never dries the hair. So, ladies, buy a bottle at any drug counter. See how easy it is to glamour bathe your hair to its natural shining glory. Kreml. Kreml shampoo. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, now, next week I think I'll tell you a story about a dowager dip.
A dowager dip? What on earth's that?
That's a slang way of saying that our story concerns the Dowager Duchess of Penfield, who had the misfortune of being a kleptomaniac. And the story also concerns the strange, and I must admit, embarrassing adventure of the elusive emerald.
Tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Final Problem. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of California Pictures. Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo, and inviting you to be with us next week at this same time, when Dr. Watson will tell us about the adventure of the elusive emerald. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
It's the Rocky Jordan Show.
I'm Rocky Jordan.
We take you now to Cairo and the Cafe Tambourine for a world of adventure with Rocky Jordan.
This fellow asked me to go for a ride with him out on the desert and pick up a couple of items. I figured I'd go along just for my health. The gun he held in my back was loaded. The
Cafe Tambourine, crowded with tourists, camel drivers, women, cheats, forgotten men down on their luck, the lonely and the lost. For this is Cairo, gateway to the ancient East, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against a backdrop of antiquity. Tonight's Rocky Jordan story, The Big Heist.
It all started on the afternoon I took a walk to the British Embassy office. One of my customers the night before had lost his passport at the Tambourine. I was going to turn it over to the consul and have him deliver it to the owner. I went through a large plate glass door into the anteroom of the embassy office. There was a map of the British Isles on the wall and a couple of travel posters of the Dominions. A big mahogany desk stood in the middle of the floor right next to a full wastepaper basket. Behind the desk sat a British brunette with a French haircut. She was the consul's secretary. You could tell she was real efficient by the way she was spreading red polish on her fingernails.
Yes, may I help you?
My name is Jordan. I run the Cafe Tambourine. One of your nationals left his passport in my place last night.
Oh?
Here it is. You'll see to it that he gets it?
Oh, yes, of course. Just toss it on that pile, will you? My fingernails are still wet.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jordan. I'm sure whomever it was who lost his passport appreciates your returning it very much.
Excuse me a moment, Miss...
Buckley. Helen Buckley.
I couldn't help seeing that telegram lying there on your desk.
Oh?
It says it's from McLean. Could that be Freddie McLean from London?
Why, yes.
Flew with the RAF, flies British transport now?
Same one.
Oh, we're old friends. We always get together every time he makes Cairo. I see he's coming in.
Yes, the telegram says keep Thursday night open. You saw it.
Say, I don't like to break in on anything, but how about you and I meeting him at the airport together, have supper on me, rehash old times a bit, and then, well, you two can carry on from there.
Well...
Just a suggestion. You can skip it.
No, I suppose it's all right. Might even be fun. It's a date, Mr. Jordan.
Make it Rocky.
All right. Rocky. Thursday evening, then.
Well, Helen Buckley and I were at the airport Thursday evening waiting. The Cairo airport's a modern affair and a very busy place. Planes shuttling in and out from all parts of the world.
Flight 907 for Athens, Rome, Geneva, Paris, and New York. Now loading at gate 6.
From where we were standing, I could see the big Constellation being readied for its flight to the United States, and it gave me kind of a lonely feeling. But I shook it off as the PA spoke again.
British Transport, Flight 61, arriving now from London, England.
That should be Freddie's plane, Rocky.
Yeah.
Come on, let's get closer.
We watched the big plane taxi up to gate 4, then they cut the motors, and the passengers began to disembark. Then we watched the crew come out, and we were in for a surprise. Freddie McLean wasn't among them. Well, we asked a few questions about him, but no one knew anything. We figured we might as well leave. That's when I spotted an armored car with a couple of guards parked off the side of the field. Alongside the armored car was a black limousine that looked real familiar. It was Captain Sam Sabaya's police car, and he was standing by it, nervously looking at his wristwatch. Sergeant Greco was there, too, and a couple of very British-looking gentlemen in street clothes. It was a cool evening, but they were all sweating. I got a funny notion that maybe they were waiting for the same one Helen and I were, so I decided to find out. Hi, Sam.
Oh, Jordan.
It looks like you're hard at work. Armored truck, guards, grim look?
Yes, Jordan, I am hard at work.
Waiting for something?
Please, Jordan, I do not have time for conversation now. If you don't mind, I would appreciate it.
Sorry, Sam. Just thought I'd say hello.
Yes.
Captain Sabaya, please.
Yes, Abdullah.
Mr. Bliss says there is no sense in waiting any longer. He wishes to return to the city.
Yes, of course. Now, if you will excuse me, Jordan.
I guess we've both been disappointed, Sam. I was waiting for a friend who never showed.
Indeed. Well, we shall talk of it another time. Now,
Name's Freddie McLean. He's a pilot.
Who did you say?
Freddie McLean. Interested?
Are you here alone, Jordan?
A young lady standing over there is with me. We were waiting together.
You will be kind enough to get her, Jordan, then step into the rear seat of my limousine.
Is that an order?
Yes. Mr. Bliss of the British Intelligence Service and I have some questions to ask of you.
Well, Helen and I moved into the back seat of Sam's car. Sam and Mr. Bliss, a thin, wiry, energetic man with a drawn face, sat in front and spoke over the back of their seat. Mr. Bliss carried the ball, and he wasn't soft.
Mr. Jordan, Miss Buckley, Captain Sabaya tells me you're at the airport waiting for Freddie McLean.
Yeah, that's right.
What do you know of McLean?
Well, he's an old friend of mine. I knew him when he was flying in the RAF. He's flying British transport now.
And you were under the impression he was due at the Cairo airport tonight?
That's right.
How did you arrive at that impression?
Hey, what's this all about? Is he coming in or isn't he?
You will please answer Mr. Bliss's question, Jordan.
Oh, Helen can tell you.
I got a telegram from him.
A telegram?
Yes.
What did it say?
Not very much. Just keep Thursday evening open. I assumed from that he was flying in Thursday night.
You have the telegram, Miss Buckley?
Well, I don't know. I can look around the office, but I've probably thrown it away.
She had it, though, Bliss. I saw it.
I see.
What happened? What's wrong? Why hasn't he come in?
Captain Sabaya, you please take Mr. Jordan and Miss Buckley's addresses so I may question them later if necessary.
Well, don't we get any explanation?
No, I'm afraid not.
Not only no explanation, Jordan, but a further order. You are to mention McLean's name to no one, nor are you to speak of what has occurred here. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Now you are free to go, but do not plan any trips out of the city without notifying us first.
Something was up, something big. And whatever it was, it looked like Helen and I were right in the middle. Well, it was past supper time when we left Sam and Bliss, so we picked up a cab and headed for the house of Pompeii. But our appetites were someplace else, and we took it lightly. As we stepped out of the restaurant and started down the Sharia Muhammad Ali, going toward Helen's apartment house, I spotted a tan gabardine overcoat leaning against a telephone pole. It was draped around a heavy-set man with hanging jowls and black horn-rimmed glasses, and I knew we were being watched. I saw Helen to her apartment house safely, and then I turned my attention to the guy in the glasses. As I moved toward him, he moved in the opposite direction, and I had to pick up speed. He led me around the corner and down to the alley where he ducked in. I ducked in after him. The man in the gabardine overcoat was still running. I didn't notice the two guys standing against the wall till one of them got his foot in the way.
It figured. Poor sense of balance. Go on, Maxie, help him up.
Save it, I can handle it myself.
Oh, no, Maxie wants to help you.
Sure, Maxie wants to help you. Up, Jordan.
Don't strain yourself.
Nothing strains Maxie. He takes pills.
Yeah, I take pills.
You're a little out of your district, Jordan.
Maybe.
Tamborine's the other way. What you doing over here?
Passing out handbills.
Now, what kind of an answer is that?
What kind of a question is it? What do you guys want?
You were following a friend of ours.
Was I?
He doesn't like to be followed.
Neither do I.
What you like isn't the point, Jordan.
Who is he, the guy with the glasses?
That's a bad question, Jordan. Show him how bad that question was, Maxie.
Sure. Maxie will show
wait. You hurt Jordan?
Let him have his fun. I'll get my turn.
You heard the man, Maxie. Have fun.
Maxie, have fun.
Okay, Maxie, okay. I can't stand the hilarity.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
From now on, Jordan, the only things you follow are blondes. Drape him over that garbage can, Maxie. He gets the point.
It took a while for the ground to get steady again. By then, the two muscles had vanished into the Cairo night. I dragged myself out of the alley and whistled a taxi to a stop. It took me to the Cairo police station for a word with Captain Sabaya. Even at that late hour, Sam was still sitting behind his desk. Bliss of the British Intelligence Service was standing by the window. They both looked real worried, like goldfish in a shark pond.
Jordan, what are you doing here this time of night?
I got a complaint.
What happened to you?
Helen and I were being followed tonight. After I dropped her off, I tried for the tank man. I didn't get him, but two of his friends got me. I can give you a description of the big boy.
Go on.
Oh, 45 or so, heavy set, 5'10", I'd say, 200 pounds. Big jowls, black horn-rimmed glasses, and walks with a lean to the left.
You could identify him if you saw him again, Mr. Jordan.
A pleasure, Mr. Bliss.
What about the two men in the alley, Jordan?
That was too dark. All I can tell you is what their fists felt like.
I shall have Sergeant Greco bring in some pictures from the Rogues Gallery. Perhaps you will be able to find a photograph of the man you followed.
Yeah. Look, fellas, don't you think I've earned some answers? What's this all about? What's the mystery around McLean?
Mr. Bliss, shall Jordan be told?
You might as well tell him, Captain. He's in it now, whether he wants to be or not.
Jordan, earlier today, a transport plane left the London airport carrying cargo. Its destination, the Cairo airport.
Freddie McLean was a pilot?
Yes. But the flight was to be most secret. No one was to know of it.
Why?
Because of the nature of the cargo. The Federated Bank of London was sending $1 million in gold coin to its branch bank here in Cairo.
Oh, I see. That's what the armored cars and guards were for.
Unfortunately, there was a leak. Perhaps the telegram McLean sent to Helen Buckley. Perhaps something else. At any rate, there was a leak. The plane did not arrive at the Cairo airport.
So that's big trouble.
Communication with it was lost someplace over the desert. And so, Jordan, the huge cargo plane, Freddie McLean, and two other men, and $1 million in gold coin have all completely vanished.
Well, Sam had cleared some of it up. At least he had told me why he and Bliss were so worried. So $1 million in gold coin was missing. The problem was how to get it back. I spent a couple of more hours at the station going through some photos Sam had, but I didn't spot the man I tried to follow. Then Sam said I could go, so I went back to the tambourine and hit the sack. I didn't sleep well. I was worried about McLean and why I'd been stupid enough to send a telegram. The next morning, I had a visitor at the tambourine. A skinny guy with a hawk nose and dirty robes and a smell like a camel.
Effendi Jordan, owner of this most noble establishment?
Yeah, that's right.
My name is Luca. I'm a driver of the camels. I have followed the desert trails all my life. A humble lot for a humble man.
All right, what's on your humble mind, Luca?
Fendi, observe this small black book.
It's an address book.
Observe the page that I have folded.
Huh? My address, with phone number.
And the person of a poor Inglese who lost himself upon the desert.
A flyer?
His clothes were most odd.
He's got a name.
One I do not know.
Where is he now?
Somewhere. But safe. Safe. He is then a friend of yours?
Yeah, maybe.
And you wish to be taken to him?
So do the police.
But Luca cannot permit that. Luca will take the Effendi Jordan to this man. If the Effendi Jordan will be considerate of the fact that Luca is a poor man with 3 wives and many children.
All right. How much do you want?
Your wish.
£5.
Will the good Effendi wish again?
All right, 10. Now.
But no police. If the police are called, I shall deny my conversation with you and become as silent as the sphinx of my forebears.
How do I know you're not trying to get me out in the desert for another reason?
A foreigner who chooses to live in a desert land, Effendi, is one who will take chances.
All right, I got a phone call to make. I'll be right with you. I walked into the office and picked up the phone. Luca tagged along. He wanted to be sure I didn't ring the police. I didn't. I dialed Helen Buckley's number. It rang a couple of times, and I heard her voice.
Hello?
Helen, this is Rocky.
Well, Rocky, I'm glad you called. Any news on Freddie?
Maybe. Listen, I haven't got much time. I think I got a lead on him.
A lead? What do you mean?
I got a visitor here right now. A camel driver who says he found someone out in the desert. Freddie, I think, and he's got him hidden away.
Where?
I don't know. I'm going with him now.
How do you know he's telling you the truth?
I don't.
Rocky, don't do anything foolish.
Stick close to your phone. If you don't hear from me in 3 hours, notify Sam.
Yes, of course, but... Rocky, please.
All right, Luca. Let's go. Luca nodded, and we left the tambourine. I drove to the outskirts of town, where Luca got old-fashioned. He had a couple of horses waiting. We switched, and soon we were riding over the sand. He led me over an obscure desert trail, over endless dunes of hot, still sand, then turned off the trail and wound me in so many circles I felt like a roulette wheel with a loose bearing. It was about an hour and a half after we left the tambourine that I saw a couple of solitary palm trees jutting up toward the sky. When we got closer, I saw a tent. That's where Luca was taking me, and a few minutes later we were reining our horses to a stop.
You will find the Inglese in the tent.
I sure hope so. You coming in?
I will wait outside. The Effendi will go into the tent alone.
Well, okay. I took it this far. I guess I can take it the rest of the way. I walked to the tent and threw open the flap. The first thing I saw was a body draped on a blanket on the floor. It was dressed in aviator's clothes, and the mop of red hair told me it could have been Freddie McLean. But he was lying face down. I went over to him. It was Freddie McLean, all right. There was a bullet wound in his shoulder, and he was sleeping. I shook him gently and woke him.
Huh? Rocky Jordan.
The same.
Where am I?
In a camel driver's tent out in the desert.
How did you get here?
That's a long story. How do you feel?
Better. The last thing I remember, I was wandering around the desert.
Yeah. Strong enough to ride a horse?
Yes, I think so.
Oh, how's your shoulder?
As well as can be expected.
We got to get into the city. A lot of people are wondering about you.
Yes, I can imagine.
Oh, I know about the gold coin you were flying for the bank. What happened?
Well, I still don't believe it.
Well, let's hear it.
Look, we were flying without incident until we hit a stretch of the desert close to Cairo. Next thing I knew, there was a strange voice on my radio. It came from a fighter plane on my tail.
Fighter plane?
Yes, he had his guns on us. Well, we weren't carrying any guns. It was a secret flight. We didn't want to get any attention by loading up with guns. Anyway, the fighter plane made us cut our radio and then forced us into a landing on some isolated airstrip on the desert somewhere.
That took a lot of planning.
Yeah, I suppose they thought it was worth it. There was a lot of gold on my plane.
What happened to your crew?
Well, they're all dead. I got away somehow. I suppose the thieves didn't care much. They knew I'd caught a bullet, and I suppose they thought I'd die on the desert.
You remember where that airstrip is?
Yes, approximately.
All right, let's get into town and tell Sabaya. Come on, I'll help you.
No, please, do not! Jordan!
Luca!
Effendi, Jordan!
Luca!
He won't answer, Jordan. Maxie just separated him.
Yeah, Maxie just separated him. You guys are pretty busy, aren't you?
There's enough to do. Maxie threw a little sand over that camel driver and scattered the horses.
Sure, Zacco.
You know, McLean, we owe Jordan a vote of thanks. He was good enough to lead us right to you. All right, out of the tent. Climb in the back seat of the Jeep.
What's the tour?
Don't ask. You won't like it. Let's just say a friend of mine's real anxious to see the both of you.
I bet he's nearsighted.
And also rich. You know, he just picked up $1 million in gold someone left lying around in an old airplane.
Well, he won't have it long. You'll lose it in taxes.
My friend just won't report it as income. And anyone who tries to is going to get separated. Just like Luca.
Well, the second lap of that desert journey of mine was taken in the back seat of a Jeep. Zacco drove, and Maxie sat in front with a gun in his lap. An hour or so later, we were pulling into an old abandoned oasis stuck in the middle of some ruins from an early dynasty. There was an airstrip leading to it, probably left over from the last war. To one side, under some camouflage netting, stood the British transport plane McLean had flown from London. Alongside of it stood a fighter plane. That's all we saw. Next thing I knew, we were hustled down some stone stairs. The door was open in front of us. A heavy hand gave us a shove.
All right. Don't go away. I'll be back in a minute with some company.
Yeah, that's that. How's your shoulder, Freddie?
Oh, it's all right.
Put a bar across the door.
I can't understand how they got wind of this thing. The whole thing was a secret. What we were flying, and especially when.
You gave it away.
But I did.
A telegram you sent.
Telegram?
To Helen Buckley, saying keep Thursday night open. Anyone who saw it could figure out when you were coming in. I thought you had more sense than that.
But, Rocky, I didn't send her a telegram.
Huh?
I didn't. I flew in the war. Look, I know how to keep a secret.
Well, somebody sent it. There must have been a leak in London someplace. Like Sabaya said, the telegram was used as a signal. It was sent to her to tell what day you were flying. Zacco's boss probably kept an eye on telegrams going to Helen Buckley and picked up the right day that way.
You think there's any way out of here?
The only hope we got is Helen. I told her to notify Sam if I didn't get in touch with her in 3 hours. 3 hours are almost up.
Well, they'd still have to find us.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Zacco's back.
With his boss, I guess.
There they are.
A joyful sight. Good afternoon, Mr. Jordan. Mr. McLean.
We almost met once before, in an alley by Helen Buckley's place.
Yes, almost.
Did you do all the brain work on this?
Most of it.
It must have given you a headache.
I had some notable assistants. From Zacco and Maxie and a Confederate in London, and someone else in Cairo who the both of you know very well. Come in, Miss Buckley.
Helen.
Yes, Rocky.
Well, I guess I had the telephone conversation with the wrong person.
For us, it was the right person. Instead of notifying the police, I called Mr. Bannister.
And this, Mr. Jordan, is the result.
And it's all over.
The gold is hidden in the ruins of this oasis. She'll be flown out of Egypt the moment you two are disposed of. Now, Zacco, my lad. Zacco, see what's going on?
Yeah, I'll go take a look. Bannister, it's the police. They got Maxie. They're all around. Bannister, the police.
Zacco sprawled out on the dirt floor, pretty dead. Helen stood looking at him, too stunned to move, but Bannister wasn't. He started up the stone steps looking for a place to run. I caught him on the top step and grabbed the back of his shirt collar. He spun around, tried to use his knee, but my fist was fast. That bounced him off the dirt wall, and I moved in to try again, but Sam Sabaya stepped up and stopped the fun.
That will be sufficient, Jordan. Take Bannister away, Greco.
And have him take Helen Buckley, too, Sam. She and McLean are down in that room.
Abdullah, take Miss Buckley into custody and see if Mr. McLean is all right.
Yes, Captain.
Well, that's it, Sam. You'll find the gold coin hidden in the ruins someplace.
Bannister will tell us exactly where. Do not fear.
I'm still a little confused, Sam. How did you get here just when you did? How'd you know where to come?
You told me, Jordan.
I told you.
Do you not remember?
No.
But nevertheless you did, Jordan. Come on, let us go back to the police station. I shall explain it to you there.
Well, that was just about it. Sam left some of his men to gather up the gold coin, and the rest of us rode back into Cairo. Freddie McLean was taken to the hospital to have his shoulder dressed. Helen Buckley and Bannister made the lockup. I went to Sam's office with him and Mr. Bliss, the special British investigator. First thing Sam did was dispatch the coroner to take care of Zacco and Maxie. Second thing he did was brew some of that very strong Egyptian coffee. We all had a cup, and for once it tasted good. Well, Mr. Bliss, what are you going to do about Bannister's London contact, the one who sent the telegram through to Helen?
Well, I'll have my London office trace the telegram. They'll find out who sent it and make the arrest. After that, I'll wire the London bank and tell them their $1 million in gold coin has been recovered.
Oh, that shouldn't make them sore. Well, Sam, what about it?
What about what, Jordan?
I still want to know how you got to Bannister's hideout.
Oh, as I said, Jordan, you told us how. A moment, please. Now listen.
Hello.
Helen, it's Rocky.
Rocky, I'm glad you called. Any news on Freddie?
Yeah, maybe. That's my conversation with Helen. I think I got a lead on him.
A lead? What do you mean?
I've got a visitor here right now. A camel driver who says he found someone out in the desert. Freddie, I think, and he's got him hidden away.
Where?
I don't know. I'm going with him now.
How do you know he's...
Well, Jordan, does that answer your question?
You had my phone tap and made a tape recording, huh?
I'm afraid I'm responsible for that, Mr. Jordan. You see, I couldn't trust anyone. While you were here last night, I had my men set it up.
After that, Jordan, it was just a matter of following you through the desert.
Well, I'm sure not complaining.
At any rate, Mr. Bliss has now learned something that I have known for a long, long time.
Yeah, what's that, Sam?
If one ever wishes to locate the source of trouble in Cairo, one should simply observe your movements very carefully.
This is Rocky Jordan again. Next week, I want to tell you about a hand that grabbed my coat lapel and pulled me into a room where I met the second man. He turned out to be a real sweet guy. Trouble was, he didn't act sweet. He smelled sweet.
Rocky Jordan is a weekly presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
ladies and gentlemen, we take you now behind the scenes of a police headquarters in a great American city, where under the cold, glaring lights will pass before us the innocent, the vagrant, the thief, the murderer. This is The Lineup.
You think you catch him, Lieutenant? Maybe you got him now.
Maybe, but we'll need your help, Mr. Reducci.
You got my help, all of my help. I've been a night watchman 20 years. Now I can help with the police, making me proud.
Sure. Just sit here.
Thank you. You know, I thought it was a bundle he was carrying. A bigger bundle. That's a joke, no, Lieutenant?
Yeah.
A joke, man. It's not funny. This bundle the man carried down the fire escape. She was a dead girl. Maybe I should run after him.
You called the police. That was the right thing.
Down the fire escape. Then he put her on the pavement and I walk away. Just like that. The girl, she was a strangler. Huh, Lieutenant?
That's right.
Strangler. If I run after him, maybe I catch him.
You might have, Mr. Reduci.
May I have your attention, please?
Me, Reduci. A man who almost caught a murder.
In the audience room, may I have your attention, please? Thank you. My name is Greb, Sergeant Matt Greb. I'll explain the lineup to you. Each of the suspects you will see will be numbered. I'll call off a number, their name and charge. If you have any questions or identifications, please remember the number assigned to the prisoner as I call his name. At the end of each line, when I ask for questions or identifications, call out the number. If you're sure or not too sure of the suspect, have him held. The officers who took your name will assist you. They're seated among you. Please be prompt with your questions or identifications.
This man, the killer, when do they bring him out?
In a minute, Mr. Reduci.
And dressed back into their jail clothes. It makes it quite difficult to bring them back after they leave here. The questions I ask these suspects are merely to get a natural tone of voice, so do not pay too much attention to their answers as they often lie. Bring on the line. All right, boys, all right, this way. Pick it up. The first man walk to the end of the stage. Take your place. The others follow. That's far enough. Now turn and face front. You, the second man, don't look up at the ceiling. Look out at the people so they can see you. That's right. All right, number 1, Finney Russell, assault. Where do you live, Finney?
Same place, down by the fish market.
You hit a man this morning, knocked him out.
That's right.
Why did you hit him, Finney?
Oh, he said a bad thing about me.
Is that all?
Oh, he tried to sell me a rotten fish.
What did you hit him with?
Oh, everything.
What's everything?
A rubber boot and a bucket, I think.
Number 2, Harold Dodge, theft. Where you from, Harold?
The East.
Where in the East?
The only place in the East, Boston.
Don't tell me, Harold. Tell the people out there.
Boston.
Ever been arrested before?
A few times.
How often? 5, 10, 100?
7.
Speak louder. How many times were you arrested?
7.
Where were you arrested this time?
In a phone booth. I was calling my girl.
The arresting officer said you were breaking open the coin box.
I was trying to get my nickel back. The call was hardly worth it.
Number 3, Warren Fuller, vagrancy. Where do you live, Warren?
Flop house.
Which flop house?
I don't play no favorites. Sun goes down, there's always a flop house.
What kind of work do you do, Warren?
Work?
All right. What do you do all day?
Oh, that. Sit in the park, take a walk up Broadway.
Ever think about getting a job?
I've thought about it.
Have you tried?
Sure, I tried.
When did you try, Warren?
1933. Didn't work out.
Number 4, Charlie Bond, open charge. Where do you live, Charlie?
I'm not answering any questions.
What's that? I didn't hear you.
I said I'm not answering any questions.
Okay, make it tough for yourself.
I don't feel good. I'm sick.
You'll feel worse if you don't answer the questions. Where do you live?
Rainbow Apartments.
That the apartment house across the street from the Realty building?
How do I know? I don't know.
You ever been arrested before, Charlie?
No.
Mr.
What do you do
Reducey?
for a living?
I don't know.
Come on, speak up.
I just can't say.
You're not sure?
Well, you see, Lieutenant,
Any
he
questions
was
or
walking.
identifications?
I see. Sergeant Graham.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Number 4. Have him walk back and forth across the stage.
Yes, sir. That's you, Charlie. Walk. Over to the end of the stage and back.
I don't feel like walking.
Walk!
Now, Mr. Reducey?
Yeah.
That the man?
What? I think so, maybe.
Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Hold number 4 for interrogation.
I don't feel good, Lieutenant. You'll get a doctor.
After we talk, Charlie. After you tell me about last night.
You don't want to get a police doctor? Let me phone. I'll get my own doctor.
Last night, where were you?
All night? You want to know about all night?
Uh-huh.
Well, I was in my apartment. Whole night. The day before, I was sick.
The night watchman in the Realty building said he saw you carry the body of a girl down the fire escape. You left the body on the pavement and walked away.
My kidneys must be my kidneys the way it hurts.
The watchman said...
Well, he's a liar. Wasn't me.
Who was it?
How do I know? You get paid to find out such things.
There were scratches on your face, Charlie. How did you get them?
I don't know. Maybe I cut myself, shaving.
They're long scratches. The kind a girl's fingernails would make.
Ben.
Yeah, Matt, come on in.
The morgue called. They got a girl down there who thinks she can identify the body.
Uh-huh. Well, take Charlie back to his cell. I'll meet you down at the morgue.
Over here, Ben. This is Laura Phillips. She works in the dance hall over near 15th Street.
Lieutenant, I hope you won't think... I mean, this is the first time
We understand, Miss Phillips. You think it might be someone you know.
My roommate. I know, it's silly, but... Well, Edna left the dance hall in such a hurry last night, and she didn't come home.
Sure. I understand, Miss Phillips. All right, Matt.
Edna. You must think I'm awful, Mr. Guthrie, getting upset like that, but when I saw Edna...
Now, that's all right, Miss Phillips. Feel well enough to answer a few questions?
Could I have a glass of water, please?
Matt, get her a glass of water.
Yes, sure.
Your roommate, what was her full name? Edna what?
Edna Hawley. We'd been rooming together about 2 years. Oh, thanks.
You're welcome.
And, we both worked at the Silver Swan Dance Hall.
I see. You know anybody who would want to kill her?
Oh, no. Edna was... Well, she was a little wild, but she was all right. Everybody liked her.
What about last night at the dance hall? Did you have an argument?
Edna never had arguments, Mr. Guthrie. She was sweet. Sweetest person I've ever known.
Miss Phillips, does the name Charlie Bond mean anything to you?
Charlie Bond? No.
Matt, hand me those mug shots of Charlie, left-hand drawer.
Here you are, Ben.
Right. Ever see this man before, Miss Phillips?
Maybe. He looks familiar.
Try the profile. Here.
He looks so familiar, I think.
Take your time.
Yes, I've seen him, Mr. Guthrie. I'm sure I've seen him at the dance hall.
Last night?
No, it must have been about a month ago, maybe 2. He came in every night for about a week.
Have you seen him since then?
Not once. Did this man kill Edna?
That's something we have to find out.
Poor Edna, she was so sweet.
Did she have any relatives here in town or somewhere else?
No, I don't think so. Her mother and father are dead. She had a brother, but he was killed in the war. Oh, I just remembered. Hawley was Edna's married name. She only talked about her husband once, a long time ago. That's why I almost forgot it.
She never saw him?
Well, he lived in town, but they were separated.
Any idea of his first name?
Albert or Alfred or something like that. I believe she said he was some kind of an artist, a painter, I think. I'm not sure.
Well, all right, Miss Phillips. Thanks for your help.
That's all? You don't want to ask me?
Not now. I'll have somebody drive you home. Matt.
Yeah, Ben?
Set up a tracer on Edna Hawley's husband.
Come in, it's open.
You're Alfred Hawley?
Who are you?
Police, Lieutenant Guthrie.
Sit down. Just dump those canvases on the floor.
I want to ask you some questions.
About what?
You were married to Edna Hawley?
I still am.
When'd you last see your wife?
3-4 years ago. I forget. I forget because I don't want to remember. You hear about support money?
No.
Well, that's good, because I don't have support money for her or me. Edna in trouble?
She's dead.
Would you hand me that brush, the big one? Thanks.
I said your wife is dead. Murdered.
She probably deserved it.
It doesn't bother you?
Makes me happy. She hated me and I hated her. We let it go at that.
Did you hate her enough to kill her?
More than enough.
Where were you last night?
Tell me, Lieutenant. How was Edna killed?
Strangled. In the Rainbow Apartments. Body was carried down the fire escape, left on the sidewalk. You didn't answer my question about where you were last night.
No, I didn't.
Well? What's so funny?
You think I killed Edna? Carried her body down a fire escape?
Maybe. Can you convince me you didn't?
Oh. Come on, Lieutenant. Want me to show you to the door?
We're not through talking.
Yes, we are.
You'd better come along to headquarters.
Certainly. Anytime.
Well, come on.
Sure. Would you mind handing me those crutches, Lieutenant? I can't walk a step without them.
CBS brings you 2 one-hour programs every Friday evening. One designed for relaxation and thorough enjoyment. The other intended to give you a listening post on what's been happening in the world the past 7 days. Friday nights on CBS brings you Songs for Sale with Jan Murray and Hear It Now with Edward R. Murrow, an hour recapitulation of the news of the past week, political, frontline, sports, entertainment. Songs for Sale and Hear It Now are broadcast every Friday on most of these same CBS stations.
Oh, man.
Oh, I've been waiting for you, Ben. How'd you make out with Edna Hawley's husband?
He's a cripple. Couldn't possibly have carried it down the fire escape. What'd you get?
Charlie Bond. He said he wasn't out of his apartment all last night. Well, he's lying, Ben. The man who runs a newspaper stand 3 blocks from the apartment house said Charlie bought a paper from him last night around 11.
Is he sure?
He's sure. Charlie's a regular customer. I'll go get Charlie.
Could you, Lieutenant, do me a favor, will you?
What?
Stop making that chair squeak. It's on my nerve.
You'll get used to it, Charlie.
I feel sicker than I did this morning. Makes my nerves jumpy.
Charlie, we found out who the dead girl was.
You did?
Edna Hawley. She worked in a dance hall called the Silver Swan.
Congratulations, Lieutenant.
Ever been in the Silver Swan, Charlie?
The lieutenant asked you a question, Charlie. Were you ever at the Silver Swan?
Maybe. I'm a sick man. I can't sleep nights. I go lots of places.
Why did you kill her?
Kill who?
Edna Hawley. You strangled her. Why?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Last night you brought Edna to your apartment, then you killed her. Why, Charlie?
You're crazy. I wasn't out of my apartment.
We know you were out last night.
How do you know? You don't know.
You bought a newspaper. 11 o'clock. Did you forget, Charlie?
Yeah, I forgot. All right, so I went out for a paper. Why are you looking at me like that?
Nothing, Charlie. Nothing at all.
Went out for a paper. It was only a couple of minutes. You can't prove anything from that.
When'd you meet Edna? After you bought the paper?
I didn't meet this Edna. I don't even know her. When are you going to let me go?
There's no hurry.
Have to let me go soon, Lieutenant, because you haven't got a thing on me.
Give him to Asher, man.
Why are you taking me?
Back to your cell. Come on, Charlie.
You better let me go soon. I gotta see my doctor. I can't kill him.
Take him upstairs again, Bill. You, think the same way I do, don't you, Ben?
How's that?
Charlie's our man. He killed Edna Hawley.
I think so, but I can't prove it.
We might make him crack. I doubt it, though.
We'll try.
It won't be easy. We need a witness, Ben. Somebody who saw Charlie Bond and Edna Hawley together last night.
All right. We'll make our own witness.
Huh?
Policewoman. We'll find a policewoman who looks like a dance hall hostess. Here we are, Nora.
Is Charlie Bond already in the visitor's room?
No, he'll be brought in. You understand what you're supposed to do now?
Yes, sir.
Just remember what I told you. We'll be listening in the next room. Good luck, Nora.
Thanks, Lieutenant.
All set up, man?
All set up and working. Grab a chair, Ben.
All right. Turn it up a little, huh?
Right. You think Charlie will go for her story?
It's a chance.
I don't know, Ben. Nora being new and...
Matt.
Yeah. That must be him now.
They told me I had a visitor.
Hello, Charlie.
Who are you?
I've got something to tell you.
I don't know you.
I work at the Silver Swan Dance Hall.
What's that got to do with me?
I know you, Charlie. I've got something to tell you. Something about Edna Hawley.
I don't know anything about her. I'm going back to my cell.
Okay, if you don't want to hear.
Yeah, what? What about Edna Hawley?
I'll make it short. I saw you meet her last night.
You're crazy.
Okay, I'm crazy. But I saw you.
You're so smart, why don't you tell the cops? What do you want?
Money?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Money to keep quiet. $500.
You can't blackmail me. I never saw this Edna Hawley.
All right. We'll leave it like that.
You can't prove I met her. Because I didn't.
I said we'd leave it like that. The cops will let you go before long.
Yeah, they'll have to let me go.
You know where I work, Charlie. See you soon?
You won't see me.
I'll wait a week.
Wait a month. I don't care.
A week. That's how long I'll wait. 1 week.
Time's up, Charlie.
So long, Charlie. Like I said, see you soon.
Turn it off, man.
Well, she did a good job.
Yeah.
I think he'll bite hard.
Maybe. We'll let him think it over a while.
When do we release him, tonight?
First thing in the morning. Tonight we've got work to do.
Work?
Well, we have to rent a room for Nora near the Silver Swan. And you know how hard it is to rent rooms these days.
Morning, Ben.
Morning, Matt. Did you release Charlie?
Yeah, just signed him out. Very unfriendly person, Charlie.
Who's tailing him?
Pearson and Doherty. Well, what about tonight?
I called the manager of the Silver Swan. He's briefing Nora now. How many men did you get us?
9, counting Pearson and Doherty. Tell me how you want them staked out.
Well, 6 in the dance hall, 1 on the dictaphone in the room next to Nora's.
Check. Now what about us?
We'll be outside the Silver Swan.
What? Outside?
Uh-huh. What about it?
Well, it's freezing outside, Ben. Don't we ever get an inside job? What time is it, Ben?
1:55.
Oh, I wish they'd close these dance halls earlier. That wind's going right through me.
Yeah, me too.
Doesn't look like Charlie's going to show.
Matt, crossing the street.
Where?
End of the block.
Yeah, I see him now.
Keep back in the shadow. Oh, never mind. He's going the other way.
It kind of looked like him.
Uh-huh. But I don't see Doherty. I guess we were wrong.
I wonder when he'll show.
He's got a week to make up his mind.
Well, I hope the weather gets warmer.
It feels like snow.
Oh, snow.
Yeah, what's wrong with snow? Pretty. Yeah, the music stopped. Nora should be out in a minute.
I could use some coffee.
Yeah, coffee sounds good.
I haven't been this cold since I was pounding a beat.
Get used to it. We'll be here tomorrow night, too.
Looks like you're right. Uh-oh. There's Nora, Ben, coming out the side door.
We'll give her a few seconds start before we follow.
That's not far to my place, Ben. We'll tail Nora home and then go have coffee, huh? Here we are, Ben.
Oh, Dreyer?
Oh, evening, Lieutenant. Boy, do you two look cold.
Well, maybe it's because we are.
Anything to report?
You can hear Nora now. She just came in.
Yeah, we followed her. Switch on the two-way, will you, Dreyer?
Mm-hmm.
Everything all right, Nora?
Yes, sir, but no Charlie Bond.
And we'll try again tomorrow night.
All right, Lieutenant.
Stay in your room during the day. Be in the dance hall at the usual time.
Gee, I hope he shows up soon. My feet are starting to hurt.
2 o'clock. And Ben?
Uh-huh. Well, looks like another dry run.
I wonder why he doesn't show.
Doherty says he sticks pretty close to his apartment.
It's not so cold tonight.
I think it's going to snow.
You said that the first night.
I still think so.
Ben, maybe we ought to try something else.
Like what?
Pick Charlie up again. Keep him locked up until he cracks.
You know that wouldn't work, man.
Yeah. I guess not.
Give it time. We got 4 more nights.
Yeah. Coming over for coffee afterwards?
Well, you ought to go to my place tonight.
Well, mine's close. There's Nora.
Uh-huh. Oh, wait, man. Not yet.
What's the matter?
That alley, where the street lights burned out.
I don't see anything.
He ducked behind the building.
Charlie?
Well, I don't know. There.
Yeah. It's Charlie. What do you know? He's letting Nora walk right by.
I thought he would.
In her room, huh?
If we're lucky. We'll wait till he starts to follow.
Ben?
All right, man. Let's go.
Charlie's not following her in, Ben. Just standing on the other side of the street, watching.
Yeah, he's waiting.
Waiting for what?
To find out which room's Nora's.
He should know now. She just turned on the light. We go up now, Ben?
Yeah, the back way. Come on.
We've been up here a long time, Ben. Maybe he won't come up.
He'll come.
Well, Nora must... Shh. Ben.
Yeah.
Who is it?
Charlie Bond.
Just a minute.
Turn it up, Dryer.
Well, you took your time getting here.
Yeah, I had to think about it.
I thought maybe you wouldn't come.
You said I had a week. I'm here now.
Did you bring the money, Charlie?
Money? For what?
For me. So I'll keep quiet.
I haven't got any money.
Don't stall, Charlie. I want $500.
Suppose I don't pay.
I'll go to the cops. Tell them I saw you with Edna Hawley.
I've got a better idea.
Better than money.
Yeah. This.
Charlie!
Let's go.
Well, I'll be...
Lieutenant.
What?
Ben, look at Charlie. He's out like a fish.
He was going to... I threw him the way they taught us.
Nora, what's the matter?
He was going to kill me.
Nora.
Man.
No. How about that? She slugs the killer, then passes out. What is it with women, Ben?
The lineup, where before you pass the innocent, the vagrant, the thief, the murderer. Listen again next week when we again bring you The Lineup.
May I have your attention, please? You people out there on the other side of the wire in the audience room, may I have your attention, please? Thank you. My name is Greb, Sergeant Matt Greb. I'll explain the lineup to you. Each of the suspects you will see will be numbered. I'll call off a number, their name and charge. If you have any questions or identifications, please remember the number assigned to the prisoner as I call his name. At the end of each line, when I ask for questions or identification, call out the number.
The Lineup, starring Bill Johnstone as Lieutenant Ben Guthrie and Wally Mayer as Sergeant Matt Greb, was written by Charles E. Israel with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Featured in tonight's cast were Jay Novello, Junius Matthews, Sidney Miller, Pat McGeehan, John McIntyre, Mary Jane Croft, and Sammy Hill. The Lineup is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle. Beginning next Tuesday, The Lineup will be heard at the same time on most of these stations on Tuesday evenings. The Lineup joins Mystery Theater, Mr. and Mrs. North, Luigi and Ralph Edwards as a Tuesday feature on CBS. Be listening for The Lineup at the same time on Tuesdays, beginning next Tuesday, February 27th. Now stay tuned for a special program in observance of Brotherhood Week, which follows on many of these same CBS stations. Dan Coverly speaking. This is CBS, where Edward R. Murrow and Hear It Now come to you Friday evenings. The Columbia Broadcasting System.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Now it's time to keep that weekly appointment with our good friend and host, Dr. Watson. Let's join him, shall we? Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Bell. As usual, you're punctual to the minute.
Naturally, when I have an appointment with my favorite doctor.
Oh, well, draw up your usual chair and make yourself comfortable.
Thank you.
That's it.
All ready with tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure, Dr. Watson?
Yes, my boy. I was going over my notes on the case before you arrived. I came across this old theater program. I think it'll interest you.
Garrick Theater, Sir Basil Wentworth in a revival of Martin Reeves' famous play, The Road is Narrow. A production that you and the great Sherlock Holmes attended, I'm sure.
We certainly did, Mr. Bell, though at the time we had no idea that we were about to become involved in the tragic death of Martin Reeves. You've probably heard of him, haven't you, Mr. Bell?
It seems to me I had to read him in school, Dr. Watson.
He's rather out of fashion now, like so many other good things. But in the 1890s, apart from Lord Tennyson, there wasn't a more famous writer in England, or a more respected one. The story I'm going to tell you tonight, Mr. Bell, concerns the horrible circumstances surrounding his death.
Sounds like a mighty intriguing Sherlock Holmes adventure. But before you begin, Dr. Watson, do you mind if I...
You have your little talk? No, of course not, Mr. Bell.
Men, well-groomed hair helps so much in giving a man that prosperous, successful appearance. And I'm sure you'll want to know why Kreml Hair Tonic is preferred among America's top-flight executives. Kreml never plasters the hair down with sticky goo, which makes your hair and scalp feel so dirty. It never gives hair that old-fashioned, greasy, patent leather look. You see, Kreml is a very highly specialized hair tonic. It contains a unique and utterly different combination of hair grooming ingredients that's never been duplicated in any other hair tonic. That's why Kreml keeps unruly hair so neatly in place longer, with such a handsome, healthy-looking luster. What I especially like about Kreml is that after you use it, you can run your hand back over your hair, and your hair never feels sticky or dirty. No greasy film comes off on your hand. Yet Kreml keeps hair in perfect order from morning till night, always looking so healthy and handsome. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, what about the singular death of Martin Reeves?
Well, Mr. Bell, that adventure began late on a foggy evening many, many years ago. Sherlock Holmes and I had been to the Garrick Theater to see the revival of Martin Reeves' play, and I remember that we decided to walk home to Baker Street. As we approached the old familiar door of 221B, our footsteps echoed hollowly in the deserted street, and the chimes of a neighboring church reminded us of the fact that it was midnight.
A delightful evening, Watson. A good dinner, an excellent bottle of wine, and 3 hours of theatrical magic.
Well, personally, I found the play rather depressing.
Its theme is a morbid one, but the writing and construction are flawless. Yes, a magnificent play and well worth reviving. By the way, I noticed an item in the Times this morning concerning Martin Reeves. He's dangerously ill.
Oh, really? Well, he must be quite an old man.
82, to be precise.
Really, is he as old as that?
Curious career, Watson. His greatest success was written when he was a young man. In the past 50 years, he has never written anything to compare with tonight's play.
No, I don't think it... Holmes, look up at our window.
Hello. The gas is brightly lighted, whereas Mrs. Hudson invariably turns it low when we're out. And look at the silhouette on the blind. There's a man pacing up and down the room.
A visitor at midnight, Holmes. This looks ominous. Be careful now. It may be some sort of trap.
I think not, Watson. If some desperado were lying in wait for me, I doubt whether he'd be stupid enough to turn up the gas to advertise his presence.
Just the same, I wonder how he got in.
Presumably through the front door. Mrs. Hudson has instructions to let a client wait in our rooms if his business seems urgent.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
At your service, sir.
I'm Dr. Manners, Harvey Manners.
How do you do, Dr. Manners? This is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, Doctor?
I must apologize for being here at such an hour of night, Mr. Holmes, but my business is urgent.
I'm sure it is, Doctor.
I left Carlisle this morning, arriving at St. Pancras Station 2 hours ago. I came directly here, persuaded your housekeeper to let me wait for you.
Then sit down, my dear doctor, and tell me what urgent business has brought you to London.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Holmes, I've been acting in the capacity of personal physician for Martin Reeves, the playwright.
Martin Reeves? What an extraordinary coincidence. We've just returned from seeing the revival of his play, The Road is Narrow. We were talking about him as we walked home.
I understand the grand old man is dying.
He's not in good shape, Mr. Holmes. His heart's in very bad condition. Auricular fibrillation, Dr. Watson.
No, then at his age, I imagine you don't hold out much hope.
No, but I think with care, he might last a year or two. But the reason I've come to you, Mr. Holmes, is that I'm convinced that although he's a dying man, someone is trying to murder him.
To murder him? Good Lord.
What reason do you have for saying that, Dr. Manners?
Well, Mr. Holmes, I've been in almost daily attendance on Mr. Reeve. Last night, his coachman drove over to get me, saying that his master had suffered another bad attack. When I got to the house, I found that Mr. Reeve had received a severe shock. He was in a state of almost complete hysteria, and he kept insisting that he'd seen an apparition in his room a few hours earlier.
What kind of an apparition?
A ghost from his past, as he referred to it. I think that someone arranged for that apparition, that they knew of his heart condition, and also knew that a sudden fright could kill him.
It's possible, Dr. Manners, and it would be one of the least detectable methods of murder.
But who would want to kill a dying man?
Who lives at the house with him, Dr. Manners?
His daughter Catherine, his brother Silas, who's a drunken good-for-nothing, and his secretary, a fellow by the name of Hugh Kingslake.
Do you know the condition of Mr. Reeves' will?
No, but I do know he had dictated a new one a few days ago.
A fact that might easily have provoked a crisis. Dr. Manners, you say that Mr. Reeves spoke of seeing an apparition, a ghost from his past. Was he able to describe its appearance?
Well, he was a little incoherent, but he kept babbling something about blonde hair and blue eyes and a young man who'd come back from beyond the grave to haunt him.
Don't you think, Dr. Manners, that these might simply be the delusions of an old and a sick man?
I didn't overlook that possibility, I assure you, Dr. Watson, even though Mr. Reeves' mental faculties are remarkably acute for his age. But last night, after I'd given him a sedative, I examined his room. I found these, Mr. Holmes. That's when I decided to come to you.
Well, let's have a look at them. They look like blonde hair.
Yes, they are, Doctor. I found them on the bedclothes, and yet no one in that house has blonde hair.
Interesting. Very interesting. The hair is human, and yet the roots have minute particles of glue attached to them. Obviously, they're from a wig. Get out the timetable, Watson, will you?
We're going to Carlisle?
On the earliest possible train. Though the grand old man of the English theatre is dying, we must do everything in our power to see that his death is not an unnatural one.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I'm Hugh Kingslake, Mr. Reeves' secretary.
How do you do?
How do you do, sir? Your accommodations at the hotel are satisfactory, I trust, gentlemen?
Entirely,
Yes,
thank you,
we're
Mr.
very
Kingslake.
comfortable, thank you.
Good. Frankly, I'm most relieved that you're here. Mr. Reeve received a severe shock the night before last. I quite agree with Dr. Manners that someone deliberately induced that shock, knowing the serious condition of Mr. Reeve's heart.
Have you any idea who that someone might be?
Well, it's a little difficult for me to talk, Mr. Holmes. After all, I'm only an employee here, but I can't help feeling that... Oh, good morning, Mr. Reeve.
Kingslake, who are these men?
This is Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, and Mr. Silas Reeve.
How do you do, Mr. Reeve?
And what, may I ask, is the professional meddler Sherlock Holmes doing in my brother's house?
I'm here at the request of Dr. Manners.
Manners has no right to bring you here, sir. A lot of rubbish. All this talk about apparitions. Nonsense. Martin's in his second childhood. He's become a gibbering old fool. Personally, I wish he'd die and have done with it.
Well, upon my soul,
Never mind your soul, my good doctor. Why don't you mind your own business and get out of the house? We don't want detectives here.
Mr. Reeve, I've traveled some 200 miles to see your brother, and I have no intention of leaving this house without talking to him.
And talk and the devil with you. And if my dear, distinguished brother tells you that I've been sponging on him for years, it's perfectly true.
Uncle, sorry.
Enter the beautiful Catherine to try and persuade her drunken old uncle to return to his room.
No, Uncle Silas. I came to get Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson. Dr. Manners said that Daddy can see them now.
Shall I take them up, Miss Reeve?
No, Mr. Kingslake. I will.
And don't be deceived by them, Mr. Kingslake. and the Miss Reeves gentlemen. My dear niece and this young man here have a dark secret. A secret that is perfectly apparent to every member of this household.
Uncle Silas.
They're in love. Delightful, isn't it?
Uncle, you're intolerable.
Will you lead the way, Miss Reeve?
Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes.
Don't forget to ask him about the play that made him so famous. You might learn some interesting facts.
I must apologize for Uncle Silas, gentlemen. I'm afraid he's like this all the time these days.
I quite understand, Miss
It
Reeve.
must be very distressing for you, my dear.
Oh, I'm used to it, Doctor. Here's Daddy's room. I won't come in with you. Too many people upset him.
Come in.
Please go in, gentlemen. I'll see you later.
Ah, there you are.
Who is it, Manners?
It's Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, Mr. Reeve.
Ah, good. Good. You can leave us, Manners.
Yes, Mr. Reeve. I'll see you both later.
Very well, Doctor.
Come. Sit on my bed. That's it.
How are you feeling, sir?
Old and ill. But I'm glad you're both here. Manners displayed unusual enterprise in persuading you to visit me. There's been a lot of nonsense printed about my impending death. Anyone would think a great man is dying.
The author of The Road is Narrow is a great man, Mr. Reeve.
He was a great man, Mr. Holmes.
What do you mean, sir?
The author of that play died 45 years ago.
What?
And yet, his ghost appeared in this room 2 nights ago.
Mr. Reeve, are you saying that you didn't write The Road is Narrow?
Yes, my boy, I am. And it's a secret that's been gnawing at me for years. Now that I'm on my deathbed, I'd like to clear my conscience.
Then who did write the play, sir?
A young friend of mine, by the name of Colin McGrath. I started life as a lawyer's clerk in Keswick, a few miles from here. Colin lived in the same village, and we became great friends. One day, he gave me the manuscript of his play to look at, and I realized it was a work of a genius. Suddenly he died. No one knew about the manuscript.
You claimed it as your own, sir?
Yes. To my eternal shame, I did. Now, I want to make amends. Mr. Holmes, I want you to find out if any heirs of Colin McGrath still survive. If they do, I'll give them half of my estate.
Mr. Reeve, does anyone else know of this, fraud?
Yes. Knowing that I hadn't long for this world, I confided the secret to 3 members of my household.
And you're convinced that the apparition you saw the other night was that of the dead Colin McGrath?
There was no mistaking him. The blue eyes, the long golden hair. It was Colin, or his ghost come to haunt me on my deathbed.
This decision on your part to leave half of your estate to any heirs of the man you wronged, was that decision made before you had this strange visitation the other night?
Yes. Yes, it was.
Did you mention it to any member of your family, sir?
No. I did say something to Dr. Manners, and I didn't mention Colin McGrath's name.
It's obvious that someone wished to frighten you, knew your secret, and disguised himself to resemble Colin McGrath.
Yeah, it was Colin. Never forget his blue eyes. He was standing over there in the chest of drawers. He looked at me so reproachfully. So...
He's asleep.
Yes, Watson. And while he lies there, some member of this household continues to plot his death. We must work fast.
Well, what are we going to do?
Split forces. I shall remain here for a while and see what may be found out. I'll meet you at our hotel later and we'll compare notes.
And what shall I do?
Go to the village of Keswick. Colin McGrath lived and died there. See what you can find out about him, Watson.
Of course I remember Colin McGrath.
Well, I should be very grateful for any information about him, madam. As postmistress, I imagine that very little village gossip has escaped you.
Of course it hasn't. I remember the McGrath boy well. He was no good. Didn't he marry poor old Mrs. Northrop's granddaughter Susan and then go and desert her just to kill himself? And the poor girl was going to have a baby. No good on earth. That's what young McGrath was. And you can tell him I said so if you ever reach the place I'm sure he went to.
Oh, I said, well, they had a child, you say. What happened to it, madam?
How should I know? I'm only the postmistress. You'd better go and see the vicar, young man.
It's a tragic story you've told me, Dr. Watson.
But you remember Colin McGrath, sir?
Oh, very well. And I always suspected something akin to genius in the boy. But he burned with too hard and gem-like a flame. As Walter Pater has said, he burned himself out, destroyed his life, and poor Susan Northrop's with it. She died of a broken heart less than a year after his death.
And their child?
There was no money, no one to look after the boy. He was sent to an orphanage in Liverpool.
Then that child, if he's still alive, stands to inherit half of Martin Reeve's fortune. If only we can find him. Oh, it's good to be back here at the hotel, Holmes. I've had an exhausting day.
I trust you had better luck than I did. What did you find out?
That Colin McGrath had a child, that his wife died shortly after the child's birth, and that the boy was sent to an orphanage in Liverpool.
In Liverpool? Go on, Watson.
Well, the vicar gave me this photograph here we are, of Mrs. McGrath. It was taken on their wedding day.
Let me see it. But this is amazing, Watson. One of our problems is solved.
Well, I'm blessed if I see how.
Let me explain it to you. After you left, I had quite a long talk with the secretary, Hugh Kingslake. It transpired that he knew nothing of his parents. He had been raised in an orphanage, and the only memento he has is a picture of his mother. A picture that he carries in his watch.
And that picture
is a duplicate of this one.
Great Scott. And the fellow calling himself Hugh Kingsley is really the Colin McGrath heir.
Precisely. A fantastic situation indeed. Come on, old chap. Grab your hat and coat. We must drive over to Mr. Reeves and break the good news that the missing heir is a member of his own household.
But we're still no nearer finding out who's been trying to frighten old Mr. Reeves.
Surely that's obvious now, Watson. Come in. Dr. Manners, what's wrong?
Please come at once, both of you. It's Mr. Reeve.
Hot?
Yes, Dr. Watson. This evening, he had another visit from that apparition. I'm only afraid this time the devilish plan may work and that Martin Reeve won't live through the night.
In a moment, we'll find out what Sherlock Holmes says is obvious. But first, more and more men today are beginning to realize they should take better care of the hair they've got. And when you buy a hair tonic, why not get your money's worth? Why not enjoy the extra advantages of Kreml hair tonic? Kreml contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. This highly specialized hair tonic keeps dry, stubborn hair neatly in place all day long, and always gives it such a natural, well-groomed appearance, never sticky or greasy. But men, Kreml does lots more than keep hair looking handsome. A quick massage with Kreml stimulates circulation right in the surface of the scalp, leaving your scalp feeling so alive, so invigorated. At the same time, Kreml removes loose dandruff. It's excellent to lubricate a dry scalp. And if your hair is so dry that it breaks and falls when you comb it, remember, Kreml actually helps condition the hair, in that it makes it feel softer, more pliable. So men, just as soon as possible, buy a bottle of Kreml at any drug counter. Let Kreml always keep your scalp feeling clean and refreshed, your hair always looking its very best. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Well, Dr. Watson, this story certainly has me on the edge of my chair. What happened next? You drove over to Mr. Reeves' house, I suppose?
Yes, Mr. Bell, we did. And as we went rattling down the country lanes, the flickering oil lamps on Dr. Manners' carriage lighting a shadowy path, I found it almost impossible to get a word out of Sherlock Holmes. Holmes, sometimes you're the most irritating man on earth.
And what prompts that little tirade,
Well,
Watson?
you haven't opened your mouth since we left our hotel.
Purposeless conversation is a waste of time. Not much further, is it, Dr. Manners?
No, Mr. Holmes. We're nearly there.
Well, I don't consider conversation purposes when it clarifies the problem, Holmes. You said it was obvious who had been frightening Mr. Reeve. I suppose I'm stupid, but I find it far from obvious.
And yet the facts are clearly in front of your eyes. Eyes. That's it, Watson. Think about eyes.
The blue eyes of the supposed ghost, eh? But the Reeves family have all got brown eyes. Apparently it's a marked family characteristic.
Quite, Watson. That fact should lead you to the obvious conclusion.
Oh, you're always talking in riddles, Holmes.
Here we are, Mr. Holmes.
And Hugh Kingslake is standing at the front door. How is he, Mr. Kingslake?
Better, Mr. Holmes. Seems to have rallied a bit. But I'm glad you're all here.
I'll drive my carriage round to the stables. Be back in a moment.
Come in, gentlemen. With Mr. Reeves so ill, it may seem a little inappropriate to announce my news. But Catherine consented to marry me tonight. We're engaged.
Oh, really? My congratulations.
Yes, indeed. She's a charming girl.
Oh, Catherine, darling. I've told them our news.
Oh, it must seem a terrible time to announce it, Mr. Holmes, with poor Daddy lying so ill upstairs.
It's quite understandable, Miss Reeve. And before we go up and see your father, I'd like you both to know that we have something in the nature of a wedding present for you.
A wedding present?
Yes. You're both familiar with the story of Colin McGrath, I understand?
You mean that he was the true author of The Road is Narrow?
Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. Daddy told us all about it.
And did you also know that Mr. Reeve is planning to leave half his estate to the heir of Mr. McGrath?
I knew that, Dr. Watson. In my capacity as secretary, I had occasion to draw up a rough draft of the new will a few days ago.
Then I'm sure, Mr. Kingslake, that you'll be very interested to know that today Dr. Watson and I discovered that you are the son of Colin McGrath.
That I am?
You is the heir? Well, that doesn't seem possible.
The fact is proven beyond a doubt, Miss Reeve.
Then if Mr. Reeve makes the new will, I stand to inherit half the fortune.
Yes, my boy, you do. That's what Mr. Holmes meant when he was talking about wedding presents.
Come here, somebody!
That's Uncle Silas. He's upstairs with Daddy.
What's wrong, Mr. Reeve?
Fire! I knocked over a lamp in Martin's room.
And Daddy's up there.
The room's ablaze.
What?
Come on, Watson.
Well, the whole top landing's burning, Holmes.
Can't go through this way.
We just can't stand here. Mr. Reeve will roast alive. I'm going after him.
Come back, Kingslake.
Come back. Great Scott, he went right through the flames, Holmes.
Send one of the servants for the fire brigade. And tell the rest to bring buckets of water. And to bring them fast.
Dr. Watson, how is Hugh?
Well, he's going to pull through, Miss Reeve. He's badly burned, but he'll be all right, won't he, Dr. Manners?
Yes, a few weeks in the hospital, and he'll be as good as new.
And Father?
Well, I am afraid he's dead, Catherine.
Dead? Oh, poor Daddy.
Oh, my dear, he might have lived for a time, but the shock of the fire coming so close on top of the other one was too much for him. He died just as I took him from your fiancé's arms.
So that by knocking over a lamp, I was responsible for my brother's death?
Yes, Mr. Reeve. The credit is yours. In fact, I wouldn't be at all surprised if the local police might consider booking you on a charge of arson.
Rubbish! It was an accident, and you can't prove otherwise.
Possibly not. But there's one matter I can settle here and now. 2 nights ago, someone in this house tried to murder Martin Reeve by posing as Colin McGrath. The same despicable action was repeated tonight.
Well, one person that we can eliminate is Hugh Kingslake. He nearly gave his life just now, trying to save his employer.
Then who was responsible, Mr. Holmes?
A feature of the impersonation that especially struck your father, Miss Reeve, was the color of the eyes. He described them as a brilliant blue.
Then that rules out Catherine and me. We both have brown eyes.
Precisely, Mr. Reeve. I have devoted some considerable study to the art of disguise. There are wigs and methods of altering height and weight. But the color of the eyes cannot be altered. Watson, 10 minutes ago you had the opportunity of examining Mr. Kingslake's eyes without the tinted glasses he's in the habit of wearing.
Well, they did fall off when he stumbled back down the back stairs, but I can't say that I noticed the color of his eyes.
They were blue, Watson. Brilliant blue, just as his father's were before him.
You mean that young Kingslake was responsible?
Yes, Mr. Reeve, I do.
But that's ridiculous, Mr. Holmes. He just hurt himself severely in trying to save Father.
True, Miss Reeve. But surely his reason was obvious. He intended to marry you. And when he learned a few days ago that your father planned to will half his estate to the McGrath heir, he decided to try and kill him before that will could be put into effect.
Oh, I see it all, Holmes. And then tonight, he realized that he was the heir.
Precisely, Watson. And so it was to his great advantage to see that his employer stayed alive to execute that new will. That accounts for his bravery in the fire tonight.
I can't believe it of him, Mr. Holmes.
I can. I've always disliked you, and I'll have great pleasure in prosecuting him.
It'd be hard to prove, Silas. After all, your brother did die a natural death.
Yes, Dr. Manners. I fear that legally there's very little we can do to Mr. Kinslake. But when he recovers and realizes that he risked his life for nothing, I think he'll find his own punishment. The change in the will was not made. The estate will be divided between the family, and I doubt if Mr. Kinslake will now acquire any of it by marriage.
No, of course he won't. I'll never see him again.
Quite right, my dear, quite right. What a despicable scheme. And to think that his father wrote one of the greatest plays of our century.
I prefer to forget the fact, Watson. Emotional qualities are antagonistic to clear thinking. I assure you that the most winning woman I ever knew was hanged for poisoning 3 little children for their insurance money. And the most repellent man of my acquaintance is a philanthropist who has spent nearly $250,000 upon the London poor. Now, my dear chap, I think we should look up the next train back to London. Our work here is done.
In a moment, we'll hear about next week's story. But first, girls, here's a sensational beauty tip from some of the world's most divinely beautiful girls, Powers models. Girls who are famous for their enchantingly lovely silken sheen hair.
We glamour bathe our hair with Kreml shampoo. And really, ladies, you'll be amazed how Kreml shampoo brings out all your hair's natural sparkling beauty. It leaves hair shimmering with brilliant highlights that last for days.
And you can always count on Kreml shampoo to thoroughly cleanse your scalp and hair. It never leaves any dull, cloudy film. Then, too, the beneficial oil base helps keep hair from becoming dry and brittle.
That's right. Kreml shampoo leaves your hair so much softer, a silkier hair with satin smoothness. Your hair holds a better wave, too.
So, ladies, buy a bottle of Kreml shampoo at any drug counter and see how easy it is to have naturally lustrous hair, a vision of beauty. Kreml, Kreml shampoo. And remember, a bottle of Kreml hair tonic or a bottle of Kreml shampoo makes a fine addition to that Christmas stocking. Well, Dr. Watson, I won't be seeing you before next Wednesday, so I'd like to wish you a very Merry Christmas.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Bell, and the same to you, my boy. I'd also like to take this opportunity of extending the season's greetings to all our listeners and all our friends. On behalf of our sponsors, on behalf of Mr. Conway and myself, and on behalf of Mr. McKnight, our director.
So, Dr. Watson, we'll be meeting again next Saturday night. What new Sherlock Holmes adventure are you planning to tell us then?
The strange story of a weird jungle music that was heard in the peaceful English countryside and of a diabolical plot that failed. I call it The Singular Affair of the White Cockerel.
Tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Sign of Four. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of California Pictures, Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion. Help win the war against tuberculosis. Buy colorful Christmas seals and use them to dress up all your cards and packages. Buy the Christmas seals that help save lives today. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo, and inviting you to be with us next week at this same time when Dr. Watson will tell us about the singular affair of the White Cockerel. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Listen to Man from Homicide transcribed, starring Dan Duryea, following this reminder. Henry J. Taylor, author, journalist, and ABC commentator, whose commentaries on world events are heard every Monday evening on ABC, is on a fact-finding tour of European countries. Periodically, Mr. Taylor takes trips abroad to examine activities at first hand and to get his own reactions. During the weeks he's in Europe, His Monday evening commentary, Your Land and Mine, will be broadcast each week from a different European capital. He'll speak tonight from Zurich, Switzerland. So listen for Henry J. Taylor's Your Land and Mine tonight on ABC.
The Man from Homicide. According to Webster's dictionary, homicide is the killing of one human being by another. According to Lieutenant Lou Dana,
it's the beginning of a dirty, dangerous job that doesn't end until the killer is found. I don't like killers.
every week at this time, the American Broadcasting Company brings you transcribed the star of stage and screen, Dan Duryea, as Lieutenant Lou Dana, the man from Homicide.
The job a man does leaves its mark on him. Generally, you can spot a doctor, a lawyer, a butcher, a baker, half a block away. But what kind of a mark is left on the men who work out of homicide? Dave carried his 300 pounds into my office at headquarters. It had been a long time since he pounded a beat.
Lou?
Yes, Pappy?
Martha Kent has come home.
Martha Kent?
Yeah, she was spotted coming into the Cleveland train, picked up, and...
Where is she now?
Her apartment. Couple of men are covering. Now all we got to do is let a little time pass, and we've got Eddie Kent, Lieutenant.
Like that?
Well, he can't keep away from her, whatever it costs him.
She must be, interesting.
Oh, I seen her once a couple of years ago. I'm an old fat cop, Lou, but I'm glad she never smiled at me.
Eddie Kent killed 3 men we know of. The last one was a bank job we can pin on him. Dave?
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Those men covering her apartment.
Uh-huh.
Pull them out.
But, Lou...
Do it right away.
Okay, Lieutenant, only I don't...
She came in by train. How much of an effort did she make to shake anyone off her tail?
Well, not much, the way I got it.
And headed straight for her apartment. No, Dave. Too packed.
Well, I see what you mean a little, only what would she be after?
Maybe she wants to be Mary.
Huh?
A merry widow. What's her address?
49 South Grover.
49 South Grover. If I'm not back in a little while, send my mail there. Maybe she'll smile at me. I spent the trip to South Grover thinking about Eddie Kent. After I got finished thinking about him, I wished there was a way a man could wash his mind out. Martha Kent would be what? Something shrill, and heels an inch too high, brassy hair, a runway figure?
Yes?
No. Something a lot more dangerous.
What?
Excuse me. Mind if I come in?
Well, who are you?
The name's Dana.
Oh.
That's right. Lou Dana.
There's nothing much I could do about keeping you out, is there?
Nothing much.
Come in. Well?
Eddie in?
You should know. Don't your men tell you things?
I took 'em off you.
You did what?
Sent 'em back to the precinct.
Why?
Their feet hurt.
That was very kind of you.
Thanks.
Eddie isn't in.
That's too bad.
Do you plan on waiting for him here?
No. Do you?
That's all, Lieutenant.
Mrs. Kent, does Eddie know you don't, care anymore?
Why not ask Eddie?
Because he doesn't know. That was when she turned her back on me. Being a cop blunts the finer sensibilities. I only noticed your stocking seams weren't crooked.
I'm tired. I'm going to bed. If you like, you can tuck me in. There's probably a police regulation about it.
You don't have to worry. I wouldn't like.
Oh, you wouldn't.
Good night, Mrs. Kent. Eddie should be along any time now, huh?
Get out.
Sure. She hadn't smiled at me once. Cops in hallways are a natural. I didn't enjoy it. I stayed with it an hour and then moved out. There'd be two of them, one for the front, one for the back. I took the back. He'd be the easier of the two. There was an alley, garbage cans, and...
Hey, cut it out.
Don't reach for it.
Oh, it's a big idea.
Not very big. Out in the light, huh?
Now, look, mister, if you think you're tough, you... Oh.
Hello, Boiler.
Dana.
I think I'm tough.
Well, I didn't know it was you, Lieutenant.
What's special about that alley?
Oh, I just happened to be passing by. Nobody passed any law about passing by.
Boiler.
Well, it's like this. I had a date to see a fellow, and he says, meet me there. You know, in that alley.
Let's go down to the precinct.
No, you ain't got nothing on me.
Would you like to try resisting arrest?
You throw me in the can, I'll get a mouthpiece. He'll spring me so fast, you
24 hours before I have to book you, Boiler. Nothing to eat. Nothing to drink. Not even tea.
Oh, I'm off this stuff, Lieutenant. I ain't touched a stick in...
I'm not narcotics, Boiler.
Yeah, I know.
Somebody like you, narcotics would be better. They make arrangements. They don't like their arrests to be screaming, scraping cement with bleeding fingernails.
Lay off, will you?
In homicide, we can't accommodate you properly. In homicide, we don't especially care.
Guys like you ain't human, Dana.
You guessed. Well, Boiler?
It's a dame up in that house. Eddie Kent's wife. She's kind of worried he might show.
She doesn't love him?
I wouldn't know. Orders was you don't get to her.
What does he get? I'd say 8 hours before you break.
No, look, Lieutenant, it was only a job. They don't tell me anything. They give me orders. And
Who gave you orders?
I can't, Dana.
The precinct. Come on.
Hey, look, Lieutenant, I start spilling to cops. What would my life be worth?
What's it worth now?
Okay. It's McGrath.
McGrath, huh?
Yeah.
Good night, Boiler.
You won't tell him that I... Oh, what's the use? He'll know. You don't care what happens to a guy, do you, Dana?
Not if he carries a gun.
That's only in case Eddie was to get
A
tough.
man with a gun, all he's got to do is crook a finger and he's a killer. I don't like killers. Good night, Boiler. Boiler went back to the alley and the garbage cans. I went to visit Mr. McGrath. Boiler had the best of it. Start with the kid stuff, snatch and run. Knock over a couple of small stores. Move up into hot cars and cold decks. Pick up a few houses, take over a few wheels, buy a few deaths, and you wind up Mr. McGrath. But you wear tailored suits by then, and handmade shoes. And you got a hood for a doorman.
Hey, what's the idea of this, Copper?
Copper?
No, you don't. You got a paper, Copper? Turn around and go away. No warrant. You keep coming. I got a legal right to blast you.
Sure. But have you got the guts?
Okay. Come on. We'll find out.
I'm coming.
Max.
Yeah, Mr. McGrath.
What's the trouble?
I'm having words with a cop. He wants in. He ain't got no paper.
Put your gun away and let the fool in.
Okay.
Be a pleasure to have him thrown off the force.
Hello, McGrath.
Lieutenant Dana. Max, you've been rude.
Huh?
Lieutenant Dana isn't an ordinary policeman. He's a personality. My door's always open to him. Apologize to the lieutenant, Max.
He's a cop.
I said
Forget it, McGrath.
Very well. You may leave us, Max.
Okay.
Max is a trifle crude, I'm afraid. Have a drink, Lieutenant?
No.
Never drink on duty, huh?
I wouldn't like your brand.
Not raw enough, I suppose.
I got work to do.
Haven't we all?
What's half of $80,000, McGrath?
$40,000?
That kind of money worth a death?
I haven't seen the latest quotations.
Eddie Kent knocked over a bank 2 months ago. Killed a guard and collected $80,000. He had help.
Indeed.
$40,000 for Kent. $40,000 for, the help.
Seems equitable.
How do you share the death? He needed a little time to think for an answer. I looked around. It was a charming room. Mostly Chippendale pieces. Oak paneling on the walls. A small Renoir hung where the sunlight would hit it in the mornings. A girl brushing her hair before a mirror. She looked like someone I'd seen, and for a minute I couldn't remember where. Then I remembered, but the girl in the painting was smiling.
You've evidently decided to be nasty, Lieutenant. Why?
Martha Kent.
I beg your pardon?
Martha Kent.
A lovely girl, as I recall. Pity she's not in town anymore.
She's in town.
A pleasant thought.
Eddie Kent alive gets $40,000. Eddie Kent dead gets a mouthful of dust in Potter's Field.
You're picturesque.
How do we kill Eddie Kent, McGrath?
It's not exactly my problem.
How do we kill him safely? Got it. We bait a trap. The lure? Martha Kent. Fine. Eddie goes for her. How does that kill him, though?
I couldn't say.
We make sure the cops know where Martha Kent is. We fake it a little, so the cops think it's their own idea. They stake out. Eddie makes a beeline for her lovely arms. Runs into a couple of cops.
So?
You picked us to kill him for you.
No. Be careful.
I'm very careful. That was from me, personally.
You'll be sorry for this.
The department will mail you a written apology. Headquarters was where I'd left it. They'd built it of stone.
Hi, Lieutenant.
You got out of that one fast.
Who was asleep? I was.
Go on back. It's cold out here.
Yeah. How's it set up, Lou?
Oh, stalemate, I guess. McGrath's got a couple of men covering for Mrs. Kent. They'll keep Eddie off.
McGrath, huh? No good, Lou.
He was in on the bank job with Kent.
You got proof?
No, but it has to be that way. He was the one set up Mrs. Kent as a decoy. When I pulled the cops out, his men moved in.
Don't want to split with Eddie, huh?
40,000 reasons against it.
Yeah. Lou, you look beat.
Occupational disease, Dave.
Yeah. Martha Kent do any smiling?
Not in my direction. I'll be in my office for a while.
Doing what?
Waiting. I wouldn't know for what. Don't ask me, huh? thought it might be nice if I had a Renoir. It could be a small Renoir on the wall. I thought what Captain Kowaleski might have to say on the subject. I decided I'd settle for the dirty plaster.
Why don't you go on home, Lou, huh?
It's an idea.
Nothing's going to happen tonight.
Oh, I suppose not. I feel restless.
You slapped McGrath around?
Only once, Dave.
Oh, you're improving. You could still find trouble that way.
Well, he was trying to buy a killing from us.
Yeah. You take it too hard, Lou. You'll never get fat like me.
Too bad. I was looking forward to it.
Go on home.
I'm going.
Lou.
Yeah?
49 South Grover ain't on your way home.
What makes you think I might be passing there?
Bet you my pension against a peppermint lifesaver.
Pappy, I don't like peppermint. He would have won. McGrath's man out front of her house was holding down the same tree. I drove around the block to see if Boiler was still holding down the back. Martha Kent was in on the deal with McGrath. The decoy had to be, and she was. The girl in the Renoir was smiling. Maybe she was too polite to laugh out loud at me. Renoir painted beautiful things. No sense of reality. Boiler among the garbage cans would have been a more practical subject. But Boiler wasn't there. The alley closed in on me. I was in a hurry. And careless. I stumbled over a garbage can and almost missed him. Boiler was propped up against the wall, his legs straight out before him, his head slumped down over his chest. He might have been brooding about the blood that had poured out of that chest if he hadn't been so completely dead. I left him there. I wasn't in a hurry anymore. He'd been dead some little while. Whatever had been going to happen in Martha Kent's apartment would already have happened. I didn't care too much about finding out. The lock on Martha Kent's door was in fine shape, except that the door wasn't locked. The living room was the way I remembered it. I had nothing to remember about the bedroom. But there'd be something I'd work at forgetting. She'd fallen back across the bed. The stain on the front of her dress hadn't been her dressmaker's idea. Her eyes were open, and when I bent over, I could have sworn they saw me.
Hello.
Mrs. Kent.
I thought maybe I'd see you again.
Hold it. Operator, police emergency. Lieutenant Dana. Get a doctor to 49 South Grover, apartment 3C immediately. Got it? Yeah.
Lieutenant.
Better not talk.
There'll
be a doctor here in a couple of minutes.
You've seen people like this before. I should be dead.
Will you stop?
No. What do you want me to do? Think about what my life has been. And what's happening to it now.
There might be a chance.
Are you trying to make me laugh? Lieutenant, you look funny.
It's a habit my face has.
You know who?
Yeah.
I'm tired. I want to go to sleep. You can tuck me in if you like. That's what I said when I was still alive. You said you wouldn't like. You lied, didn't you, Lieutenant?
I lied.
I knew. Please. It's all going so fast now. Please.
All right. I'll tuck you in. Good night. The doctor was a little late. The homicide squad arrived and made noises and was very busy. There was a guy named Shakespeare, wrote a play. And when his character died, he said, "The rest is silence." In my line, the rest is routine.
Go on, Sam, get the cameras out of here. You ain't shooting the movie. Terry, rush that print over to the lab, huh?
Take it easy, will you?
Go get the lead out,
Dave was there, making like a sergeant. The men loved every pound of him.
No reporters till later. Come on now, boys, get rolling, huh? Lieutenant.
Yeah, Dave?
Snap out of it.
Out of what? I'm feeling fine.
Don't kid Pappy, huh?
Sorry, Dave. Call it I'm tired and forget it.
Okay. The boys have been through the building.
Did they have fun?
Dug up a couple of neighbors, heard the shots. Thought it was a car backfiring.
That was bright of them.
Well, it gives us the time she was shot. 1 hour and 11 minutes ago.
That'll help.
Not the girl, maybe, but the district attorney's going to need it.
All right. He's got it.
And Boiler must have been shot a few minutes before that. Gives you the pair of them. Pinned down close, too.
Close enough.
Eddie Kent's out in the open now. Must have been holed up the last 2 months someplace in town. With her showing, it brought him out. He realized she'd thrown in with McGrath, so he
Save
figured...
it for the report, Dave.
Yeah, okay. We'll get him pretty quick now.
Sure. So long, Dave.
Lou, where you going?
Out.
What for?
I need a killer. There's the old one about the man who lost a horse, who said to himself, if I were a horse, where would I go? And then he went there. If I were Eddie Kent, I'd go to visit McGrath. I went. It was a nice night. The only thing wrong with it was people. There was a car parked outside of McGrath's house. It pulled away as I came up. I didn't have the patience for a chase, so I cut my wheel and slowed it up. Max was climbing out of the other car, tugging at his pocket. I discouraged him. He fell down. I got the gun all the way out of his pocket. 2 bullets gone. Within very recent history. There was nothing else that moved in the car. McGrath might still be at home. Worrying about his car, maybe.
Max, what on earth? Dana?
Inside.
Now, look here.
I said inside.
All right. What do you want?
Your car's in a bad way.
Oh? Well, that crashed.
Yeah, I'm a careless driver.
You could be drunk.
I could be.
That won't help your record any.
You really think I'm drunk?
If you're not, you're insane.
Oh, no. We just haven't met professionally before.
Max, was he hurt?
He'll live.
I'm going to call a doctor for him.
No.
Now, look here. This is a completely preposterous...
Something bothering you?
I haven't anything further to say to you, Dana.
One man's opinion. Yours. I don't share it.
You must have... you must have looked into the car.
I did.
Well, that can be explained easily.
Explain it easily.
Eddie Kent was a killer. He apparently thought his wife and I had been a little too friendly.
Had you?
You know how it is, Lieutenant.
No.
Anyway, he came here, threatened to kill me, so Max beat him to it, that's all. It was a case of self-defense. Would stand up in any court.
Sure.
So there's no reason to act the way you are.
Where was he delivering the body? To the aquarium?
Well, You see, Max's record isn't too good. He was afraid the police might not readily accept a self-defense plea. He wanted to dispose of the body. I tried to persuade him not to, but I failed. As a matter of fact, I was just about to notify the police myself. Uh-huh. I think you'll find the bullets in Eddie Kent's body came from Max's gun.
I know they did.
Well, we can relax, can't we?
I've been relaxing for hours. How about the bullets in Boiler's body and Martha Kent's body?
Well, they'd have come from Eddie Kent's gun, obviously.
You mean the gun planted on Eddie Kent, don't you?
What do you mean?
Kent came here to see you first, for his share of the bank money. Kent died here. Max took care of that. But you still didn't own that $80,000. There was Martha Kent left. You saw a nice piece of business opening.
Oh, you're dreaming.
A cop's dream. So you headed for her apartment. You had to dispose of Boiler. He knew too much. You couldn't afford to have him around. And then you went upstairs and ended the partnership between you and Martha Kent. You came back, planted the gun you'd used on Eddie Kent, and instructed Max to dump his body where it wouldn't be found for a while. That way, no medical examiner could prove Kent had died before his wife.
Well, that's very ingenious. You've got nothing to base it on.
I've got Kent's body.
Good lawyer.
I've got something else. An unlocked door.
What does that mean?
Martha Kent's door was unlocked when I got there. And the lock hadn't been tampered with. She wouldn't have opened that door to her husband. Not when she knew the trap she'd helped set for him. She'd have opened it for you, McGrath. You've been fumbling in that desk long enough. Bring the gun up. I'll let you have first shot.
You can't do anything to me.
First shot. Well? Yeah. You do better with women. Don't worry. I won't slap you.
All right.
How dirty can a man's hands get? They train you to make out a report when you're a cop. You learn how to put all the facts down in proper order. The names and the times and the places. You do it, and you sign your name, and it's a job that's done. Except where would you mention the fact that a dying girl's last action had been to smile at you? I don't like killers.
You've just heard another in a series starring Dan Duryea as the man from Homicide, with Larry Dodkin as Dave. Mr. Duryea can be seen starring in Al Jennings of Oklahoma. In tonight's cast, you heard Gloria Blondell as Martha, Herb Butterfield as McGrath, and Barney Phillip as Max. Music was by Basil Adlam. The Man from Homicide is transcribed and written by Lou Vittes, directed by Dwight Hauser. Be with us again next week, same time, over most of these same ABC stations, to hear Dan Duryea as the Man from Homicide.
America is sold on ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Company.
It's the Rocky Jordan Show.
And I'm Rocky Jordan.
We take you now to Cairo and the Cafe Tambourine for a world of adventure with Rocky Jordan.
Did you ever hear of the Munda Oasis to the south of Algiers? It's surrounded by sand, miles of it in all directions. It's called the Land of Fear. And how did I know? They told me. They were tall, wore blue flowing robes and long black veils, and each had a knife sheathed to the wrist. From a little ways off, you might think they were women. They weren't. They were men on a mission of murder.
The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with tourists, camel drivers, women, cheats, forgotten men down on their luck, the lonely and the lost. For this is Cairo, gateway to the ancient East, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against a backdrop of antiquity. Tonight's Rocky Jordan story, The Veiled People.
A tambourine gets all sorts of people, but this kind of man was new to me. Tall, muscular, with piercing dark eyes, black silken hair and thin beard, sun-baked skin that turned light below the eyes. In spite of his size, his hands were delicate, and he might have been graceful except for the ill-fitting white robe and his complete uncertainty. I watched him as he came back to where I was wiping some glasses behind the bar.
My name is Gerard. I would work for you, sir.
I get all the help I need, sorry.
I need money. I will work very hard for only a few francs.
They don't pay in francs around Cairo. Where are you from, anyway?
If I do good work, you do not care.
Well, you ought to be a good caravan driver. Look up Ali Ben down at the camel stalls.
I do not want to drive camels. I would work hard for you, scrub floors, sweep. With this broom, I will show you.
I stay on the other side of the bar. I said nothing doing.
I clean up very good. You will see.
Cut it, will you? Look out with that broom. Gerard!
Oh, I am most sorry.
I'll bet you are. That was expensive liquor. It'll cost you plenty.
But there is no money. So now you see, I have to work for you. Is that not so, sir?
Yeah. All right, get busy, Gerard. There was nothing to do but let him work it out. It was all new to him, but he was tireless. And by night, he had the place as spotless as my grandmother's kitchen. The Cairo streets had him confused, so I helped direct him to an address on the Sharia El Gama. But he was back bright and early the next day, hard at work. That evening, I told him he'd worked off his debt, gave him a few piastres, and said he could stay on. Whoever he was or where he came from, he seemed like a good man to have around. He thanked me and hurried away. I figured the tambourine had had its fill of strange characters for a while, but a few minutes later there were two more. They were tall and erect, dressed in blue robes. It wasn't just the fact that they blocked the door that sent me hurrying up front, but something else. The black veils that covered their faces.
Look well over the room, Jeb.
The eyes regard each person, Hogarth.
All right, imshi, boys. The fun's over. Take the masquerade someplace else.
Tell us now where he is.
We'll talk when you take off the disguise. You know, your wives will be missing those veils.
The insult, Hogarth.
So now we show him the knives, Jeb.
You see, sheathed to the wrists, sharp for the throat of the offender.
Yeah.
Now, where is the one who calls himself Gerard?
Gerard? What's your interest?
It is one which brings us from far across the sand.
From the land of fear we come.
Silence, Jeb. We talk only of the shameless one.
As you say, the one who calls himself Gerard.
He's not around.
But he will return here.
Maybe. You got quite a wait.
The people of the desert are doomed to patience. We will wait outside until the shameless one returns.
Police headquarters, Sergeant Greco speaking.
Hello, Greco. This is Rocky. Put Sam on, will you?
The Captain Sabaya is not here, Mr. Jordan.
And where do I find him?
He is in Port Said on an extradition matter. Now, kindly state your business.
I want some of your men over here on the double.
And why?
A bunch of characters are scratching around outside, a little too anxious with knives.
Indeed. Your tambourine has a way of attracting the disreputable.
All right, just hurry, Greco, before they make trouble.
Proceed, please. Describe him quickly.
Oh, you can't miss them. 3 of them. Tall, wearing blue robes.
You fear the fellaheen?
Well, these aren't just farmers, Greco. They're different. Oh, and get this. They all wear veils.
Mr. Jordan, listen to me. You will leave them alone. Do not so much as look at them twice.
Oh, cut it, Greco. They aren't women, they're men.
Men wearing veils, Mr. Jordan?
You figure it out. Now get busy.
Mr. Jordan, it appears that once again your mind is clouded from the wares of your cafe. I suggest you get some sleep. When you awake, you may call me again if you remember anything. Until then, good night, Mr. Jordan.
Oh, Greco, listen to me. That meant I had no help from the police, not with Greco on duty. As though that wasn't enough, Chris popped his head in the door just then with some news. He'd just been checking the cash in the register up front and was almost 100 pounds short. In spite of all the confusion, Gerard had only been gone 15 minutes. Chris had an idea, and so did I. That gave me one more good reason to look up Gerard. I ducked out the back way and headed east up the hill into the native quarter on my way to the Shari El Gama. I thought I'd shaken the veiled characters, but the blue robe flapping half a block behind told me different. I stepped it up and hopped into a doorway and waited. As he came by, I was out, twisting his robe at the throat. Talk fast. What's it about? Why do you want Gerard?
The knife will answer.
He suddenly twisted away, and I couldn't hold. His hand went for the sheath of his left wrist. My punch landed right below the ribs. He doubled but had the knife. I swung again. The knife clattered away, and that's when I yanked the veil off his face.
No, not the veil, no.
In the struggle, I had a good look at his face. Black, silky, thin beard, pale skin below the eyes. Not the face of Gerard, but a lot like it. By then, the noise of the fight was bringing a lot of people. A smart foreigner doesn't get caught brawling in the native quarter, so I let him have one right in the button, and he went down. I stuffed his veil in my pocket and then dug for an alley, kept it up till I was sure I was safe. Then I went on to the Shari El Gama. A dim streetlight pointed out the place I was after, a hovel fronting the street. A horse-drawn gharry, complete with driver, stood in front. Before I reached it, I had one more hurdle. Another time, out of the way, Imshi.
For the unfortunate blind, for the eyes that do not see.
Alla ya cheek, Imshi. I shook him off as I saw a frightened native girl run from the house. She dumped a bundle of clothes in the gharry and was climbing in fast.
Quickly now, driver.
Just a minute, lady. I want to talk to you.
No.
It's about Gerard. I've got to see him. Where is he?
Driver, whip the horse. Do not wait. Alatul.
I had my hand on the gharry, but it yanked away, and I went sprawling. By the time I was up again, the gharry had carried the girl far down the street, too fast to follow. Well, the door to the house was wide open, so I went in. I found a candle, lit it, and after a couple of minutes looking, decided I'd find nothing there. I was right, and I was wrong.
Turn around, Signor Jordan. Ma carefully so.
I turned and faced the voice. He stood in the doorway, wearing a black flop hat over a mottled face. His crooked teeth were showing, but the grin wasn't pleasant. And he held a gun.
Sit down, Signor Jordan. Sit down. We will talk about her now. Ma sit down, sit down.
Sure. Now, tell me all about her.
I must ask you. Where did she go?
I don't know.
Obviously, you too have an interest in her, else why are you here?
I came looking for Gerard.
Now, only because he might lead you to her. Is that not so?
No, I knew nothing about her. It happens Gerard works for me at my cafe.
Yes, I know. I followed him for a time from your cafe tonight, but the wily one evaded me.
Well, that's how you know my name. I didn't get yours.
Antonio Scorpio, Signor.
Now, how does Gerard concern you?
Oh, none at all, except as an excellent bait. Now, let us forget about it.
While you're about it, maybe you can explain a bunch of guys running around Cairo with veils over their faces.
Let them return to their beds of sand where they belong. They're no fair of mine.
But the girl is. Why?
Signor, I'm beginning to wonder if you do know anything of this. Is it possible you do not know who she is?
You got it right.
Then you do not know her worth in gold or silver.
I'm just waiting for you to tell me.
Yeah, I believe I will offer you something even better, my friend.
This begins to shape up like a deal.
Well, perhaps it is. It seems that you have won the confidence of this Gerard. It is possible that he places a certain trust in you. You will wait here for him.
Yeah?
You have only to obtain the whereabouts of the girl whose name is Sheila. Bring the information to me, and you shall be well repaid.
And what happens to her and Gerard?
That need never concern you. Well, Signor?
You think I'd go for a deal like that?
Well, we who for reasons cannot return to our own country must live as best we can. Now, you answer.
You tell me all of it. I'll decide then.
Then you will get out of here. I will wait alone and you will get nothing.
All right, have it your way, Scorpio.
See. Arrivederci, signore, ma mark you. Keep your lips sealed. Your life means no more to me than those of the desert. Now get out.
The next morning, I was reading the paper over some coffee when an item on page 2 caught my eye. Body of unidentified murder victim found in house at 1410 Sharia El Gama. Body taken to morgue. That was all. No, but not for me. 1410 Sharia El Gama was the house I'd visited the night before. I went to headquarters to pay my last respects to Gerard. Greco was still sitting at Sam's desk.
I repeat, Mr. Jordan, the Captain Sabaya is in Port Said. I am in command.
All right, you'll do, Greco. You brought in a body from a place in Sharia El Gama last night. I'd like to see it.
You seem to have a special zest for the dead.
Cut it. Just take me to the morgue.
Do you think you can identify him?
Yeah, I think so.
This way, Mr. Jordan. You seem most tired. Perhaps the affairs of the night?
Yeah.
Could it be that you saw more of the men with veils, or perhaps the masks on their faces?
That's right. You want to hear about them?
Indeed not. Your dreams obviously confuse Cairo with Chicago. Over here.
This the one?
Feast your eyes, Mr. Jordan.
What? That's not...
Your obvious surprise does not escape me, Mr. Jordan. Who is he?
Not who I thought. Name's Antonio Scorpio.
Antonio Scorpio?
How'd he die?
From the knife, of course.
Oh. This one on the table here?
Do not touch the knife, Mr. Jordan.
Oh, I wouldn't think of it. You ever see a knife like that?
In my time, I have seen many knives. They're all for one purpose. Now, I have other matters. Are you coming, Mr. Jordan?
Yeah, sure, Greco. Thanks for everything. I followed him up and went out. My thanks to Greco had been for the knife I pocketed as he turned away. It was exactly like the ones carried by the veiled men. I caught the first taxi and made it across town to the Cairo Museum. After a little waiting, got in to see the curator of the weapons division, the kindly, white-topped Mr. Winters. I introduced myself and laid the knife on his desk.
Well, it's not the best specimen, Mr. Jordan, but it seems authentic. Wicked-looking thing. Where did you get it?
Well, let's say I found it, Mr. Winters. Who'd use a knife like that?
It is the favorite weapon of the Tuareg. They sheathe them to the wrist for instant use.
Tuareg?
Yes, Tuareg. Remarkable people. Nomads living in the heart of the Sahara. Called by many the land of fear.
Yeah, that much checks. I'm trying to remember. There's something different about the Tuareg.
I should say. By some, they are known as the Desert Raiders. By others, and I think more appropriately, the people of the Veil.
Of course, the veils. They all wear veils?
No, not the women, Mr. Jordan. Only the men. The litham, it is called. Black cloth that hides the faces of the men day and night.
I still don't get it.
Well, who can say? An answer lost in antiquity. Custom gone into reverse, you might say. In fact, a mild form of matriarchy exists.
Mr. Winters.
Yes?
Supposing one of the Tuareg wanted to get away from the tribe, then lose his identity. How could he best do that?
Why, well, really, I couldn't say.
All he'd have to do is change to other clothes and take off the veil. His own people might not even recognize him.
But hardly likely. They consider removing the veil as shameful. Well, it's a thought. Is it possible that you are a writer, Mr. Jordan?
Nobody'd ever believe this story. Well, thanks, Mr. Winters.
Oh, not at all, not at all. Please let me know how your story turns out.
Sure. If I ever find out myself. Well, I suppose I could have dropped it right there, but I was thinking about the frightened native girl I'd seen running from Gerard's house. Maybe I remembered the 100 pounds Gerard had snatched from my till. Anyhow, I decided to try for more, and that took me back to the native quarter. I found the blind man not far from where he'd been begging the night before.
Bakshish for the blind.
Hey, we met last night, remember?
The voice of the foreigner who offered no piastres.
Well, I got plenty today.
Allah will bless you.
A native girl got into a gharry here last night. There was a driver.
My ears heard the sound.
A whole handful of piastres for the name of the driver of that gharry.
Effendi, the driver I do not know. But on the gharry, the number is very clear for everyone to see. In English, it would be 27.
Thanks. Here you are.
What's a Shakir, Effendi? Bakshish!
It took half an hour to locate the driver of Gary 27, and a half-pound to get him to tell me where he'd taken the girl, to a little town south on the Nile called Helwan. So I invested some more money and had him take me there. Helwan turned out to be nothing more than a tiny boat stop. There were a few windowless shacks along the Nile banks. The driver pointed to one and was gone. I got to the open door of the shack and went in. I waited for my eyes to get accustomed to the dim light.
So even to this sad place you choose to follow.
I saw her then, standing across the room at the wall. It was the girl, Sheila. Small, oval-faced. She stood erect, but helpless.
Like those of the Torag. Like the vicious Scorpio you come to torment us.
I only came to find Jared. Find out what this is all about. Where is he?
I would not tell. What do you know of Jared?
He worked for me in my cafe.
Oh, then you are the good Effendi Jordan of whom Jared speaks well.
Yeah, and from whom he took £100.
Oh, he will repay. He took it only to help me escape, to pay the driver who came for me, to get us away.
But why? Scorpio was after you. What for? Who are you?
I am Sheila, daughter of Sheikh Amenekal, a man of wealth and position on the Munda Oasis to the south of Algiers.
You're a long way from home.
Would you hear my story, Effendi Jordan?
All right, Sheila. Go ahead.
Well, first you must know, Effendi, that at home I was not happy. My father had betrothed me to one I did not love. Then one night the Torag raiders came and took me into the desert, holding me for ransom. You can understand my terror. I who had been protected always from the world. They would have been cruel to me, all but Jared. He was tender and shielded me from the others. Such is fate, but for the will of Allah that I should come to love Jared, and he loved me. He aided me in my escape. Together we went to the city, and I became his wife. I dared not return to my father, who would not accept Jared as my husband. Jared removed the blue robes and the veil, hoping that the vengeful tribesmen would not find him. But it was not so easy. We went from one place to another, even to Cairo, but still they followed.
Well, that's quite a story, Sheila. Well, what about Scorpio?
Oh, somehow he learned of me. Perhaps for reward, perhaps for the ransom he would take me, but I am not sure.
That's why Jared killed him?
Oh, no. No, Effendi, Jared never returned to the house. Jared was waiting here.
And I return now.
Oh, Jared, no!
Let it, Jared. Drop that knife.
Jordan, sir.
Do not harm him. He comes in peace, my husband.
Only you come, Jordan, sir.
That's right, Jared. Sheila's told me everything. You should have told me to begin with.
No, then you would not want me to work for you. For money to take her away.
Well, you found other ways of getting it.
Those of my tribe came too quickly. I will repay. The promise of the Torag is good.
Well, what's your plan now?
A small passenger boat arrives at dusk. We would board it and travel far south to the interior.
Where we trust they will not find us again.
You would not stop us, Effendi Jordan?
No. Not even if I could.
We are eternally grateful.
I waited there with him the rest of the afternoon. When evening came, Sheila picked up her few belongings, and we went down to the small dock on the river. And well after sunset, a boat slid up to the dock's edge. A narrow gangplank came down, but the deck was strangely deserted. All we could see was the pilot up in the cabin, and his face was straight ahead. Something didn't look right.
Jared, I do not understand this.
Come, Sheila. We must not wait.
Hold it, Jared. Who's on there? Speak up! Where's the crew?
If you are coming, get aboard, quickly!
As he says.
No, better let me check. Wait here with Sheila. Hey, where is everybody?
So, again the offender!
Jared, get up here!
I come, Jordan, sir, I come!
I was pinned from behind. He was heavy but too anxious, and I sent him sailing over my head, blue robes and all. As Gerard reached the deck, a second of the veiled men was mixing in. A third was scrambling down from the pilot's cabin. My foot slowed him. By then, a lot of knives were flashing, and I looked to the safety of Sheila. That's when I saw something else. A horse-drawn Gary racing down to the water's edge, loaded down with uniforms that came piling out, headed by none other than Sergeant Grego.
What is the meaning of
Step
this?
it up, will you?
Onto the boat, quickly! Disarm them all!
How'd you get here, Grego?
So, Mr. Jordan, is not the fact that I am here enough?
Yeah, can't say I ever cared for your face, Grego. But I'm sure glad to see it now. Well, with Greco and the police swarming around, the veiled men gave it up before too much damage was done to anybody. A About that time, the pilot of the boat, who'd been held at the wheel by the Touareg's knife, came scrambling down. He was glad enough to turn the boat around. And with all of us aboard, we went back down the Nile and docked at Cairo. The 3 veiled men got a cell apiece. Gerard and Sheila waited outside as Greco commanded me into Sam Sabaya's office.
I will now complete the dossier on this case. Sit there, Mr. Jordan.
Yes, sir, Greco. Oh, by the way, Sam always has coffee.
It can wait. Now, first, the matter of 100 pounds stolen by Gerard from your cafe.
Well, I'm not preferring charges, Greco. Gerard will pay up.
Very well, as you wish.
They've both been through enough. Gerard asked for it when he helped Sheila escape from the Touareg. I can understand why they didn't go right to her father, Sheikh Amenakal. Gerard's life wouldn't have been worth much. Oh, is this boring you?
Quite to the contrary, Mr. Jordan.
Well, the Touareg must have been asking a fancy ransom. Somehow, Antonio Scorpio got wind of it. He located Sheila and Gerard and followed along, figuring to cut in. When the veiled men found Scorpio at Gerard's house last night, it was their chance to get rid of him. Of course, you didn't check on Scorpio.
You will be disappointed. Antonio Scorpio was a notorious criminal, last known operating in Algiers.
Well, good boy, Greco. Sam's going to be real proud of you.
That is my intent. You were most kind to help.
Me?
It is so easy to follow the Occidental mind.
What are you getting at?
It happens that I intended to do nothing. But the matter of the knife which disappeared from the morgue, it was so like you, Mr. Jordan.
Yeah. It's all yours, Greco.
At that point, I invoked the command of the Captain Sabaya when he left me in charge. That should you again become involved in one of your usual escapades, that questions would prove futile. I was only to watch you and follow. It was simple for us both to take the same path.
How'd you find me down at Helwan?
The driver of the galley take both you and Sheila to the Nile town. Could he not also take those of the police?
Sure. Just one thing, Greco. No rough stuff with Gerard, huh?
Sheikh Amenakal will be notified immediately, Mr. Jordan. It is a duty.
And what then?
Do not be concerned. Their marriage seems quite legal. Her father cannot force the girl's return. The man Gerard, under surveillance, may remain with her in Egypt.
Yeah, that's the way Sam would handle it.
As you say, the Captain Sabaya will be most pleased with my report.
This is Rocky Jordan again. Next week, I want to tell you about the trouble I had trying to figure whether something was very old or very new. I'll tell you this much now. It had to do with a bird who kept bees.
Rocky Jordan, starring Jack Moyles with Jay Novello, is presented each week through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment we'll take you behind the scenes of a police headquarters in a great American city, where under the cold, glaring lights will pass before us the innocent, the vagrant, the thief, the murderer. This is The Lineup. One of the best fighting generals of your United States Army said in an interview recently, "There is a common belief that all that is necessary to prepare a man for fighting in the Army is certain basic training. That is not true anymore. A modern Army has become a very complex organization, with extremely complicated equipment, and very specialized training is necessary to prepare men to use it. To absorb this specialized training, the Army needs men with high mentality as well as excellent physical condition." Let's give that a moment's thought. What are you doing about that kind of need in the Army? You young men between 18 and 34. Can you qualify? It's a growing Army these days, and the men who can qualify, the men who go on to that special technical training after basic training, are learning valuable skills. They're the men this nation will always depend on in war or peace. Find out whether you can qualify. Go to your nearest U.S. Army and U.S. Air Force recruiting station tomorrow and volunteer.
Well, go down in the front, Mr. Polo.
Yeah, sure.
Excuse me. Yeah, here's a couple.
Right here?
Yeah.
You got one of the men, huh?
I think so.
May I have your attention, please? You people out there on the other side of the wire in the audience room, may I have your attention, please? Thank you. My name is Greb, Sergeant Matt Greb. I'll explain the lineup to you. Each of the suspects you will see will be numbered. I'll call off a number, their name and charge. If you have any questions or identifications, please remember the number assigned to the prisoner as I call his name. At the end of each line, when I ask for questions or identifications, call out the number. If you're sure or not too sure of the suspect, have him held. The officers who took your name will assist you. They're seated among you. Please be prompt with your questions or identifications. When the prisoners leave here, they are sent to the washroom and dressed back into their jail clothes. It makes it quite difficult to bring them back after they leave here. The questions I ask these suspects are merely to get a natural tone of voice. So do not pay too much attention to their answers as they often lie. Bring on the line. All right, over to this side of the stage, boys. Come on, keep it moving. Okay, now turn and face front. Look right out there to the audience, hands to your sides. Now, I don't want to tell you more than once, boys. Talk up so everybody can hear you. It's a long way to the back of... Hey, you. You with a cigarette.
Me?
Where'd you get the cigarette?
Well, I got it, so what?
Quine.
I don't know. Where'd you get it, King?
What do you want from me? Lousy cigarette, I'll throw it away.
Okay, throw it away.
Just a lousy cigarette.
I don't know where he got it, Matt.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Ain't they supposed to smoke, Lieutenant?
All
They're
right,
cleaned
number
out before
one,
we put
Raymond
them in the
Conga,
tank.
distributing
We're not
the peace.
supposed to have anything on
Take
them.
your hands out of your pockets, Ray.
Okay.
Where do you live, Ray?
766 South Florida.
Where's that? What is it, a house, a hotel, or what?
A house.
Oh, talk up, Ray.
Okay. A house!
The arresting officers say you were fighting.
That's right, I was fighting.
Well, who were you fighting with?
A guy. Guy in an alley. You know, he was doing a little fighting too, you know.
Who was he?
He's standing right behind me. Him, I don't know his name. I never saw him before.
Number 7, James Link.
Oh, he started the whole thing.
You're crazy. That's not the truth, Sergeant.
I'll get to you, James.
Okay, but the jerk's not
Who
telling
you
us.
calling a jerk?
All right, cut it out now. Move up against the wall, and you keep your face shut, James.
Okay.
All right, now, what's your business, Ray?
I'm a plumber, but I'm not working.
How'd the fight start?
I was in a bar with a dame. A girl. This guy, him, he's got a foul mouth.
What?
I don't mind, but the dame, the girl don't like it. I can't blame her.
I got a foul mouth.
Yeah, you.
Fine.
Come on, break it up.
Over against the wall. Go on.
Okay.
Now, you stay put. And you, James, you open your mouth again.
I'm sorry.
You see what I mean? This guy starts things like that.
Get him off, Quine. Get him off.
Come on, move.
Sure. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. These things don't happen very often.
Boy, they really went at it.
Yeah,
Okay,
we get
now,
all kinds.
Number 2, Clyde Helms, robbery. Where you from, Clyde?
Alabama.
Where in Alabama?
Morgan.
How long you been in town, Clyde?
About a week.
Where you been staying?
A hotel over on Lincoln Boulevard.
I know where that is. It's 240
You have a
Lincoln
car?
Boulevard, America.
No, sir.
Did you have a car in the robbery?
Yeah, but it wasn't mine.
What kind?
Chrysler.
Sedan, a coupe, or what?
4-door sedan. Wanted a smaller one, but it was the only one with the keys in.
Any weapons?
Yeah, 32 automatic.
Anybody arrested with you?
No?
Okay, number 3, Dennis Haddock. Suspicion of murder.
You still here, Greg?
Yes, I'm still here. Just answer the questions, Haddock.
Lieutenant.
That the man?
Where do you live?
Same place.
Where is it?
Carlton Towers, 85th and Carlton.
What's your business?
You kidding, Greg?
What's your business, Haddock?
I play the stock market.
That's him. I'm sure
Any
that's him.
weapons when they
He was
picked
the
you
one
up?
with the gun.
Not a one.
Sergeant Graham.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Number 3, hold for interrogation.
Here he is, Ben.
Oh. Sit down, Haddock.
Okay.
We want a statement, Haddock.
Swell. Who's going to give it to you?
You're going to give it to us.
I'll give you nothing.
We got an identification, Haddock. A man saw you do the job.
What job? I don't know what you're talking about.
Our witness identified you in the line.
Nuts.
We've already got his statement. He identified you as the killer.
Nuts.
He'll go on the stand and he'll point you out. 1st degree. You know what the sentence is?
I hate to disappoint you.
The witness was in the park. He saw you tailing Krug.
I told you I wasn't tailing nobody.
You were picked up on the other side of the park.
So I was picked up on the other side of the park. I was walking. So what?
You kidding? Why, you killed Krug not 10 feet from the witness.
I didn't kill nobody. Now look,
The
copper,
witness saw it. Saw you knife Krug. Eyewitness.
I didn't kill nobody.
You put a knife in Leon Krug.
I don't get it. You really think you're going to beat this?
Look, if I didn't kill anybody, why shouldn't I beat
Who
this?
paid you to kill Krug?
Oh, how many times do I gotta
Who
tell
wanted
you?
him knocked off, huh?
I'm getting a little tired of this, boys.
We know who you work for, Haddock. We know Krug was marked.
Oh, now, really?
We know the whole setup. Word's been around for a long time.
So you know it. What do you want me to do, congratulate you?
You work for Jack Stefano.
I work for nobody. You guys are really getting pretty dull.
Stefano's got orders out. Every guy who might give him trouble is supposed to be taken care of.
You've been reading too many books.
Krug was the first. If you think we're going to let a gang war bust...
I don't think anything. Except maybe you guys are a little rum-dum.
We want Stefano, Haddock.
Go get him.
And you're going to help us put him away.
Oh, now that's a real bright one, Guthrie. I'm going to put Stefano away.
Yeah, you're going to put him away.
Yeah.
You knife Krug.
Oh, now
you
listen,
got paid
Greg.
for the job, and Stefano paid you.
Look, fellas, please, will you? Forget it, huh? You're not going to get anywhere with me.
Listen,
Don't
Haddock.
you get rough with me,
Take
Greg.
it easy, Matt. Wine.
Yeah, Ben.
Take him down.
Let's go, Haddock.
Sure.
We got you, and we're going to get Stefano.
Okay.
With or without you, we're going to get him.
Swell. You ready, Copper?
Who are you talking to, punk?
To you, Copper. To you.
Get him out, Quine.
Sure.
Oh, brother. Talk about gall.
Yeah, he really thinks that organization... Hey!
It's okay. He tripped.
Look, Quine.
I mean it. He tripped. Didn't you?
Yeah.
Get him downstairs.
Come on.
Okay.
Oh, you hurt your ankle, huh?
Makes a difference?
I ask you a question.
Yeah, I heard it.
He tripped.
Sure.
But this whole thing is liable to get pretty serious.
Yeah, I know it.
Stefano's out to take over the syndicate. He's got a big organization now.
And more than one guy like Haddock.
And Haddock's no dummy. That's why he's going to be hard to crack. He's sure Stefano can spring him.
Can he, Ben?
Not as long as we got a witness. So let's put a couple of men on that witness just to play it safe, huh?
Yeah. You coming to dinner tonight?
Sure.
Molly said about 7. Oh, don't let me forget. I gotta stop and pick up a quart of ice cream. Who's with Polo?
I put McCarthy and Waldron with him. Quine and Ash will take over in the morning.
Going down with me tomorrow?
Down where?
Red Cross, I told you. Give him some blood.
Oh, yeah. Well, it'll have to be in the afternoon around 2.
Fine. Oh, here's a market.
Yeah. Get me a pack of cigarettes, will you?
Right.
I'll see what's going on.
Okay, Al. Just be a minute.
All right, take your time.
87 of 415 at the corner of Elm and Vista. 73 and 77, code
Hi,
6.
mister.
Well, hello, son.
Are you a policeman?
That's right.
Where's your uniform?
Well, I don't wear one. I'm a detective.
I'm a cowboy.
You sure are. That's a pretty dandy outfit.
I'm a Hoppy Ranger.
Yeah? What's your name?
Jamie Martin Fisher. I got a gun. I could shoot you.
Now, you wouldn't want to shoot me.
Sure I would.
Oh! Ah, you got me.
You need some help, Lieutenant?
Oh, better put out a APB for a dangerous cowboy. I'm dying, Sergeant.
I'll shoot you, too.
If I give you a nickel, will you let me go, huh?
Sure. Gimme.
43.
There you are.
Okay, I won't shoot you.
You see, you gotta know how to handle these situations. Come on, Lieutenant, I'd better get you to a hospital.
So long, Jamie.
Thanks for the nickel.
So long, cowboy.
He's a Hoppy Ranger.
You don't say.
Attention, all units.
Hey.
All units in area
Here's
Q.
something.
211,
We're in that area.
993 West Orange. Ambulance on the way. All units in
What?
area Q.
That's just a couple of blocks.
211 at
You gonna take it?
993 West Orange.
Ambulance on
Yeah.
the way.
That's where Mr. Polo lives, our witness.
Let us through, please. Let us through.
Up there, the second floor up there, somebody's hurt.
Now, who are you?
The landlord, it's my building. There's been a shooting.
Come on, man.
The second floor, second.
Waldron.
Shotgun went up. I opened the door. Shotgun. I think McCarthy got it bad. Second floor. Go on.
Stay with him, man.
Crawl down. I tried to get to a phone.
McCarthy. Oh. Mac.
Ben. Pull over there.
Okay.
Dead?
Yeah. Now, take it easy. Take it easy. Now. Ambulance is on the way.
Just walked in. Some guy with a shotgun. My face.
Take it easy. Did you know him?
Lights were out. No. Ben.
Yeah?
Wait. Ooh.
While we're talking about your United States Army's need for the best young people, let's take a minute to look at the vital job women are doing in today's growing Army, too. The Women's Army Corps, a great corps with a tradition its women are proud of, is today serving alongside the men of the Army. Women of that corps, working on equal terms with men, are doing interesting jobs. Jobs of vital importance in the support of your Army's combat soldiers. Jobs in challenging fields. They're working in technical fields, secretarial posts, in supply, and in hundreds of the most interesting locations in the world. How about you young women between 18 and 34? Can you qualify for the Women's Army Corps? If you can, there's a great opportunity for you in today's growing U.S. Army, an Army with a challenging job to do. Stop in at your nearest U.S. Army and U.S. Air Force recruiting station and find out about your place in the Women's Army Corps.
Go get Haddock, Mac. Bring up my office. I'll be over as soon as I see the chief.
Right.
Oh, Charlie?
Hello, Ben.
We were the first ones over there, Charlie. A couple of blocks away when we got the call. Waldron may pull through.
What have you got?
Nothing more than you have. Waldron didn't see the guy, neither did McCarthy. Came home with Polo. Polo opened the door, and when they stepped in, blam, both barrels. Killed Polo instantly. McCarthy got it in the face, Waldron in the chest. Waldron crawled to the first floor. Killer got out the window. Well, with Polo dead, we'll never be able to hold Haddock.
Or get anything on Stefano. Stefano will spring Haddock as soon as the news breaks about our witness. He'll probably make him stay in a couple of days just to make it look good.
Yeah. I'm going to release Haddock.
Right away?
Yeah. What would you do if you were Haddock? You didn't know the witness against you'd been killed. What would you do if he was suddenly released?
I'd think one Lieutenant Guthrie was a little crazy.
Where would you go?
Not to Stefano. I'd figure maybe he wanted to tail me.
What if you were Haddock and I told you Stefano was going to kill you because you were the only man who could send him to prison?
Oh, now, wait a minute,
The witness
Ben.
is dead. A good cop is dead. Haddock isn't going to crack, you know
He'll
that.
never fall for it, Ben.
Wouldn't you? If when you got out on the street somebody picked you up and took you for a ride?
What are you talking about?
Nobody's going to get hurt.
Are you crazy?
Well, he might talk.
And you're a police officer.
Then you tell me how to get Stefano.
Well, that isn't the way.
One way or another, you're going to have to release Haddock. You know he killed Krug, but you have to release him, and there's nothing you can do about it.
You think I like it that way?
No. When Haddock finds out that the only witness against him is lying down in the morgue, he'll never talk.
Then we'll get Stefano another way.
Have you got the man who killed Polo and McCarthy?
No.
Have you got one little lead?
No, but you're a police officer, Ben.
Charlie, we got to work fast. Stefano's got an organization of killers.
But a stunt like this.
Well, it might work. We've got to stop Stefano.
Okay. Go on. Get out of here.
I'll need three-way communication, 2 command cars. Can you get me a waiver from the inspector for 2 command cars?
All right. But take it easy on the equipment.
Thanks, Charlie.
Told you, don't you guys ever get tired?
Take him downstairs and turn him loose, Matt.
What?
Turn him loose?
That's right, Matt. Turn him loose.
Right. Well, let's go, Haddock.
I've been sprung?
I'm springing you.
You, what is this?
You heard the lieutenant. Now let's
Now,
go.
wait a minute. I don't get it.
You don't have to. You can take a walk. I'm not holding you.
Oh, come on. Somebody got a writ or something?
No writ, no something. I want you out on the street, Haddock.
Okay, but I don't get it.
You will.
Let's go.
Now, wait a minute. What is it, Guthrie? How come?
The word's out, Haddock. Stefano's afraid you'll talk.
You're crazy.
Look, you tell us about Stefano. We'll see you get protection.
Oh, that's it. Well, you don't squeeze me, Guthrie. You don't squeeze me a bit. Pretty weak try.
Take him down and check him out, Matt.
Sure, take me down and check me out. You don't fool me a bit, Guthrie.
Come on, Punk.
Pretty bad, Guthrie.
Move it.
You don't think I...
Move!
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Asher, get Quine and meet me in the garage right away. All right, now here it is. In 5 minutes, Haddock will walk out on the street. He's never seen you before, has he, Asher?
No.
Okay, I want you to follow him. Let him know you're following him.
Okay.
Quine?
Yeah?
You're in a command car. A prowl car each spot. Take the command car and follow about half a block away.
Right.
Matt and I'll be in the other car. We'll stay away out of sight. And you keep us notified on Haddock's movements.
Well, if you're being so careful, why let him spot me?
I hope he thinks you're one of Stefano's men. I want to scare him right out of his socks.
You just want me to keep tailing him, huh?
That's right. Until you've got him good and worried. Then pick him up, throw a gun on him. You're supposed to be one of Stefano's boys, you understand?
Oh.
Walk him to a quiet spot, scare him all the way. Make it look like you're going to kill him. The 3 of us will bust in at the right time.
Okay, Ben.
Now look, Haddock's pretty smart. He's not going to fall for anything unless it looks awful good.
Okay, we'll make it look good. We'll get rough.
All right, we'll put on a good fight, so take care of yourself.
Think it'll work?
I don't know. You got 3 minutes. Get going.
I'm at the signal at the corner of 81st and Lincoln. Haddock's going north. I think he spotted Asher.
Turn here, man. We'll stay in the next block, running parallel.
Left?
Yeah.
He turned up 84th, walking pretty fast. He spotted Asher all right.
Turn up 83rd.
Right.
He's stopping and looking in a window, Ben. 300 block. Asher stopped too. Haddock can't miss it. He knows he's got a tail. Well, he's leaving the window. He's going to grab a cab.
Follow him. If Asher doesn't get a cab, we'll pick him up and follow you.
Right.
Want me to swing over on 84th?
No, hold it. Stop here.
He got his cab, heading north on 84th. It's okay. Asher got another cab. Cab's stopping. Haddock's getting out. Asher's out, too. Haddock's going into the Carlton Towers, 85th and Carlton. Asher followed him in.
Park someplace. We'll pick you up.
Right.
Let's go over, man.
Carlton Towers. That's where Haddock lives. It's 11:30.
Maybe Haddock isn't going to come out. Maybe he's just going to lock himself in and have his...
There he is.
There's Asher. Oh, look at that pickup. Look at Haddock.
Yeah, he nearly fainted.
All right, let's go. We'll stay on this side of the street. Keep back far enough.
Haddock isn't going to spot us, Ben. He isn't looking around for anything. He thinks he's taking his last walk.
Yeah, up Carlton, right for the river.
Funny if a patrolman spotted it. Asked them what they were doing.
Hilarious.
The crowd's thinning out. Take the other side of the street, Quine.
Okay.
You better drop back, man.
Sure.
Come on.
Where are they?
Out on that dock. Now stay next to the building. Stay out of sight until we get close enough. I'll give you the word.
Okay.
Wait a minute, will you? Look, I just talked to Stefano.
Shut up. Walk to the edge of the dock.
Now, wait.
Walk.
I don't get it. Stefano said Barney got the witness. What do you want me for?
Move.
Look, I didn't tell him anything. I'm not going to open my mouth. You think I'm crazy?
I told you, move.
No, wait. No, wait a minute. Will you please?
Turn and face the water.
No, please don't.
Drop the gun.
No. Come here, get him. Hurry up.
Where are you?
Come on. Grab him, will you?
Get him. Come on. Take it, dirty no-good.
Guthrie, he was going to kill me.
Yeah, I know.
Stand back here.
We tailed you, Haddock.
That rat, Stefano, that dirty, stinking rat.
Want to tell us about it?
Yeah, what do you want to know?
Who do you think you're kidding, copper? You can't hold me in like this.
Oh, you're wrong, Stefano. You're going to be in for a long time.
I'll be out of here in an hour.
I hate to tell you, but your boy Haddock spilled his guts all over the precinct.
I don't know no Haddock. He ain't no boy of mine.
Signed a sworn statement, but you're going to get life for sure.
You're nuts.
Maybe you'd like to see him.
Sure, I'll see him.
Ben, we got Stefano.
Oh, bring him in.
Go ahead.
How do you like it, Stefano?
Shut up, Haddock.
I've done all my talking. Sure, I'll shut up, but they're going to put you away for a long time, Stefano.
Why, you dirty...
Try to get me knocked off, huh? Some send two-bit hood that...
What are you talking about? I didn't send nobody.
You're a filthy liar. Now you're going to get yours.
Shut up.
How do you like it, huh? How do you like it?
Ben? Oh, come on in, Asher.
Hey, him.
Hello, Haddock.
Hey, what is this?
You two haven't met, have you? Dennis Haddock, Sergeant Asher.
Sergeant? But he's the guy... Stefano, I thought he was one of your boys.
You stupid idiot. You've been had.
I've been framed. This is a dirty, no-good
thing.
You
stupid.
Get away! Get him away from me!
Break it up there now. Break it up. Get him. Right, get over there, Haddock, and shut up.
Keep him off of me.
Now fix that stupid little...
Shut up, Stefano.
Don't yell at me, Greb.
Shut up and sit down.
You don't tell me to do nothing, copper. You don't shove me around and tell me to do nothing.
That's for two good cops, Stefano.
A few minutes ago, we quoted a famous fighting man on the subject of the Army's need for men of high mental qualifications to absorb technical training. Here's something else the General said in that same interview. That is only a part of our need. There is another need in the Army, and one that is not generally understood, for men of high intelligence and ability to lead our combat units. Combat leaders are specialists, too, and require specialized training, just as do the technicians. That's worth thinking about for a moment. Old soldiers will tell you that it's good training plus the best leadership that pays off, that brings a man through the tough places and keeps him effective. Not every young American between the ages of 18 and 34 can qualify for the kind of specialized training the Army requires. But how about you? Can you qualify? Visit your nearest U.S. Army and U.S. Air Force recruiting station tomorrow and take a look at your opportunities in your growing United States Army. The lineup, where before you pass the innocent, the vagrant, the thief, the murderer. Listen again next week when we again bring you The Lineup.
May I have your attention, please? You people out there on the other side of the wire in the audience room, may I have your attention, please? Thank you. My name is Greb, Sergeant Matt Greb. I'll explain the lineup to you. Each of the suspects you will see will be numbered. I'll call off a number, their name, and charge. If you have any questions or identifications, please remember the number assigned to the prisoner as I call his name. At the end of each line, when I ask for questions or identifications, call out the number. If you're sure
The Lineup, starring Bill Johnstone as Lieutenant Ben Guthrie and Wally Mayer as Sergeant Matt Greb, is written by Blake Edwards, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Featured in tonight's cast were Ed Begley, Jay Novello, Lou Krugman, Bill Conrad, Sam Edwards, Stacey Harris, Gene Bates, Jeffrey Silvers, and Hy Averback. The Lineup is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle. Dan Coverly speaking. This is CBS, the Star's Address, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Well, once again, it's time to keep that weekly date with our good friend and host, Dr. Watson. Let's join him, shall we?
Come in, Mr. Bell.
Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, my boy.
How are you feeling after your Christmas holiday?
Remarkably well, thank you, Mr. Bell, considering how extremely hospitable my friends have been. Just a twinge or two of gout to remind me that an old man should treat tawny port with the respect that it deserves.
I know just what you mean, Dr. Watson.
Draw up your usual chair, my boy, and settle yourself down. That's it.
All ready with tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure, Dr. Watson?
Yes, Mr. Bell. And when I was going over my notes on the case just before you arrived, I came across this white feather. It played a prominent part in tonight's adventure.
A white feather? That signifies cowardice, doesn't it?
Yes, it can, Mr. Bell, it can, but this is a very special feather. It was plucked from a white cockerel, and it helped Sherlock Holmes to foil one of the most diabolical plots that we ever encountered. But first, don't you want to have your usual word with our listeners?
Thank you, Dr. Watson. Men, if you want to stand out in the crowd, remember, well-groomed hair means a lot to a man's appearance. And I'm sure you'll want to know why so many of America's most prosperous and successful men use Kreml Hair Tonic. You see, Kreml contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. This is why Kreml gives a man's hair such a natural, well-groomed look. It keeps hair neatly in place longer, too. Yet Kreml never leaves the hair looking or feeling greasy, sticky, or dirty. Just make this test, men. After you apply Kreml, rub your hand over your hair. Notice how delightfully clean your hair feels. Notice how no greasy film comes off on your hand or on your hat band. Kreml always gives your hair such a handsome, clean-cut appearance. At the end of the day, your hair looks just as neatly groomed as when you combed it in the morning. Buy a bottle at any drug counter. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, how about the story of the white cockerel?
Well, Mr. Bell, that adventure took place after Sherlock Holmes had given up his regular practice and retired to his bee farm on the Sussex Downs. I was staying with him there for a few weeks' holiday, and I remember coming down to breakfast one morning to find my old friend, his pipe clenched between his teeth, squatting on a stool, examining the contents of a large metal box at his feet. As he threw back the lid, I could see that the box was half full of papers tied up with red tape in separate packages. After sorting through them for a few moments, he turned to me and said,
"A box of secrets, my dear Watson. A box of deep, dark secrets."
Are they the records of your early cases, Holmes?
Yes, my boy. These were all done before my biographer had come to glorify me.
I've often wished that I had the notes on them.
So that you might transmute my little adventures into those rather florid stories of yours?
My stories aren't florid. They're factual accounts of what happened.
Oh, don't be hurt, my dear fellow. It's
It's
much too early in the day. Well, Watson, perhaps someday the world will hear of these cases. They're not all successes, but there are some pretty little problems among them.
I'm sure there are.
For example, here's the record of the Tarleton murders. And here's the case of Banbury, the wine merchant.
What happened to him?
He died, Watson, under peculiarly horrible circumstances.
Oh, really?
That case was one of my failures, I'm afraid. Aha! This adventure was really a little recherché. It's a full account of Ricoletti of the clubfoot and his abominable wife.
Yes, I vaguely remember her, dreadful woman.
Ghosts from the past, Watson. Ghosts to remind me that my heyday's long past.
Rubbish. I'm quite sure that if a case were to present itself at this moment, you'd be totally unable to resist it.
You're wrong, old chap. Look at this note. It arrived just before you came downstairs. Mr. Manderby, the local squire, apparently needs my help. And yet I assure you I'm not in the least tempted to give it to him.
May I see it?
Certainly. Here.
Let's have a look. Dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I need your help desperately. Have the goodness to call on me as soon as convenience permits. Continued theft of chickens may appear to be a small matter. Chickens, good gracious me. But I assure you that there are sinister forces at work. Asking you to catch a chicken thief. Well, really, Holmes?
Yes, Watson. Chickens. Something of a come-down, isn't it?
Well, do you know this, Mr. Manderby?
No. But surely his handwriting gives you a clue to his character?
Well, it's legible and regular. A man of business habits, I should say, and of some force of character.
No, Watson.
Oh, sorry?
Look at his long letters. They hardly rise above the common herd. That D might be an A, and the L an E. Men of character always differentiate their long letters, however illegibly they may write. There's vacillation in his K's and self-esteem in his capitals.
That's amazing, Holmes.
It's elementary, my dear Watson, and our long association together should remind you of the fact. I'm afraid you're getting rusty.
Well, perhaps you're getting rusty too, Holmes, and since the sun is shining and this letter comes from a neighbor of yours, it might be rather interesting to...
Call on Mr. Manderby.
Exactly. I'd like to see if your analysis of his character matches the gentleman himself. In any case, Holmes, he may really be in trouble, you know.
Watson, you're like an old war horse hearing a nearly forgotten bugle.
Yeah, I dare say, Holmes. But even for stolen chickens, it's good to be in harness with you again.
When that wistful tone creeps into your voice, I can't refuse you, Watson. Very well. Let's stroll across the downs and investigate the mystery of Mr. Manderby's chickens.
Mr. Holmes, I'm glad you and your friend came here so promptly.
It would seem to me, Mr. Manderby, that your wisest course would have been to call in the local police.
I did. And the idiot scoffed at me.
Indeed, Mr. Manderby? Why?
Well, they said if they had to track down all the chicken thieves in these parts, they'd have no time for their more important duties.
I must admit that I can follow their reasoning, sir.
Well, I can't, since they seem to spend most of their time playing skittles in the Star and Garter. The local sergeant appears to have been selected for his complete lack of grey matter. Doesn't one iota of imagination. He's unable to see in what respect this differs from an ordinary chicken theft.
Well, in what way does it differ, Mr. Manderby?
Well, the chicken coops were broken into with considerable ingenuity. The thief could have taken all he could carry. But he stole only one chicken, a white cockerel.
A white cockerel? When did this take place?
Early last evening. That was when I sent my note to you, Mr. Holmes. But in the early hours of this morning, a burglar broke into the house itself.
And what was stolen this time?
Again, the thief took only one object. My daughter's hairbrush.
Does your daughter know of these thefts?
No, I didn't tell her. The child's full enough of peculiar fancies as it is.
A white cockerel and a hairbrush. Mr. Manderby, I came here against my better judgment, but thank heaven I did. Please let me talk to your daughter at once. Unless I'm very much mistaken, there's devil's work afoot.
Alicia's playing in the drawing room. I'll take you in.
I think, if you don't mind, Mr. Manderby, that we would prefer to see her alone.
Rubbish. What could you possibly wish to say to my daughter that you couldn't say in front of me?
Well, since my friend has been kind enough to help you, sir, I think you'd better let him conduct his investigation in his own manner.
Oh, very, very, very well. All sounds unnecessarily mysterious to me. I'll be in my study.
Dreadfully pompous fellow. You were right in your analysis of his character, Holmes. Well, let's go in.
Shh. Listen to the piano, Watson.
What a weird tune.
Yes. An odd, primitive melody to hear in the heart of the English countryside. Very curious.
I'm sorry, Father. Oh, it isn't Father. Who are you, gentlemen?
Miss Manderby, permit me to introduce myself. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, my dear?
Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I knew you lived in the neighborhood. But why are you here?
At your father's request.
Well, nothing's wrong, is it, Mr. Holmes?
I'm not sure, Miss Manderby. That's why we've come to talk to you.
Oh, may we sit down, my dear?
Oh, yes, of course. Please forgive me.
Thank you, sir.
You play the piano excellently, Miss Manderby. Have you ever thought of concert work?
Concert work? Oh, no, sir. Papa'd never allow it. He needs me here all the time.
You don't see many people here at the house.
No, Dr. Watson. Papa doesn't like me to cultivate any friends. He wishes me to devote all my attention to him.
Extremely selfish and medieval point of view, it would seem to me.
Oh, please, Mr. Holmes, you mustn't say anything against Papa. If he knew that we were talking about him, he'd be furious.
Then let me confine myself to you, Miss Manderby. Do you know of anyone in this neighborhood who might wish you serious harm?
No, I don't. As I told you, I hardly know anyone.
Then why, my dear young lady, are you so obviously terrified of your own shadow?
Please don't ask me that. I haven't even had the courage to tell Papa.
Possibly not, my dear, but Mr. Holmes is here to help you and to protect you. That's why he insisted on our seeing you alone.
Yes, Miss Manderby. And a trouble shared, you know?
Very well, Mr. Holmes. I will tell you. I've got to tell someone. Last night I had a ghastly dream. I dreamed that I was in some foreign country, in the jungle. I was tied to a stone slab, and a group of natives danced around me, waving knives. And they were all wearing terrifying masks.
Oh, my dear, it sounds like too much lobster for supper.
Quiet, Watson.
Oh, sorry.
Please continue, Miss Manderby.
All the time I could hear a strange, haunting pipe playing in the background. Sounded like some sort of flute, and there was a drum beating out a slow, rhythmic beat.
The same rhythm that you were playing on the piano as we came in?
Why, yes. It's been haunting me ever since I awakened this morning. It goes like this. Suddenly, Mr. Holmes, I awakened from the nightmare, but I could still hear the melody continuing. I went to the window, and in the moonlight, I saw a tall man walking below.
Could you recognize him?
No, Mr. Holmes. He was disappearing through the shrubbery, and his back was turned. But his hands were raised to his mouth. And I could hear the same melody being played on some kind of flute. It was awful, awful.
You haven't told your father about it?
No, Dr. Watson. He wouldn't have believed me. Papa's always accusing me of being fanciful. Oh, but I'm not. Really, I'm not.
Miss Manderby, I'm glad that you've told us this, though I suggest that you continue to keep the incident a secret from your father.
Very well, Mr. Holmes.
Come on, Watson.
All right, Holmes. Goodbye, my dear, and courage, Miss Manderby. You have friends now.
Good day, gentlemen. I thank you.
Holmes, what the devil's all this about?
When I can answer that question, Watson, the case will be solved. As it is, there's work to be done.
Ah, there you are, Holmes.
Yes, Mr. Manderby, here we are.
Yeah, I hope you found out what's wrong with the lassie. She hasn't been herself today.
A change from her normal self, where you are concerned, might be a benefit, sir.
Yes, indeed. The poor girl seems completely terrified of you, sir.
The problem of my daughter's relationship with her father is no possible concern of yours. I asked you here on a simple matter of detection.
Detection, yes, but far from simple. I warn you, you're in serious danger of the loss of a great deal more than a white cockerel and a hairbrush. Be on your guard, Mr. Manderby. Dr. Watson and I must conduct a little investigation in the village. You may expect a call from us later in the day. Well, Watson, here we are at Larches.
Charming house, but I still don't see quite why we're here.
Because my inquiries uncovered the fact that this is the only house in the neighborhood with relatively new tenants. When something extraordinary happens in the peaceful countryside, look first for a newcomer. The owner's name is Mr. George Shapley. Let's see what information the gentleman can give us.
Listen to that, Holmes. Sounds like a flute.
Yes, Watson. And the melody is the same that Miss Manderby played for us on the piano.
And this house is only a stone's throw away from hers.
Precisely.
Yes, gentlemen.
Mr. Shapley?
Yes?
My name is Holmes, and this is my friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, sir?
How are you, Doctor? What can I do for you, gentlemen?
I'm something of a student of music. We were walking past your house, and I heard what sounded like a flute playing a strange melody.
It seemed to come from the direction of the stables over there.
Oh, that. It's my manservant, Harker. He's a West Indian. Brought him over with me from Trinidad. He's quite a musician, in an amateur sort of way, you know.
I wonder if I might speak to him.
Of course you can, Mr. Holmes. I'll walk you over there.
Thank you. We were thinking of getting up a little entertainment in the village for the church ladies' bazaar. Perhaps your man would consider contributing his services.
You can ask him. He spends 2 or 3 hours a day out here practicing. Harker!
Yes?
Come here a minute.
Yes, Mr. Pepper.
These gentlemen heard you playing and wondered if you'd like to do something for some village concert or other.
Oh, that's flattering.
We're organizing a musical soiree for the church ladies in a few weeks.
Yes, my man, and we'd like you to play for us.
Oh, I'm only an amateur, but I'll be very glad to help, gentlemen.
That instrument you were playing, it had an odd quality. Was it a flute?
Yes, sir, though I doubt if you've ever seen one like it. Look for yourself.
Good Lord. Looks as if it's made of bone.
It is, sir, from a human leg bone.
Really?
It's about 200 years old and originally came from Brazil. It's quite a collector's item.
I'm sure it is. Tell me, Harker, since you're from the West Indies and obviously a lover of music, I presume you're familiar with some of the primitive melodies indigenous to that part of the world. Some of the tribal chants, for instance.
Oh, yes, sir. I know many of them.
Perhaps you'd play some at the concert.
I'd rather not, sir. Primitive chants are dangerous medicine when their evil powers are not appreciated or understood.
I quite agree with you, Harker. Well, I'm much obliged to you, and we shall count on you for the concert. Good day to you both. Come on, Watson.
Good day.
Good day, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson.
That servant's our man, Holmes. He lives within 2 houses of Miss Manderby, and he plays the flute.
Well, Watson, though I don't think the pattern is remotely as clear as you think, I'll agree that suspicion would seem to focus on the servant Harker. I could even produce another clue that points to it.
You could?
I picked this object from his coat as he turned to you during the conversation. None of you noticed it.
What is it?
Look for yourself, Watson. Here.
Great heavens. It's a feather from a white cockerel. Holmes, I thought you said we were going back to Mr. Manderby's house before the day is over.
We are, Watson.
Why are we back here at your bee farm? It's 8:30 in the evening now.
We shall call on Mr. Manderby before long. My investigations are complete. What luck did you have with
I did
yours?
as you told me and made exhaustive inquiries in the village.
With what results?
I couldn't find out much about Mr. Shapley. Nobody knows anything about the man except that he has a foreign manservant and that he paid cash for his house and deposited a large sum of money in the local bank. What did you discover? I see that you've been up to your ears in reference books.
Yes, Watson. Books concerning the peculiarly revolting ceremonies connected with voodooism.
Voodooism? That's black magic.
But flourishing in our English countryside, apparently. A white cockerel is the second finest sacrifice in voodoo magic associated with the West Indian
That
chants.
accounts for the first theft. How about the stolen hairbrush?
In all such magic, the possession of intensely personal objects, particularly human hair, is considered to give great supernatural powers over that person.
Then it's obvious that West Indian servant is trying to get power over Miss Manderby. Holmes, you spoke of a white cockerel being the second finest sacrifice. What is the first?
A human sacrifice. The sacrifice of a young girl.
Great Scott.
And tomorrow night the moon is full. I think that tonight the girl should be safe, though of course we'll go over there at once.
Look, Holmes, the lights of a carriage are coming up your driveway.
And it's no social call. It's driving at a gallop. Come on, Watson.
I have nothing that's happened to Miss Manderby already before we get to her.
Who is it? What's wrong?
It's Robert Manderby.
What's happened to Mr. Manderby?
Alicia, my daughter, she's disappeared. The whole neighborhood's searching for her. For heaven's sake, both of you come at once.
We'll find out in a moment what Sherlock Holmes decides to do now. But first, men, why not start today and take better care of the hair you've got? Remember, one of the first requisites of handsome, healthy-looking hair is a hygienic scalp. So why settle for just any hairdressing when you can enjoy the extra advantages of a highly specialized hair tonic like Kreml? Kreml contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. This is why it keeps unruly hair neatly in place longer, with a rich, healthy-looking luster. Yet Kreml never gives hair that cheap, greasy, patent leather look. It never leaves hair feeling sticky, gummy, or dirty. Your hair and scalp always look and feel so clean with Kreml. And if your hair is so dry it breaks and falls when you comb it, start using Kreml at once. Let it make your hair feel softer, more pliable, and look as if it had some body to it. Kreml is also fine to lubricate a dry scalp. At the same time, it removes dandruff flakes. A quick massage with Kreml helps stimulate the cutaneous circulation of the scalp. Notice how alive, how invigorated your scalp feels. So for better groomed hair, a hygienic scalp, use Kreml daily. K-R-E-M-L. Kreml Hair Tonic. Well, Dr. Watson, what happened next? You and the great Sherlock Holmes drove over to Mr. Manderby's house, I suppose.
Yes, Mr. Bell, as fast as the pony and trap could carry us there. When we arrived, Manderby quickly led us to the shrubbery beneath his daughter's window.
Yes, you can see how the fiend got into the house, Mr. Holmes.
By climbing this trellis work. Footprints in the earth leading toward it, but none leaving.
And the man, whoever he was, must have left the house by some other exit.
An amazing deduction, Watson.
There's no need to be sarcastic. Holmes, we should go over to Shapley's house at once. It's obvious that that's where the danger lies.
Before saying that anything is obvious, Watson, I'd like your help in trying an experiment.
Yes, of course, Holmes. Well, what is it?
Try climbing that trellis for me, will you?
You give me all the best jobs, don't you? Let me a hand, will you, old fellow?
Here you are. Up you go.
You know, Holmes, it seems to me you're wasting valuable time.
Mr. Manderby, since you asked my help, I suggest you let me handle the case in my own way.
Holmes, I don't think this trellis is going to hold my weight. No. Look out, Holmes! Oh!
Bravo, Watson. Your test has been invaluable.
What do you mean it's been invaluable? I think I've broken my back.
I'm sure you'll survive. Come on, old chap. Get on your feet. We'll go over to Mr. Shapley's house at once. I only hope we're not too late to prevent a tragedy.
Light coming from the stables, Holmes.
Music, too. Listen.
It's that West Indian playing his devilish chant again.
Faster, Watson.
Look. There's someone standing in the shadows by the harness room there.
It's Mr. Shapley. Good evening, sir.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, thank heavens you're here.
What's wrong, Mr. Shapley?
Look in that empty stall there. You can see through the broken plank in the wall. The one where the music's coming from.
Good heavens. Look, Holmes. There's Miss Manderby lying on the floor unconscious.
Yes, with a dead white cockerel beside her, and a fire smoldering in the corner.
And to think that servant of mine's in there playing his filthy music.
I don't see him.
Mr. Holmes, I've got a revolver. I'm going in to get him.
I think we'll come with you, Mr. Shapley.
No. He's my servant. I'll take care of him myself.
Arch him, Watson. Give me that revolver. Give it to me, I say.
What do you think you're doing, Mr. Holmes?
I told you, you knocked the revolver right out of his hand.
Pick it up, Watson. I have a profound dislike for seeing murder committed under my very eyes.
Murder? But the potential murderer is Harker, the servant.
Indeed. Then why is his unconscious body lying in the corner there?
It can't be. The music's still playing. That's his flute.
Yes, and it's accompanied by a drum. A remarkable feat, even for a man not lying unconscious on the floor. The music is undoubtedly that of a gramophone. You're remarkably quiet, Mr. Harker.
Of course he is. He's unconscious.
My dear Watson, you're overlooking an important fact. It's a case of identity. The West Indian gentleman lying on the floor is the master, Mr. Shapley. This man is the servant, Harker.
Let me...
No, you don't. Grab him, Watson.
I've got him, Holmes.
Let go of me. You can't prove anything.
I can and I will. You'll go to prison for this night's work. Watson, see what may be done to arrive at the others, while I turn this man over to the police. How is Miss Manderby, Watson?
She's going to be all right, Holmes. I took her home to her father's and left instructions for her care. How are you feeling, Shapley?
Fine, thank you, Dr. Watson. But I'm waiting for Mr. Holmes to explain this night's happenings to me.
So am I, as usual.
Then let me analyze this singular affair in its logical progression. I early concluded that you, Mr. Shapley, were the master, and the other man was the servant.
Right, Mr. Holmes, but I didn't know how you knew it.
Your speech and manner suggested nothing else. You reversed roles, I imagine, because it was an easier way to rent a house in the English countryside.
That was the reason, Mr. Holmes. In my previous visits, I've discerned a certain prejudice against foreigners.
That's a shocking thing, but I wouldn't doubt it, Mr. Shapley. You decided to live here Your health, I suppose?
No, Doctor. I came to the English countryside for peace. Peace to conclude my studies on the origin and history of West Indian native music.
I see.
I've been working in close conjunction with Professor Griffiths of the Brighton College of Anthropology. It was he who concerned me to make graphophone records my works with a view to recording them for musical archives.
And your servant saw his advantage. When you decided to change identities, he realized that if he disposed of you, he would be able to continue in his false character as the supposed Mr. Shapley. He could have taken over your large bank balance and retired under yet a third name with the proceeds.
And then he concocted this elaborate plot involving voodoo and native chants, knowing that his master would be suspect.
Precisely. He drugged his master, placed him in the incriminating trap, and then planned to burst in just ahead of us and shoot him.
But, Holmes, the white feather you found on Mr. Shapley's coat.
Undoubtedly planted there.
Mr. Holmes, I still don't see how you knew that my man was responsible.
The first clue was the trellis. It's obvious that you never climbed that. You're heavier than Dr. Watson, and it wouldn't support his weight. Your servant was a small, light man. Obviously, it was he.
Well, I see it all now. And then, of course, when we heard the music while Mr. Shapley was still lying unconscious, it was obvious that the whole thing was a plot. Oh, what a shocking business.
Yes, but I can't tell you how grateful I am to you, gentlemen. You saved my life. Mr. Holmes, I must insist on paying you a handsome fee.
A fee? No, Mr. Shapley. I couldn't dream of accepting one. Some people in my country have been sufficiently inhospitable to a foreigner to make him believe it advisable to change places with his own servant. Presumably, this was done in order to obtain tolerance and peace. Surely the least I can do is to see that his stay on these shores is a tolerable one.
Girls, I imagine most of you are planning to go out to a party or a dance on New Year's Eve, or perhaps just spend a quiet evening with friends. Naturally, you want your hair to look its best. So why not follow this beauty tip from those divinely beautiful Powers models?
We wash our hair with Kreml shampoo. This amazing beautifying shampoo has been especially developed to actually glamour bathe each tiny strand of hair, revealing all its natural glossy luster.
And so many women tell me how wonderful Kreml shampoo is for washing children's hair.
Well, you can readily see why. Because Kreml shampoo is so mild and gentle on the hair. Its luxurious active foam removes all loose dandruff as well as the dirt.
Girls, if only you could see how Powers Model's hair fairly radiates natural glossy highlights, I'm sure you'd want to try Kreml shampoo right away. You can buy a bottle at any drug counter. Kreml, Kreml shampoo. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, Mr. Bell, next week I think I'll tell you a story I call the Darlington Substitution Case. It's a strange story of how Holmes saved a prominent British peer from scandal and disgrace by exercising the judgment of Solomon.
Tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Mazarin Stone. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of California Pictures. Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo, and inviting you to be with us next week at this same time, when Dr. Watson will tell us about the Darlington Substitution Case. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
In just a few moments, The Man from Homicide, starring Dan Duryea. Henry J. Taylor, author, journalist, and ABC commentator, whose commentaries on world affairs are heard each Monday evening on ABC, is on a fact-finding tour of European countries. Periodically, Mr. Taylor takes trips abroad to examine activities at first hand. During the weeks he's in Europe, his Monday evening commentary, Your Land and Mine, will be broadcast each week from a different European capital. He speaks tonight from Heidelberg. So listen for Henry J. Taylor's penetrating analysis on Your Land and Mine.
A Man from Homicide. According to Webster's dictionary, homicide is the killing of one human being by another. According to Lieutenant Lou Dana,
it's the beginning of a dirty, dangerous job that doesn't end until the killer is found. I don't like killers.
Every week at this time, the American Broadcasting Company brings you transcribed the star of stage and screen, Dan Duryea, as Lieutenant Lou Dana, the Man from Homicide.
One way or another, people keep dying all the time. That interests doctors, insurance companies, and statisticians. But sometimes people are helped to die, and that interests us. In homicide, we work at it. The death that comes because somebody was afraid, because somebody hated, because somebody killed.
Pretty clear case of suicide, Lieutenant.
The place was a pier jutting out into the bay. The time was 2 a.m. The occasion?
You don't often get an eyewitness to suicide, Lou, but this time we've got one. A cop, too.
The girl they'd fished out of the bay was young. At one time, she might have been pretty. But that time was before the waters of the bay got at her.
Yes, sir, one of our men saw her go in.
They were working on her with a pull motor. What they needed was a miracle.
Yeah. Uniformed man was maybe 50 yards from her when he heard her scream. He started towards her. She was easy to see and counted the lamppost right near the spot she jumped from. By the time he got there, she was under. Lou?
The sergeant was fat. Probably made getting clothes to fit him tough. I thought it was a good thing he didn't have to wear a uniform anymore.
Lou!
Sorry, Dave. I guess I was dreaming. Stick of gum, Pappy?
No, thanks. Lou, okay if the boys remove the body? She's dead?
Yeah, it's okay.
All right, boys, get her out of here, huh?
There was no identification on her, Dave?
No.
No labels on her clothes and no purse, huh? How about a hat?
She was wearing one when she went in.
Where is it?
The hat?
The hat.
Well, I guess nobody bothered fishing for it.
I want somebody to bother.
Well, okay, Lou. I'll put a couple of the boys on it. But
call it attention to detail, Dave. I don't like it.
Don't like what?
That girl dying the way she did? She was young, Dave. Pretty. Death by drowning hurts.
She picked it for herself.
Maybe. She was too alone, Dave.
Suicides don't usually look for company.
They don't bother dying incognito either.
Well...
Sure, I know. It could have been that way. Did you notice her hair, Dave?
Was blonde.
She'd had a permanent. Even the bay water didn't bother it much. A recent permanent.
Nah, something's working on you.
Yeah. Suicides are tired and worn, bitter sometimes. This girl's face was untouched. She hadn't lived long, Dave. She hadn't lived much. Not nearly enough to find out what life was. Not nearly enough to ask for death. And Dave, she screamed. I went back to headquarters and waited. I wondered how it felt to breathe water instead of air. I wondered why any man chose to be in homicide. After a while, I stopped wondering and just waited.
Lou?
Yeah, Dave?
No sign of the hat. You know, the bay is kind of big.
Autopsy in yet?
I got it.
Thanks.
Anything?
Sure. She was drowned. Water in her lungs. Water that tested out as bay water.
Well, that cleans it up, don't it?
I don't know. Dave, get a hold of the copper so I'll go in. Have him describe the hat to one of the lab men and have the lab man make a sketch of it.
Sure, only...
Why? I'm trying not to believe that life's so lousy a girl like that wouldn't want it. Her clothes were cheap. It's been a warm night. Why was she wearing a hat?
Have you got something there?
A bad taste is what I've got. Get me that sketch, will you, Dave? If nothing else, it'll look good in her file. The rest of the routine went along fine. Pictures of her would go to the papers, and the request for identification would go with them. There might be trouble, though. The people who'd known her hadn't seen her dead. Her lungs filled with bay water. It, makes a difference.
Here's your sketch, Lou.
Thanks. Wow. This is quite a hat.
Yeah. Designer must have just heard about the birds and the bees, not to mention the fruit.
Elaborate and expensive. It's a wrong note, Dave. Too much hat.
Oh, you're a stubborn man, Lou. Maybe the girl just blew a week's salary on that hat. Kind of a splurge.
Just before she decided to die?
Yeah.
No one's come in to identify her, huh?
Not yet.
Not ever.
You're guessing wild.
No, I'm not. Why were the labels on her clothes removed? Dave, have copies of that sketch made. Put a few policewomen on the job. A hat like that means a designer. It's not mass production stuff like the girl's clothes. I want that designer found.
Okay, Lou. And if we turn him up?
Make sure our people don't get spotted as cops.
Yeah. And then what?
And then I'll go visiting. I never heard her scream, Dave. Just a report about it. But somehow that screams in my ears. I want to get rid of it. It took time, but the dead girl had all the time there was. Finally, I got an address. And a name. The name was printed large in gilt letters on a shop window. It read Vogue Millinery. Underneath, in small letters, Martha Wayne. I went in.
Hello.
Hello.
I rather like to have a man stop in. I get so tired of... Well, women are fine. They're the ones who buy my hats mostly, but... Oh, you did want to see me about a hat.
I did. You're, Mrs. Wayne?
Miss Wayne.
You design all these hats?
Yes. Guilty as charged.
They're manufactured here?
Manufactured is such a large word. They're made here. I usually have someone help me.
Oh, isn't that a lot of work?
Well, not really. You see, I make only one of a kind. Not very many at that.
Then, any hat bought here...
would be absolutely unique. You're thinking of surprising your wife?
I'm not married.
Well, you're thinking of surprising someone?
In a way. I have a picture here.
Oh?
Look at it.
I see. Oh, she's very pretty, of course, but the photograph isn't terribly good, is it? I mean, it looks distorted.
Maybe. You, don't recognize her?
Recognize? Oh, she must be a celebrity, and I'm very stupid, but... No, I don't recognize her.
No, she's no celebrity. She bought a hat here.
She did?
That's why I thought you'd recognize her.
Oh, I have a very bad memory for faces. Now, if you showed me the hat she bought...
I've got a sketch that might help. Take a look at it.
Oh, you're quite an artist, aren't you?
This is one of your hats?
Oh, I think so. Your friend told you she bought it here?
No.
Well, then however
you put labels in the hats you make, don't you?
Oh, of course. I'm terribly dense. All you had to do was look inside the hat.
You keep records of the sales you make?
Well, naturally. The kind of clientele I have. And besides, there's so many taxes we have to pay.
I want the name of the girl you sold that hat to.
Her name? But if she's a friend of yours...
I didn't say that.
Well, no, but I assume
I'd
that...
like her name.
I'm sorry. I don't think I can give you that information.
Why not?
I don't know that the lady would want you to have it.
The lady's wishes don't matter very much. Not anymore.
I beg your pardon?
My name is Dana, Lieutenant Dana. My credentials.
Oh. Well, there isn't anything wrong about...
Your hats? That wouldn't be my business. I'm homicide.
Homicide? Oh, then you'd be Lou Dana. You're the celebrity.
Well, the papers run out of copy every once in a while.
I didn't recognize you. Although I've seen pictures of you. You look younger and...
The name of the girl?
Oh, I'm sorry. My record's in the back room. If you'll wait a few moments.
I'll wait.
I'll be right back.
It was a long distance from the cold waters of the bay to the warm, perfumed shop where Martha Wayne made hats. I wondered how the dead girl had got from one place to the other. It kept me from wondering about Martha Wayne and the things that had nothing to do with death. Martha Wayne was taking a long time. Too long a time. Miss Wayne? Miss Wayne? Miss Wayne! There was a back room. It held a couple of sewing machines, odds and ends of equipment, a desk, a chair, and an open window. The window looked out onto an alley leading to the next street. It was empty. As empty as the room I was in. Lieutenant Dana, I want an address for a Martha Wayne. She's not in the phone book, but she runs a hat shop on Miller Avenue. Yeah, that's right. Sales tax people that have it. Make it fast and call me here. The number's Arden 48747. I'm in a hurry and I don't know why. Dana. Uh-huh. 39 Carlisle. Thanks. The house was an old brownstone. The steps were worn that led up to the stoop. The windows were shuttered. No one was in a hurry to answer the doorbell. The door was locked. The neighborhood wasn't good. Streets littered, sidewalks cracked, doors sagging. I tried a few keys. One of them worked. The lights weren't on. That figured. No one was home. I was wrong. For a while I felt fine. Things were soft and dark and warm. Nothing mattered. That was the way it would be when you died, I thought lazily. But I was wrong. It didn't last. Light came back, and sound, and pain.
Lou.
Oh.
Lou.
Oh.
Lou, wake up, will you? Lou. Wake up.
What? Oh. Oh. Hello, Dave.
Oh, you had me worried.
I seem to be lying down. Yeah. On the floor. Dirty floor. Help me up, Dave.
Okay.
Thanks.
For a minute there, I was scared.
Nobody kills Dana.
Now, that could be wrong.
Sure, but I don't want to know about it. Why did
you phoned in for this address and then you didn't check in. I got worried.
How long is it?
It's 11, Lou.
11?
Yeah.
I must have been out for a good 4 hours. Correction, a bad 4 hours.
Yeah.
Dave, did you see anyone when
No.
Now, let's go look through the rest of the house.
Now, you feel all right?
I feel lousy. We'll look anyway.
For what?
A dark-haired girl named Martha Wayne. A girl who runs a hat shop. Right now, maybe. Just a girl who runs. We looked through the rest of the house. We didn't find Martha Wayne. I hadn't expected to. We found lots of other things, though.
Well, that's it, Lieutenant.
That's it.
House full of antique furniture, old silver, paintings.
Very high class.
Very expensive. Also too much.
A lot too much.
Yeah, not a house for a family to live in.
A warehouse, Dave.
What I was thinking.
A warehouse for stolen goods.
We'll get the burglary detail on it.
They'll love us for finding the merchandise.
Now, what does all this make Martha Wayne, Lieutenant?
A receiver of stolen goods, at best.
And at worst?
A killer. The burglary detail came and loved us. The house that Martha Wayne had lived in was filled with the loot from half a dozen big robberies. That took care of that. We put out an alarm for Martha Wayne. That didn't take care of that.
What's that thing you're fiddling with?
Oh, this?
Yeah.
It's something I picked up in the room Martha Wayne lived in. It's a medal, Dave.
Medal?
Yeah. She'd been a Girl Scout. Also a senior lifesaver.
What flavor? Trying to be funny.
Relax, Pappy. I don't bite. I hope that's for me. Dana here. Yeah? Uh-huh. Yeah. Good. Thanks a lot. Goodbye.
What was that?
Burglary detail. Good old routine. The cop's best friend.
Yeah. I'm not only getting fatter, I'm getting stupider.
They've been worried about a cat named Barlow. A lot of burglaries bore his trademark the last few months, and they haven't been able to get anything on him, though.
Well, what good is that?
I don't know yet. I'll go ask Barlow.
But if burglary already worked on
They
him...
were gentle. All they had to worry about was stolen property. I won't be gentle.
Lou, you better take it easy.
Dave, there's nothing in my life except what? Death, killers, pain and violence. I'll take it as easy as I know how, but I'm not worrying about stolen property. I'm worrying about murder. Burglary had mentioned the yellow disc. It turned out to be a saloon with a girl singer, an out-of-tune piano, and a tough doorman.
Yeah?
I'm coming in.
Mention a name.
Ralph Waldo Emerson.
I don't like that name.
I'm still coming in.
Look, mister. Nobody gets in the yellow disc without an invitation. You ain't got one.
I got this.
A badge. A real badge. You know what? I bet you're a cop.
You win the bet.
You still ain't coming in.
Let's find out.
You know what this is?
Yeah, a sap. Technically, a concealed weapon.
Well, it ain't concealed now.
You're frightening me.
You're gonna get it.
I've been sapped before tonight. I'm getting used to it.
Well, you must like it. Hey, my arm. Hey, you could break it.
Don't suggest things to me. Drop the sap.
Okay. Well, it won't do you no good taking me. You did a nice job. Walk in there, you got trouble.
Maybe I like trouble.
Okay, I'm out of your way. You're tough, sure. You could handle me. There's half a dozen guys in there.
Open the door for me, huh?
Oh, sure.
Thanks. Suppose you announce me.
Oh, okay. What name?
Lou Dana.
No wonder you took me.
You heard what I said.
Yeah. Lieutenant Lou Dana. That's this guy.
Now get back outside.
Yeah?
A saloon. The girl singer left quick. A small combo played background music. A handful of men sat around at small tables. They all bulged at one place or another. Shoulder holsters or hip pocket rods, concealed weapons. Most of them had a girl at the table with them. Their weapons weren't especially concealed.
Dana.
Make it lieutenant. I feel formal tonight.
What do you want here?
Not a thing.
Then get out.
You worried about what?
Something happening to you.
Thanks.
Let's not play games. I run this place. I run it without cops.
Keep right on running it. Which one is Barlow?
I don't hear a word you say.
Which one is Barlow?
You got a warrant for him?
All the mugs in town are turning legal.
I never heard of anybody named Barlow.
Which one?
Move in on me and you'll stop asking questions. You'll get an answer. You won't like it.
I'm crazy about answers, any kind. Point 'em out.
Okay. He's the one at the corner table.
Thanks. Hello, Barlow.
Hello.
Let's go for a walk.
Okay.
You're coming easy.
Why not?
I wouldn't know. How about your little playmates?
You must have been reading the papers about you.
Convenient. Come on.
Since when you doing burglary, Lieutenant?
I'm not.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Oh, no. We keep right on going. Or don't you believe what you read in the papers?
We keep on going.
Thanks, Mr. Barlow. Thanks.
Hey, what are you stopping here for?
This time of night, I'm crazy about the bay. Get out.
I ain't interested in sightseeing.
Get out.
Okay, but under protest, see?
Under protest. Come on. I want to get a closer look at the water.
I don't know what you got in mind.
I'll let you know in time. Right here ought to do. Up above and to your right, Barlow. That's a pier.
Oh, thanks for telling me.
Down here, we've got more privacy. Funny thing about that pier.
Yeah?
A kid jumped off it last night right into the bay. She drowned.
What's that got to do with me?
A cop saw her go over. With a little luck, she might have been saved. If somebody went into the bay from down here, nobody'd see him, Barlow.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Oh, no, you're staying right here, Barlow.
What do you want from me?
An introduction to Martha Wayne.
Martha? I don't know nobody named that.
From down here, you'd go into the water smooth and easy. Can you swim, Barlow?
No.
Too bad.
Hey, let go of me.
Ever try breathing water instead of air?
I said let go.
We're right near the edge now, Barlow. One push and... Who'd hear you out here at this time of night?
Okay. I'll take you to her.
Why, thanks, Barlow. Thanks very much.
I don't know what you think you're doing.
Very simple. You're a burglar. Martha Wayne's a fence. You steal the stuff, she disposes of it. The millinery store's a front.
Oh, that's guessing. And besides, what's it got to do with homicide?
That's what we're going to find out. Knock, Barlow.
Okay.
Who is it?
Barlow.
What do you...
We're both coming in, Miss Wayne.
Lieutenant Dana.
You remembered.
You're not an easy man to forget, Lieutenant.
Thanks. This, apartment's a lot nicer than the brownstone.
What brownstone?
You're listed as the owner.
But there's no law against having more than one place to live.
Tonight, everybody's quoting the law to me.
Why did you bring Barlow here?
He brought me.
I had to. He would have drowned me.
Shut up.
Okay, I'll shut up.
You were really anxious to meet me, weren't you?
I still want the name of the girl who bought that hat from you.
You're very persistent.
So?
Why not forget her, Lieutenant? Wouldn't be hard. I'd help.
All this for a burglary rap?
That's an act, Lieutenant, isn't it? Because you do respond when I'm close to you, like this.
I respond all right. I remember the kid who went into the bay.
The kid who what?
Last night, a girl wearing one of your hats jumped into the bay. A cop on duty heard her scream and looked around. She was near a lamppost. He saw her go over.
Well, that's very sad, but...
It's more than sad. It's murder.
Murder? But you yourself just told me she jumped in.
She did. But she wasn't the one who died.
She wasn't the one who... You're confusing me.
No, I'm not. You run a millinery store. In that store, you have an assistant. Let's suppose that assistant is a girl. A girl who finds out by accident what your business really is. A receiver of stolen goods. Suppose that girl is young, naive. Tells you she's going to inform the police. What would you do?
You're the one who's supposing all these things.
You'd have to make sure she wouldn't go to the police. One way would be to murder her. But that's dangerous. People get executed for murder. So, with a little help, Barlow's, for example, you get the girl down to the bay and drown her.
That would be murder anyway. Besides, the policeman saw her jump by herself.
You drown her in the bay, in the water underneath the pier. Then you go up on the pier yourself. You're dressed exactly the same way she is. You wait until a policeman's around, some little distance away. You pick out a place near a lamppost. Then you scream. The policeman sees you. He starts towards you, but you jump into the water. The harbor detail dredges, comes up with the body of a drowned girl. The policeman would swear it was the same girl he'd seen go over. It wasn't.
Very, very clever, Lieutenant. But only a guess.
You could do it. You were a senior lifesaver. You swim well. The dead girl was already in the water under the pier. You hit the water, you swim away, climb out of the bay a few hundred yards from the pier. A perfect murder setup.
A guess.
Why would a suicide pick a lamppost? Why would a suicide scream before jumping? Not a guess.
You'll never be able to prove it.
Barlow isn't a very strong character. He brought me to you, and he'll testify, hoping he might get away with a second-degree murder rap. Won't you, Barlow?
Well, she did it all. I didn't know what she was planning.
You see?
I have nothing to say.
No, you haven't. Not anymore. Not in this life. And it all came from a hat. The hat that was wrong. But the dead girl was blonde. You're brunette, Miss Wayne. You had to wear a hat for a masquerade. That hat will hang you. That was all. They were booked, they'd be tried, and in due time they'd die. I finished my report and signed it. I didn't see the paper I was writing on. I saw a young girl with an untouched face and all of her life before her, lying dead and watery on the rough wood of a pier. I don't like killers.
You have just heard another in a transcribed series starring Dan Duryea as the man from Homicide. The Man from Homicide is written by Lou Vitties, directed by Dwight Hauser. This program came to you from Hollywood. America is sold on ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Buy wisely. Buy for flavor. Buy Del Monte. Del Monte, the brand you trust for flavor in so many good foods. Time now for Rocky Jordan, brought to you by Del Monte Foods, the brand preferred by more women than any other line of canned fruits and vegetables in the world. far from the Mosque Sultan Hassan in Cairo stands the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against the backdrop of antiquity. Del Monte presents Rocky Jordan and this week's story, The Strange Death of Van Dorn.
We'd handled a big crowd at the Tambourine the night before. All I wanted that morning was peace and quiet. That's what I wanted. I wasn't opening till noon, but the place was already stifling from the heat of the day. So I went to the front door to let in some fresh air. First thing I saw after that was a big shiny police badge, followed by Sergeant Greco.
Good morning, Mr. Jordan.
Sorry, Greco, we're not open yet.
Do not be offensive. I have no desire for the nectar of the infidel.
Then you're in the wrong place, aren't you?
Most certainly not. You will please accompany me now.
Some other time, Greco. I'm busy.
Mr. Jordan, it will interest you to know that I act under orders of the Captain Sabaya, who awaits you outside.
He does, huh? Oh, yeah.
Now, Mr. Jordan, shall we go?
As long as Sam's asking.
A most pleasant day, Jordan.
Oh, why'd you trade your limousine in for a Jeep, Sam?
The nature of the journey demands it. You will drive, Greco.
Your command, Captain.
What's it about, Sam?
You would enjoy a ride into the hot desert, would you not?
Sorry, it doesn't fit with my plans.
But unfortunately, it will be necessary.
That an order?
Get in, Jordan.
So I got in and we started out. Sam wasn't talking yet, and I couldn't figure it. Greco drove rapidly across town and north out the Heliopolis Road, then turned east through the hills and on into the sand dunes of the desert. Finally, up ahead, I made out several men standing in a group, all in police uniforms, their figures wavering in the desert heat. Greco steered the Jeep up beside them to a stop, and we got out. They stepped respectfully back as Sam led me through to the center of the group, where the dead figure of a man lay sprawled in the burning sand.
Jordan, you will look at him carefully.
I've already seen enough.
You know him, then?
Not his name. He's been in the Tambourine a few times.
When last?
As a matter of fact, just last night. Came in with a girl.
You would recognize her if you saw her again?
Yeah, I think so. Real blonde, round face, attractive. I didn't get her name either. She hadn't been in before.
And you know absolutely nothing more of this man?
Only that he was Dutch, judging from his accent, that's all.
Very well.
Oh, it's hot. How do I fit in, Sam?
The investigating officers found only a pack of tambourine matches in his pocket, so I decided to drive you out for possible identification.
Why to this forsaken place?
Look here, I am not enjoying the heat any more than you.
Could have waited till you got him back to Cairo.
I prefer to act quickly in these matters.
How did it happen?
Well, we are not yet sure.
Small bruise on his forehead, that's all I see.
Captain Sabaya.
Yes, Greco.
Fode Bay wishes a word with you about his passport.
Pardon me, Jordan. Please wait here a moment with Greco.
You appear most ill at ease, Mr. Jordan.
There's nothing a cold beer wouldn't cure. Join me?
So carefully your eyes avoid the man who lies in the sand.
You, want the truth, Greco?
I could hardly expect it from such as you.
I dragged him out here with my own hands and shot him.
What is that you... God, you insolent tongue, Mr. Jordan.
All right, supposing we both break it off, huh?
You will soon learn how to speak with respect to the police.
Greco, enough of this. Assist the men with the body.
At once, Captain.
Oh, this is most unusual, most unusual.
Sam, you better find some shade.
It is not the heat this time, Jordan. Fode Bay, the medical examiner, has just informed me how the man died.
Yeah? How?
He froze to death.
Sam said it with a straight face, and Fode Bay stuck to his report. There wasn't any argument. The man found in the burning sand had died by freezing. Well, our trip back into Cairo was as silent as when we'd come. They dropped me off at the Tambourine without saying a word. I sat down at my desk for a while trying to figure it out, but it didn't get me anywhere. Besides, I had a business appointment across town, so I headed through the office for my car parked in the alley. I just got out the door.
No, Mr. Jordan. No, don't move. Don't move at all.
There was a little American guy with horn-rimmed glasses and hair parted in the middle.
He stood on one foot and then the other, and he waved a black gun.
Have a care, I tell you, Mr. Jordan. I have a pistol.
Yes, I'm looking at it.
And it might very well go off right in your face. Yes, right in your face.
Look, why not try settling down?
Mr. Jordan, the Cairo police picked you up in front of your cafe this morning.
Oh, did they?
They then took you into the desert. Now, I want you to tell me exactly what they found there.
A lot of sand.
Oh, stop it, Mr. Jordan. On the dead body, did they find something unusual?
Like what?
Well, you would know if they found anything.
Only one thing was unusual. He'd frozen to death. Is that what you want?
No.
But you know how it happened.
I do not. I do not even know that I believe you.
That suits me. Now, why the excitement? Did you and he have something on?
Important dealings? Yes.
Only something went wrong.
Well, our business was not consummated, if that's what you mean.
Tell me some more. What was his name?
Now, don't badger me, Mr. Jordan. I asked you to explain why you didn't know him, and yet you identified him.
Only from seeing him in the tambourine last night.
What was he doing there?
Entertaining.
Entertaining who? Who was with him, Mr. Jordan?
Well, I got a hunch it wasn't his sister. Green-eyed, platinum blonde.
Sandra.
All at once, he was darting up the alley to a side street. I held it till I saw a blue Fiat car roar past the alley entrance and heard it turn down the Sharia Farida. Then I made it to my car, went out of the alley on two wheels, swung onto the Sharia, then stepped it up. Pretty soon I spotted the blue Fiat a couple of blocks ahead, kept on its trail till it slowed and pulled up at a small hotel near the river, where he got out and went in. I parked and slipped up to the front window in time to see him speak to the desk clerk. I figured he was asking for Sandra. But the clerk shook his head, and the little man came back outside and got in his car to wait. I went to the corner, bribed a newsboy to get the clerk outside, away from his desk. Then I got around the back way, waited till the clerk was gone. Then I moved to the desk and looked through the registration cards till I found the name I wanted. Sandra Dubois, room 309. I scooted upstairs and rapped at 309. First, there was no answer, so I tried again.
Who is it?
Hey, desk clerk lady, I got a message.
Wait. Oh, no, you're not the clerk.
Oh, but you've seen me before.
Oh, how did you get up here? I left orders for the desk clerk. I was not in for anyone.
Why? You hiding from something, Sandra?
Who are you? What do you want?
The name is Jordan. You were at my cafe tambourine last night with a man. That right?
Maybe I was. And maybe I was not.
Sure. You're not the type of guy who forgets.
If that is meant as a compliment, you are wasting your time. Can you not see I am packing as quickly as possible? I will get out of Egypt. Is not that what you want?
Not me, lady. Did somebody else say that?
He was here only an hour ago with his threats. Do not pretend you do not know.
Who? The little fellow sitting out there in the Fiat?
Why? No. He was heavy with a completely bald head.
Did you get his name?
Arnold Krieg. He gave me enough money to get out, and I'm taking his advice right now.
Why does Krieg want you out of Egypt?
Why should I tell you?
Because I don't like getting threats any more than you do. Now, look, maybe we can help each other, Sandra.
At least you're not holding a gun.
No, I don't carry one. Who is the fellow out there in the Fiat?
His name is Hagen. Milt Hagen.
Did he have a deal on with the man you went to the tambourine with last night?
Yes. I do not know what it was. He did not tell me.
Well, let's have his name.
Van Dorn. It was only a date.
Oh, sure. After you two left the tambourine last night, where'd you go?
He brought me back to the hotel, and then he left.
Did you see him after that?
I watched him from the window there, walking down the street, and then a truck pulled up alongside of him.
Go on.
Two men jumped out, grabbed him, and dumped him into the truck. That is the last time I saw him.
You saw way too much. Who were the men who picked him up?
I recognized only one of them, the bald-headed man, Arnold Krieg.
Did he have business with Van Dorn, too?
I think he was trying, but Van Dorn would have nothing to do with him. But believe me, I do not know what it is about at all.
Sandra, do you know what happened to Van Dorn?
No, Mr. Jordan. Do you?
The police found him out in the desert this morning. Dead.
Oh, no. Oh, ma foi, but how...
He'd frozen to death.
Oh, but that is not possible.
Yeah, it happens to be true. Now, listen, Sandra. If you know anything else, you'd better tell me.
Oh, but that is all I know. I saw Krieg dump him into a truck. A yellow truck with a red triangle on the side. That is everything.
Come on, Sandra. We're going to tell this to the police.
Oh, no, I'm not getting out of town right now. Before something happens to me.
No, you're not. You're coming with me to Captain Sabaya.
Please, Mr. Jordan, let me go.
You are taking her? No, please.
Krieg!
We hadn't seen him come in the open door, and he was standing right behind us. It was the man who had threatened Sandra earlier. He was built like a wrestler, and there wasn't a hair on his head.
The girl will do only what I told her to do.
I was going to. Please, you can see. I was packing.
I see everything quite clearly. Mr. Jordan takes untimely interest, but he alters nothing.
It must have been quite a deal you had with Van Dorn. Enough to kill him.
A very big deal, Mr. Jordan, and I don't want it upset by anyone.
That's why the gun, huh?
No. I am a generous man. I give everyone a break, but only once.
So what's your plan?
There's a chartered plane warmed up and waiting for this girl. Fortunately, there is space for another passenger. You, Jordan.
Now, let me get this straight.
You quite understand me. I am having you both flown out of Egypt.
Del Monte Foods is presenting tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan.
Fresh tasting,
natural tasting,
and refreshing.
Fresh tasting, natural tasting, and refreshing. There, in just 6 words, is the whole story of Del Monte tomato juice. Fresh tasting, natural tasting, and refreshing. That is just what tomato juice should be. And that is just exactly what Del Monte tomato juice is. As an awakener at breakfast time, at any time during the day, for a perfect mealtime appetizer, Del Monte tomato juice really hits the spot. Yes, there's real satisfaction in a tall, chilled glass of Del Monte tomato juice. Try it.
Del Monte tomato juice is fresh tasting.
Right. All the sunny, good flavor of fully vine-ripened tomatoes.
Del Monte tomato juice is natural tasting.
In tomato juice, just as in all Del Monte tomato products, only the very best tomatoes are used.
Del Monte tomato juice is refreshing.
Yes, indeed. Downright satisfying. That's Del Monte tomato juice. Buy several cans at a time. They'll come in mighty handy. And now we take you back to Cairo and tonight's Rocky Jordan story, The Strange Death of Van Dorn.
Well, Arnold Krieg held the gun, so he was calling the turns. He opened the door, jerked his bald head to motion us out. Sandra clung to my arm as we walked ahead, down the rear hotel stairs, and out the back to where a 1938 Mercedes-Benz with oversized bumpers stood waiting. Native driver sat at the wheel. We got him back, the 3 of us. The car jerked to a start, swung across the Bulak Bridge, then south. Ahead, we knew a plane awaited us. Destination? Someplace outside of Egypt. I still had a lot to learn. Oh, it's sure been a hot day.
Talk of the weather in desert country is poor conversation. Didn't you know that, Jordan?
Yeah. Only I'm wondering something.
That also is wasted effort.
You and your driver had a cute way of killing Van Dorn.
Death is conclusive. The manner is not important.
But freezing him to death, that took some arranging.
Confine your thoughts to the view, Jordan. It is your farewell to Cairo.
Please, sir, Creek Bay.
Yes, Gaban, what is it?
In the rearview mirror, I see an automobile that follows.
Are you sure? Which one?
The small blue automobile. It is most persistent.
The blue Fiat. He's following all right.
It is Hagen again. He was waiting outside my hotel.
Face to the front, both of you.
You know him, Krieg? He came at me with a lot of excited questions after they found Van Dorn in the desert. Where does he fit?
Have you quite ceased with your babbling?
About the blue automobile, sir.
First, we'll make sure. Gaban, turn right at the next corner.
I do as you say, master. The blue automobile also turns.
Uh-huh. We'll put a stop to that. Faster now. Faster.
Still he comes.
Good, good. Now this next corner now. To the left.
But, master...
Turn, Gaban, turn.
You see, sir, a dead-end street.
As I thought. Now, swing into the alley. Quick now before he sees us. Now, stop there.
Hold on, please.
This is good. Now, hold it here.
It works, sir. The man in the blue automobile did not see us. He will not get far.
Come on. Back out now and head toward him.
He has stopped, Master. At the blank wall, he has stopped.
So much now for our Hagen. He has indeed reached a dead end. Ahead now, Gaban, and make it good.
Mr. Sheridan, what are they doing?
Craig, are you crazy? You can't expect... Shut up, Jordan. Now, Gaban, ram his car to the wall.
Krieg's eyes were directly ahead, and that was my chance to grab Sandra and push her to the floor. I found the door handle and had it open as we hit. The Fiat had been crushed like an eggshell, and I was on my feet pulling Sandra with me. She was shaken but game, and we made it to a narrow passageway that led between two buildings. About then, Krieg realized we were gone.
Jordan! Stop at once!
We stepped it up along the passageway till I spotted an open door, and we ducked in. It turned out to be the back end of a little vegetable mart. I slammed the door, bolted it, dragged Sandra past the jabbering proprietor, out the open front, down the street to look like we were safe. I found a phone booth outside a tobacco store. While Sandra caught her breath, I made a phone call.
Captain Sabaya speaking.
Hello, Sam. It's Rocky.
Jordan, I was about to call you.
Now, give up the idea and get over to the Sharia Idfu, just off El Mar. There's a smashed-up Fiat.
And why should a street accident interest me?
Not an accident, Sam. Murder.
Continue, Jordan.
Now, you'll find him in the smashed car. An American named Milt Hagen. He was deliberately run down.
By whom?
Guy with an egghead named Arnold Krieg. He had plenty of interest in Van Dorn, too.
So, Jordan, you know the name of the man found in the desert.
Yeah, I found out. Now, get this, Sam. Krieg's the one that killed Van Dorn. There was a deal on. Van Dorn had something to sell, and Krieg was trying to horn in. What was it, Sam? Why kill two men for it?
I can only tell you who Van Dorn was, Jordan.
Yeah?
He was a criminal wanted by the British. A confidence man, smuggler, counterfeiter. A Dutch, yes, from South Africa. But tell me, how do you know that Krieg killed Van Dorn?
Because I have the girl who was with Van Dorn last night. She saw Krieg and a helper dump Van Dorn into a truck and take him away.
Jordan, I think you had better come to headquarters now and complete your report.
Sit tight, Sam. We'll be right there. All right, let's go, Sandra.
No, Mr. Jordan. You must let me go now.
Nothing doing. Sam's waiting for us.
You only want to turn me over to the police.
It's for your own good. They want to clear it up for you.
Please. I only want to get away before that terrible man finds me again.
And just where do you think you'll go?
To the plane. Away from Egypt, any place.
Try thinking straight, Sandra. You actually suppose that plane's waiting for you now?
That is what Krieg said. That is all he wanted.
You still don't know the man we're up against, do you? You saw what he did to Hagen?
Of course I saw.
Remember what he told us? He gives everybody just one chance. Our chance is just played out, unless we get to the police quick.
How do you know we will ever get there?
Well, we've got to take that chance. Now, listen, Sandra, supposing you did get out of Egypt. Krieg wouldn't let it go at that, not after what we know. You'd never get back here, and you'd never be safe.
Rocky, do not let that man find me again.
All right, Sandra. We got to learn why he killed Van Dorn, and see to it that he never kills anybody again. Sandra finally saw it my way. I flagged down a taxi that took us to my car, still parked near Sandra's hotel. Then we started for headquarters. It was well after sundown by now. It seemed like a long time since I'd looked down at Van Dorn's body in the desert that morning and found out how he died. We were spinning along one of the residential streets when suddenly my foot hit the brake pedal.
Why are you stopping?
Sandra, look at that card there in the window of that house. Does it mean anything to you?
Why, the red triangle. It is just like the sign I saw on Krieg's truck.
You know what the card is?
An ice card. Then it was an ice truck.
Of course. Why didn't I think of that before? Well, Sam's going to have to wait. We're paying a visit to the Delta Ice Company. I made a U-turn, bumped the opposite curb, and headed back the other way. And not 10 minutes later, we'd found the Delta Ice plant and were driving slowly past. By now, Sandra was almost enjoying it.
Those trucks lined up along the side, Rocky.
Yellow with red triangle signs, including the one parked there at the dock.
Yes. Someone is there. 2 men.
Yeah, and they're loading something on the truck fast from inside the building. You still with me, Sandra?
Yes, Rocky, of course.
There's a filling station at the corner. Get down there and call Sabaya. Tell him to get here with some men the quickest way he can. Sandra hurried away, and I went back to watch. I kept close to the building. Somewhere inside, I knew Van Dorn had died the night before. I got as close to the dock as I could, hiding in the shadows. From there, I made out the 2 men busy at work. The guy with the bald head, Arnold Krieg, and his helper.
Step on it, Gaban. Keep moving.
Only a few more blocks of ice, Krieg.
Yes, there's no time left. We're getting out of here.
They were bringing blocks of ice from the building and loading them into the metal-covered truck. figured they were trying to get away. Well, when you're in a big hurry to skip town, you don't load yourself down with 1,500 pounds of that stuff unless it's real important. So I knew those cakes of ice held the answer. They both went back inside the building. I moved in closer. In a few seconds, they were back, each dragging a big cake of ice.
Don't lag, Gaban. There are the last.
This block of ice must... Careful with it. It is heavier than the others,
Yeah, much heavier, yes, but only we know that. Yeah, hurry now.
I held it till they both got well into the truck to complete the load. Then I was silently moving up onto the dock to the back of the truck. I had one side of the metal door and swung it shut. And before they could move, the other one. The bar dropped in place, and they were both locked inside.
Gaban, open those doors.
It was not I, Master, but someone outside.
Who is there? Who is out there?
What's the difference, Krieg? You're all through.
Jordan, I warn you. Let me out of here.
Yeah, any good reason why I should?
Jordan, let me out of here.
Not till the police get here with some hot toddies.
Jordan, you haven't called police.
Keep your ear tuned. You'll hear the sirens any minute.
Jordan, there isn't much time. We can make a deal. I'll give you a fourth. I'll give you half.
Half of what?
The diamonds. They're frozen in the ice.
Diamonds, of course.
No one will ever see them in the ice. No one will ever know. How about it, Jordan?
No.
Huh? What did you say? Come closer. I can't hear you.
You heard me. I said nothing doing.
Closer, so we can talk. Closer, Jordan.
You missed. But don't give up. Well, Krieg kept firing into the metal door till his clip was empty. Then I walked over and sat down on a step to wait for Sam Sabaya. I was kind of sorry I hadn't sent word for him to bring an ice pick.
In just a moment, Rocky Jordan returns to conclude tonight's story. When the gang gets together for a steak fry, chances are you'll hear a lot of opinions on how it should be done. But when it comes to catsup, they'll all agree.
I want a catsup with plenty of zip. Real snappy tomato flavor.
And that's just what you get in Del Monte catsup. Zesty, lively, real tomato flavor at its best. Yes, that wonderful flavor you find only in the best tomatoes, fully ripened on the vine. And that specially good flavor is brought to perfection with pineapple vinegar.
Pineapple vinegar. There's the big secret of that marvelous Del Monte catsup flavor. Pineapple vinegar is superlative vinegar. It brings out all the best flavor of the other ingredients, especially tomato flavor.
And only Del Monte catsup has pineapple vinegar. So remember, when you want a hearty, spiced tomato flavor, when you want a real He-Man catsup, when you want tomato flavor at its best, you want Del Monte catsup.
Try Del Monte catsup soon. You'll like it.
And for all its goodness, Del Monte catsup costs less than many other quality brands. Back now to Rocky Jordan for the conclusion of tonight's story.
Well, Sandra's phone call brought Sabaya and his men to the ice house in a hurry. We opened the doors of the truck then, and my two captives came out as meek as kittens. We all went down to headquarters, bringing the truck along, still loaded with the ice. Krieg and Gaban were booked on a charge of double murder. After questioning, Sandra went back to her hotel to unpack. And Sergeant Greco, with a couple of others, set to work chipping up the blocks of ice and melting them. Sam and I waited in his office till Greco finally came in.
Captain Sabaya, I am now most happy to make my report.
Proceed, Greco.
You assigned me to chop up and melt certain blocks of ice taken from the truck of the Delta Ice Works relative to the...
Yes, Greco. What did you find?
In the first 3 blocks of ice, I found nothing. But in the 4th, I made a most remarkable discovery. In the ice, they could not be detected, but through the process of melting, I discovered this.
Place them on the desk. Let me see.
Diamonds, Capitan. Surely of great value. That is my discovery.
Yeah, there they are, Sam, just like Krieg said.
Yes, and all genuine. There is little doubt.
I trust then, Capitan, that you are pleased?
Just keep chopping the rest of the ice, Greco. You may find some more.
Mr. Jordan, it may interest you to know that I take orders only from Captain Sabine.
Yes, and you take them very well, Greco. Now, when you have finished with the ice, please report to me again.
Your command, Capitan.
Jordan, it is growing late. I would complete my dossier on this case quickly. Now, Van Dorn in Egypt illegally.
With a lot of hot diamonds he'd smuggled in from South Africa. He must have had a buyer in Hagen.
Correct. The American consul informs me that Hagen was a jeweler from New York.
Yeah, they set up a deal. Maybe Hagen even made a first payment in the diamonds. That's when Arnold Krieg got wind of it and decided to get the diamonds at any price.
Krieg confesses that he was manager of the ice company, obviously a front for his diamond smuggling ring.
Well, that's it. He wanted the diamonds, but Van Dorn wouldn't sell, preferring to do business with Hagen. So Krieg got tough, picked Van Dorn up last night, took the diamonds from him, knocked him out, and dumped him in the deep freeze room at the ice house. A real convenient way to kill him.
Yeah. In the meantime, he hid the diamonds in his usual manner by freezing them in the ice until he could smuggle them out of the country.
And after that, all he thought he had to do was dump Van Dorn's body out in the desert, knowing he'd thaw out and hoping nobody'd know how he died. The Krieg might have got away with it, too, except for what Sandra saw from her hotel window.
Yes, as you say.
Well, that about buttons it up, Sam. I guess I'll be getting back to the tambourine.
Yes, and I will be getting home to my dear family. Well, good night, Jordan.
Good night, Sam. Oh, don't forget to put out the card for the Iceman, huh?
For the finest in tomato flavor, enjoy the whole family of Del Monte tomato products.
Del Monte catsup and chili sauce.
Del Monte tomato sauce and canned tomatoes.
And Del Monte tomato juice.
Remember, buy wisely. Buy for flavor. Buy Del Monte. Del Monte, the brand you trust for flavor in so many good foods. Rocky Jordan, written by Gomer Cool and Larry Roman, stars Jack Moyles in the title role with Jane Amello as Sam Sabaya, and is produced and directed by Cliff Howell, with original music composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Remember, you have a date next week at the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. Same time, same station. And the story is The Big Heist. For pies and cakes that can't be beat, you want your raisins fresh and sweet. So try Del Monte seedless raisins. For your holiday Thanksgiving cakes, cookies, and pies, get the freshest, tastiest raisins yet. Del Monte seedless raisins. Larry Thor speaking. Rocky Jordan is presented over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, by transcription, we take you now behind the scenes of a police headquarters in a great American city, where under the cold, glaring lights will pass before us the innocent, the vagrant, the thief, the murderer. This is The Lineup.
Lieutenant, I didn't figure I was getting into all this.
I thought all I had to do was to tell you what I saw in Whitegate Park last night.
That is all you have to do, Sidney. Here, sit down. It'll only take a few minutes. We want to see if you can identify the man in the park who walked past the bench where you and your girl were, that's all. We picked up someone who fits the description you gave us.
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, like I said, Lieutenant, Gloria, my girl that is, was repairing her lipstick when this guy sauntered by. Boy, imagine me putting a finger on a murder.
Now, hold it, Sidney.
May I have
Just
your
look and
attention,
listen,
please?
huh?
You people out there on the other side of the wire in the audience room, may I have your attention, please? Thank you. My name is Greb, Sergeant Matt Greb. I'll explain the lineup to you. Each of the suspects you will see will be numbered. I'll call off a number, their name and charge. If you have any questions or identification, please remember the number assigned to the prisoner as I call his name. If you're sure or not too sure of the suspect, have him held. The officers who took your name will assist you. They're seated among you.
Oh, wait till I tell the guys in the block about this, huh, Lieutenant?
Your identification. When the prisoners leave here, they are sent to the bathroom and dressed back into their jail clothes. It makes it quite difficult to bring them back after they leave here. The questions I ask these suspects are merely to get a natural tone of voice, so do not pay too much attention to their answers as they often lie. Bring on the line. All right, boys, all right, let's move. This way, over to the end of the stage. That's it. Now turn and face the front. Hands to your sides, look straight ahead. Number 1, Charles Heltzer, assault. Why were you fighting, Charles?
It was self-defense. He said he wished I was dead.
Talk up, Charles.
It was self-defense. He said he wished I was dead.
Witnesses say you started it, Charles.
They ain't witnesses. They're downright liars. His buddies.
Number 2, Maurice Calder, drunk and disorderly on private property. Where do you live, Maurice?
It all depends on the weather.
Why did you start a disturbance in the theater lobby?
I was drunk, I guess. Anyhow, when I got inside, I found out I'd already seen the picture, and they wouldn't give me my 40 cents back.
Number 3, Jimmy Vedder, vagrancy. How long have you been in town, Vedder?
61 years, Sergeant. I don't know if I was born here.
There, Lieutenant, that one. Like I told you, bald and with a nose that's flat as a pancake.
Sergeant Graham.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Number 3, hold for interrogation.
Okay, Vedder, right in here. I'll be back in a few minutes, Ben.
Okay, Matt. Come in, Vedder. Sit down over there.
Yes, sir.
We want a few facts, Vedder. Early this morning, an unidentified woman of about 60 was found choked to death in the park. A nice-looking unidentified woman of about 60, Vedder. Nice-looking until she was strangled. So the coroner says she was murdered sometime between 9 and 11 last night.
I don't get it, Lieutenant. This morning I'm picked up in an alley sleeping off a snootful. Now this, where's the connection?
A kid who was necking in the park last night, not 50 feet away from the dead woman. That's the connection, Vedder. A kid who read about the killing in this morning's paper and came in and gave us a description of the man he saw in the park at a little after 11.
I still don't get it.
Well, then try this. The description the kid gave us was a bald man with a nose flat as a pancake who keeps sniffing all the time. That, Vedder, is the reason we picked you up, not for sleeping in an alley.
No.
And just to make it all real tight, 5 minutes ago, the kid identified you in the lineup.
No, that ain't so. He couldn't have. It was dark there in the park. Okay, Lieutenant, I was in the park, all right. I might as well save us both a lot of time and tell you the rest.
You killed her, Vedder? A stick-up that got out of hand when she started to yell?
No, Lieutenant. She was dead when I got there. Could I have a smoke, Lieutenant?
Yeah.
I was walking through the park, Lieutenant, looking for a good spot to flop for the night when I saw something shiny off in the bushes away. This here house key. When I bent down to pick it up, I saw the body. She was dead like a doornail.
And there was no one around? You sure of that?
Positive. I looked good. Anyhow, I was flat broke, so I went through her pockets. She didn't have no pocketbook. Just $1.50 and change in her coat. That's all I took, and I beat it. I walked slow past those kids on the bench so they wouldn't be suspicious. That's all, Lieutenant. The truth, so help me.
The lineup's finished, Ben. Is there anything I can do?
Yeah. Turn Vedder here over to Sergeant Quine, will you, Matt? Gonna hold him on suspicion of murder.
Lieutenant, I already told you.
Let's go, Vedder. Be right back, Ben.
Right.
Hi, Becker.
Hi, man. Good morning, Lieutenant.
Here's the first report on that body in Whitegate Park. Not much.
No identification yet, Becker.
And it may be a while. Most of the stuff she was wearing was homemade and home washed, so no labels and no laundry marks. Also, there's no record of her prints here or in Washington. Coroner's office is checking on her dental work now. Call you as soon as we get something, Lieutenant.
Right.
See you, Matt.
Yeah. Well, Ben, what did Becker have? Does it look like Jimmy Vedder?
Maybe, I don't know. He says he was walking through the park, spotted this key and then the body. Admits robbing it, no more.
Well, where do we go from here, Ben?
Well, until we get something on the body. This key, I guess. Come on, let's check with Harrison on the robbery detail. Get a listing of locksmiths.
Lieutenant, you may be lucky at this key.
Now, how's that, Harrison?
One thing, the number punched on it by the locksmith who turned it out, this G104 here, is a local serial number. Get the name and address out of the file in a minute. But better than that, the key itself is for a Brasso Dunlap lock. They're pretty rare in this part of the country, so the locksmith may remember who he made it for. Of course, on a Yale or Master padlock wouldn't stand a chance.
Well, don't locksmiths have to keep a record on each key they turn out, Harrison?
No, Sergeant. Only keep a record when they make a key for a specific lock, not when they make a key for key. Let's see who G104 is. G, F, G, 80, 95, 1, 103, 104. Here we are. Wallerman Key Shop, 3920 South Clement Avenue.
Right ready, gents.
Fine. Well, cross your fingers, Matt, and hope he's part elephant.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, gents, what can I do for you?
We're from the police department, Mr. Wallerman. I'm Lieutenant Guthrie. This is Sergeant Grebb. We'd like to ask you about a key.
Oh, key I made?
Yeah. This key, Mr. Wallerman.
Do you happen to know who you made it for?
Brasso Dunlap, huh? Don't often make one of these, once, twice a year. It's good luck, all right. But it's unusual.
Well, what is it, Mr. Wallerman? You remember something?
Yeah. Bad temper. Sure. About 2 months ago, officer. Guy with nice clothes and a nice way of talking till he got sore. Yeah, I remember now. Said I took too long. I was a blundering idiot, that's it.
You know this man's name?
His address?
No, I don't. But he does live in the neighborhood.
How do you know that?
Because I've seen him a couple of 3 times at Tommy Lowe's place. Tommy runs a Chinese hand laundry over the next block. This bird must be a customer of his.
What does this man look like?
Oh, he's kind of tall, thin face, sharp nose, but don't worry. Tommy Lowe will know him, officer. Just mention his temper.
Oh, yes, Lieutenant. No man you speak of very well. His name, Mr. Leonard Elster. He live 105 Duane Boulevard.
Yes?
Mrs. Elsman?
That's right.
We're from the police department, Mrs. Elsman. I'm Lieutenant Guthrie. This is Sergeant Graham.
How do you do?
Mrs. Elsman.
Mrs. Elsman, is your husband at home? We'd like to talk to him.
Yes, he's inside listening to the radio. Just a moment and I'll call him. Excuse me.
Sure.
Leonard? Leonard?
Just see if that key fits, will you, Matt?
Yeah. Yeah, it works all right, Ben.
Now, here's Elsman. Now, Mr. Elsman, I'm Lieutenant Guthrie. This is Sergeant Graham. We'd like a few words with you, please.
Very well. Living room is this way, gentlemen.
Thank you. Oh, Mrs. Elson, if you don't mind, we'd like to talk to your husband alone.
Of course.
All right, dear. Sit down, gentlemen. Frankly, I'm curious to know what this is about. Do you mind telling me?
Well, it's about a woman, Mr. Elsner. An elderly, unidentified woman who was found choked to death in the park last night.
What? Woman choked to death? I don't understand. You want to talk to me about that?
That's right. Tell me, Mr. Elsner, did you read about this in the newspapers?
No, I haven't seen the paper today.
Do you mind telling us what you did last night?
I stayed home.
All evening, Mr. Elsner?
Yes, all evening. Now, what is this all about?
Mr. Elsner, do you recognize this key?
Of course. My house key. One just like it.
Do you have your house key with you now, Mr. Elsner?
I do, together with all my keys. Here.
How many house keys are there? For everyone who lives here, I mean.
3, 4, 5, maybe. I don't know. They're all around.
Does the maid have one?
She does. At least she let herself in with one a few minutes before you arrived.
And your wife, Mr. Elsner, she has a key, of course.
Of course. Now, look here, enough of this. Why all these stupid questions about house keys? What, if anything, do they have to do with the woman who was strangled in Whitegate Park last night? Well?
Well, this key was found near the body, Mr. Elsner, and there were signs of a struggle.
Which could mean that whoever killed the woman dropped this key. Your key.
But I have my house key. I just showed it to you. There. And I'm sure my wife does, too.
And what about extra keys? Are they around?
I couldn't say. House keys are famous for getting lost, Lieutenant.
Did you ever lose one?
Since you've been in this house?
Yes. About 2 or 3 months ago.
Where'd you lose it?
Here, at home, in the street?
I don't know. It wouldn't be lost if I did.
Leonard, darling, your temper, please. Control yourself, please.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. I'll be glad to answer your questions. Carol, you'd better leave it there.
Oh, that won't be necessary, Mr. Elsner. Now, about last night. You say you were here?
Yes. Carol here went to bazaar. What was it again, dear?
The Woman's Auxiliary of the North Point Country Club. I'm chairman. We're raising money to build a new clubhouse next spring.
I see. Mr. Elsner, did you have any callers last night? Any visitors of any kind?
Yes, I did.
Can you remember them specifically?
I think so. There was the newsboy who was making his weekly collection about 9, I'd say.
For what paper, Mr. Elsner?
The Evening Star.
And anyone after that, Mr. Elsner?
2 people. Along about 10, a delivery boy from the liquor store, King's. He brought 2 bottles of scotch. At 10:30, a friend of my wife's dropped in looking for her, Ruth Millard.
She lives at the Park, Netherlands.
She stayed about 20 minutes. We watched a television show together, a quiz show called Number Please. A Brooklyn housewife won the jackpot. Some question about Steinmetz.
Leonard?
Gentlemen, at 11, I had a long-distance person-to-person call from a Mr. Saul Meadow, toy jobber in Des Moines, Iowa. I manufacture toys. Now, is there anything else?
No, sir. Not right now, anyway. We'll be in touch. Good night, Mrs. Elsner.
Good night. Good night, Sergeant.
Good night, ma'am. Good night, Mr. Elsner.
Good night.
You know, Matt, Mr. Elsner said he didn't read about the killing in the paper.
So?
So I'd like to know how he knew it happened in Whitegate Park. We never mentioned the park by name.
Next Sunday, CBS brings you an exciting, timely appraisal of the world situation and some of the answers when 10 top CBS correspondents are heard in a special broadcast entitled The Challenge of the 50s, Years of Crises. For the past month, these famous CBS reporters have been interviewing world leaders. On next Sunday's broadcast, you'll hear on special recordings what these leaders predict. Edward R. Murrow will be the moderator. Don't miss this unusual, significant broadcast, The Challenge of the 50s, next Sunday afternoon on most of these same CBS stations.
Did you get that, Willis? On Walnut, yes. King's Liquor Store. They're supposed to have sent 2 bottles of scotch to Elsner last night about 10:20. Yeah. And get a hold of the newsboy who collects for that route, will you? It's the Evening Star. Yeah, that's right. And put a tracer on a person-to-person call Elsner claims he got at 11 from a Saul Meadows in Des Moines. Yeah. I want every bit of that alibi checked. Right.
You know, Ben, personally, I think you're wasting your time.
What, checking Elson's alibi?
Yeah, it sounds good to me. Too many people involved to be a phony.
Well, we'll see. There's something wrong there someplace, Matt.
Well, the keymaker backs up Elsinore in his story about losing the key. For my money, you're reaching quite a ways to tie a well-to-do guy like Elsinore into a threadbare old lady dead in a public park. Why would he do it, Ben? That's what beats me. Why?
Well, you got me.
Well, anyway, I'd go easy if I were you. Elsonore's the kind of bird that really blows his lid over a false arrest. In fact, there was
Come in.
Hi, Lieutenant. Matt.
Hi, Becca.
Well, we got an identification on the old lady in Whitegate Park.
Good.
We traced the shoes. They'd been half sold lately, and we finally located the shoemaker. A guy way out in the Henning district. He just now identified the body.
Well, who is she?
Edna Clooney, 4412 Durban Street. That's a walk up, and it checks out.
Who'd you talk to there, Becca?
A landlady, a Mrs. Peters. She says Mrs. Clooney's had a room there for about 6 months.
Let's go, man.
Just can't believe it. She was such a sweet little old thing. Why, terrible, that's what it is. Down this way, gentlemen.
Thank you.
When did you say it happened?
Last night, Mrs. Peters, sometime between 9 and 11.
Didn't you notice she was gone today, ma'am?
No, I didn't, Sergeant. Sometimes I go a week or more without seeing all my tenants, especially the quiet ones. This is her door here. Ooh, right. Stuffy in here. I'd better open the window.
No, I wouldn't bother. We won't be here long.
Yeah, we just want to look around. Maybe she kept a date book or a diary or something.
If she did, it'd be over there in that table with the drawer.
Oh, here, huh? Well, she was sure a tidy housekeeper.
She was a nice, sweet woman, Sergeant. One of the best tenants I ever had. Oh, it's just terrible. I can't imagine.
Now, this picture, Mrs. Peters, who is it, do you know?
Why, yes, that's her. Oh, my goodness.
Now, what's the matter?
That's Jim, her son. Why, that boy doesn't even know yet that his mother is dead.
Is he here in town?
Well, as far as I know, he lives over on the south side someplace. Works in a mill over there. A stamping mill, I think.
You wouldn't know the name then, huh?
Could it be McClellan and Lamb? She's got a metal ashtray here and a letter opener, both stamped with the compliments of McClellan and Lamb, 1024 South Market.
Now, let's try it. Now, Mrs. Peters, leave everything just as it is and keep this room locked, will you? We may be back.
This must be him, Ben.
You the fellows who wanted to see me? I'm Jim Clooney.
Yeah, and let's go inside here, Jim. Out of this noise where we can talk.
Go ahead, Jim.
I'm Lieutenant Ben Guthrie. This is Sergeant Greb. I'm from the police department, Jim.
Police? What do you want with me?
No, wait. I'm afraid we've got some bad news for you. It's your mother.
Mom? What's happened to her? She hurt?
It's worse than that, fella.
She's dead, Jim.
Dead?
It happened last Sunday night.
Her body was found in Whitegate Park.
Park? But how?
She was murdered, Jim.
Mom? Murdered?
Who did it?
We don't know. But maybe you can help us. Just answer some questions.
Sure. Go ahead. I'm okay. What do you want to know?
When did you see your mother last, Jim?
Yesterday afternoon. About 1 o'clock, I guess. Buddy drove me out to her place. Lieutenant, I don't get this. Mom never went out at night. Oh, maybe once or twice to a movie, but the park, she never went in there. When you were with her, did she seem upset about anything? No, not a bit. We just sat around and talked like always.
Now, what did you talk about? Anything special?
No, the same old things. My job, draft, my gas station. You've got a gas station, Jim? Oh, it's not really mine. It's one I'd like to have. It's out on Grand. The guy's going to sell out and retire. He used to talk about me buying it and going into business for myself. I'll never have that kind of money.
Yesterday, Mom was kidding around that she was going to borrow the down payment for me. She ran into a wealthy old friend, she said.
Well, who was that, Jim?
Oh, some guy she knew 25 years ago. I worked for the same company up in Evanston for a while after my dad died.
Uh-huh.
She hadn't seen this guy since then, but, well, she ran into him on the street last week and recognized him. She got a big kick out of it.
Did she mention his name?
Yeah, it was Melvin something. Melvin Berry it was.
You know where we can get in touch with him?
No. Why do you want him?
Well, maybe your mother wasn't kidding. About borrowing the money, I mean. Mothers are funny where their kids are concerned, you know. Oh, by the way, did you ever hear of a Leonard Elsner? Lives up on Duane Boulevard?
Leonard Elsner. No. Wait a minute. That's funny.
What's funny, Jim?
But you mentioned that Duane Boulevard.
Why? What about it?
Why, Mom used to go up there quite a bit. She used to take a bus to the library up there.
And what, Jim?
I think she said that that's where she was, coming out of the library when she ran into this Melvin Berry.
Say, Becker, you seen Lieutenant Guthrie?
Yeah, about 30 minutes ago, Matt. He was on his way down to the file.
Oh, okay, thanks.
If they take the papers to the right person, they wouldn't have it.
Ben?
Yeah, back here, Matt.
Oh.
Any luck?
Yeah. We had to dig back into the desk for this one. Have a look.
Melvin Berry escaped from state penitentiary February 1930.
Uh-huh. Evanston had him for embezzlement. Tried and convicted up there in December 1929. Got 5 years.
Nice-looking guy. Pretty dapper with that mustache.
Matt, do you see what I see?
Huh? No, I guess not.
Well, look. Skip the mustache. Forget it. The eyes, Matt. The eyes.
Holy smoke. You weren't wasting your time checking on that alibi after all, Ben.
Lieutenant Guthrie. We're good. Put him on. Yeah, go ahead, Willis. What? The checks? All of it? You sure? Okay, Willis, that's all.
Don't tell me.
Yeah, Elsner's alibi is airtight.
That's almost impossible.
But it's a fact. Let's go, Matt.
Go where?
To the Elsner residence, 105 Duane Boulevard.
But you just said...
I know what I said. Let's go.
Fellows were here before. I tried my best to cooperate.
I know. But we found out a few things since then. We want to find out a few more.
Like what?
Well, for one thing, there are 4 parks in this city.
That's an interesting bit of information.
So how did you know the murder took place at Whitegate? You said you hadn't read about it. Neither of us mentioned Whitegate.
Why, perfectly natural assumption. That's the largest park in town. I simply assumed.
For another thing, we had a long talk with Jim Clooney today. He's the dead woman's son. He told us how his mother ran into an old friend right out here on Duane Boulevard.
She hadn't seen the man in 25 years.
So what? If you've got a point, get to it or get out of here.
Leonard, please.
I'll get to it, Mr. Elsner. The man's name was Melvin Berry.
Leonard?
Be quiet, girl. Go on, Guthrie.
We checked on him. He was convicted of embezzlement up in Evanston back in 1929. Escaped from prison in 1930. He was never caught. Of course, we have his picture in prints. It won't be any trouble.
I don't know what you're talking about. If this is some crazy way of accusing me of murder, then arrest me. Go on.
Nobody's accusing you of murder, Elsner. We know you didn't do it.
Huh? But you...
Of course not. You were home here. Your alibi checked all the way.
That's right. But there are all the circumstances. We can't ignore them in spite of a perfect alibi. You know, Mrs. Elsner, a life like that Melvin Berry lives must be pretty miserable. Constantly afraid that the next time he turns around, somebody will recognize him. Always under a shadow of fear. No matter how successful he is, there's always the dread that sometime, someplace, someone will know him. Don't you think so, Mrs. Elson?
Must be even worse for a woman who loves a guy like that. Wouldn't you say, Mrs. Elsa?
She could never escape it, could she? The more she stood to lose, like wealth and social position, the worse it got until finally...
Finally, Edna Clooney was murdered. Edna Clooney ran up against a person like that just because she recognized an old friend who had a secret. She didn't know about the secret, but she did want to borrow money.
That's all it took, wasn't it? The killer could only figure one way. Blackmail. Everything was ruined. Suddenly, all the fears and all the suspicions that had been piling up for years broke loose, didn't they? Didn't they?
Yes.
Carol, don't.
Yes. Yes, Lieutenant. I can't take any more. I had to do it. I had to kill her. I knew it from the instant Leonard told me she'd recognized him as Melvin Barry. No other way out, no other way. I left the bazaar, arranged to meet her in the park. When she said she wanted money, I grabbed her, choked her. Leonard didn't know anything about it until you came in with my keys.
Okay. Give her some help, Elsa, until she gets hold of herself. And we'll all go downtown and put it on paper.
The lineup, where before you pass the innocent, the vagrant, the thief, the murderer. Listen again next week when we again bring you The Lineup.
May I have your attention, please? You people out there on the other side of the wire in the audience room, may I have your attention, please? Thank you. My name is Greb, Sergeant Matt Greb. I'll explain the lineup to you. Each of the suspects you will see will be numbered. I'll call off a number, their name and charge. If you have any questions or identification, please remember the number assigned to the prisoner as I call his name. If you're sure or not too sure of the suspect, have him held.
The Lineup, starring Bill Johnstone as Lieutenant Ben Guthrie and Wally Mayer as Sergeant Matt Greb, is written by Gene Levitt and Bob Mitchell, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Featured in tonight's cast were Gil Stratton, Ted Osborne, Parley Bear, Herb Butterfield, Robert Griffin, and Virginia Gregg. The Lineup was transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. The big postseason football game of the year, the Rose Bowl contest between Michigan and California, will be broadcast next Monday, New Year's Day, over most of these same CBS stations. For action, color, excitement, be sure you're on hand for this great sports event, the Rose Bowl game between Michigan and California. Dan Coverly speaking. This is CBS, where you find songs for sale every Friday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Well, once again, it's time for that weekly visit with our good friend and host, Dr. Watson. Let's join him, shall we?
Ah, there you are, Mr. Bell.
Good evening, Dr. Watson. Well, have you quite recovered from your holiday festivities?
I think so, my boy, and I was particularly flattered by the number of friends who were kind enough to remember a rather elderly and lonely doctor at this time of year.
Well, as long as you keep telling those swell Sherlock Holmes stories, you'll never be lonely, Dr. Watson.
Then I'd better get on with tonight's new adventure. It involved us in one of the most shocking scandals of the 19th century. A scandal that, had it ever emerged in the light of day, might easily have brought ruin and disgrace to one of the most famous men who ever came a member of the House of Lords.
Well, this one I've got to hear. But first I have a message for our listeners. Today, more than ever before, I think men realize how important it is to keep their hair neatly groomed. And men, may I ask you this about the preparation you use? Does it give your hair that old-fashioned, greasy, patent leather look? When you run your hand back over your hair, does your hair feel greasy, sticky, or dirty? Does grease come off on your hand or hat band? If it does, then be smart, men. Change at once to Kreml Hair Tonic. This highly specialized hair tonic contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. That's why Kreml keeps your hair in place longer with such a handsome, well-groomed look. When you use Kreml, you can run your hand back over your hair, and, men, it's really a pleasure. No grease comes off on your hand. And I'm sure you'll enjoy the way Kreml always looks and feels so clean on your hair and scalp. Let it keep your hair looking handsome at all times. Buy a bottle of Kreml at any drug counter. Ask for an application at your barber's. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, how about the 19th century scandal in which you and the great Sherlock Holmes became involved?
Well, Mr. Bell, that adventure began in the very early days of the great man's career. World acclaim and handsome fees were some years ahead of him. And in those times we spent many long evenings discussing whether a decent living could be obtained by the practice of criminal detection. On the day that this particular story began, we just finished our breakfast. Holmes, a curved pipe clenched between his teeth, was scanning the personal columns of the morning paper. I can almost hear him now, as he said,
"Dear me, Watson, the agony column of the Times is more than usually barren this morning."
"Are you looking for a possible client, Holmes?"
"Naturally. Since we already owe Mrs. Hudson for 2 months' rent here, and our doorbell has been frighteningly silent during that period, I must see what possible service I may render these unhappy correspondents."
Well, I glanced over the column, but I couldn't see anything very promising.
"No, Watson, it's a rag bag of bizarre happenings. What a chorus of groans, cries, and bleatings. One skims through them, and what does one glean? Lady with a black boa at the Princess Skating Club wishes to meet gentleman who was kind enough to... That we may ignore, I think."
Yes, she doesn't sound as though she needs your services.
Here's an item. "Surely Jimmy will not break his mother's heart." That appears to be irrelevant. "If the lady who fainted on the top deck of the Brixton bus..." She doesn't interest me either, Watson.
No, probably anyone else who wasn't on that bus.
"Every day my heart longs for... bleat, Watson. All this twaddle is unmitigated bleat."
"It's very disheartening, Holmes. You haven't had a case for over 2 weeks.
"Yes. Sometimes I think I chose the wrong profession. What do the public, the great unobservant public who can hardly tell a weaver by his tooth or a compositor by his left thumb, care about the finer shades of analysis and deduction? As to my own little practice, it seems to be degenerating into an agency for recovering lost lead pencils and giving advice to young ladies from boarding schools."
Holmes, come over here to the window.
"What's wrong, Watson?"
Look at that man walking down the street. He's looking at the numbers of the houses.
"Let's hope 221B is the number he's searching for. What do you make of him, Watson?"
Let me see. What do I make of him? Well, I'd say that he is a foreigner. Yes, foreigner. Look at those flashy clothes and his pointed moustache.
"Oh, don't be misled by externals, old chap. Observe the steady, controlled gait. No trace of the light agility of the Latins or the military heaviness of the German. No, Watson. I think an English gait in foreign attire would suggest an expatriate Englishman, only just returned from a stay abroad."
He is coming here, Holmes.
"Meet him on the stairs, Watson. It'll save Mrs. Hudson a trip."
Yes, all right you are. It's all right, Mrs. Hudson. How do you do, sir? How do you do? Would you please come along up? That's right, sir. Straight up here. In here.
Which of you fellows is Sherlock Holmes?
"I am, sir. And your name is...
Tremaine. Reginald Tremaine.
"I'm Dr. Watson. Sit down, won't you, Mr. Tremaine?"
"My business won't take long. Holmes, I need protection.
And I'm prepared to pay for it.
Protection from what?
My life's been threatened. The police wouldn't do a thing for me, so I've come to you. I'm told you detective fellows will do anything for money.
Oh, really? Then you've been misinformed, sir. My friend... Your friend is very interested in Mr. Tremaine's problem, Watson. Pray continue, sir.
Holmes, I want you to warn my cousin. Tell him you'll get nowhere by threatening me. Frighten the wits out of him if you can. I'll give you £20, and another 20 if I need you again.
And who is your threatening cousin?
Lord Darlington.
Oh, really? Charming fellow.
He's a scoundrel. But his title impressed Scotland Yard. That's why they wouldn't help me. Well, even a title can be vulnerable. A public scandal would shake him. And that's what is going to happen if he threatens me any more. And you can tell him so from me, Holmes.
I've always heard of Lord Darlington as the very model of an English aristocrat. Why should he threaten you, Mr. Tremaine?
That's none of your business. Your job is to see that he doesn't carry out his threat of thrashing me within an inch of my life.
Very well. For £20, I shall warn Lord Darlington that I stand between you and a thrashing. The fee will be paid in advance, please.
I have it in this envelope here. And I expect immediate action, Holmes.
You shall have it, Mr. Tremaine.
Holmes, the man's insufferable. Why'd you take on the case? He's a bounder. Let him get thrashed.
These 4 crisp £5 notes persuade me otherwise, Watson. We owe money to Mrs. Hudson, and your medical practice shows little signs of picking up. I must take what fees I can.
How can my practice pick up when I spend half my time chasing all over the country with you?
In any case, Watson, ask yourself why such a man as Lord Darlington should threaten Tremaine with physical violence. Obviously, only because Tremaine is himself in some way a threat to Lord Darlington. There may be yet another fee in this case, and a much fatter one.
You're going to see Lord Darlington at once?
Yes. I'd ask you to come with me, old chap, but after your remark about chasing all over the country, I hesitate to waste your time.
Rubbish. I was only joking, and you know it, you silly fellow. Of course I'm going with you, Holmes. Get your coat and hat. The game's afoot. £10,000, my dear cousin, or the scandal will be spread all over London.
It's preposterous, Reginald. And I warn you that if you continue in this vein, you'll get that thrashing, I promise.
Oh, no, I won't. I've engaged a detective fellow by the name of Sherlock Holmes. He's going to act as a bodyguard. So you'd better not try any tricks. He should be here any moment.
How dare you bring a stranger into this mess? How dare you?
That's right, my dear cousin. Bolster up your courage with the brandy bottle.
Be quiet, Reginald.
It'll cost you £10,000 to keep me quiet.
I won't pay it.
The scandal will make pretty readings in the newspapers.
Before we go any further, Reginald, I insist on one thing. I shall bring Lady Darlington to here, and you must make this shocking accusation to her face.
I shall be delighted to.
Yes, Jenkins, what is it?
Excuse me, Your Lordship, but there's a Mr. Sherlock Holmes and a Dr. Watson to see you. I told them that you were engaged, but they seem most insistent.
Better have them come in, my dear cousin. We may need independent witnesses.
Oh, very well. Show the gentleman in, Jenkins.
Yes, Your Lordship.
And then if you'll ask Lady Darlington to come here, I'll be very glad to make my accusation in public.
It's blackmail, Reginald. That's what it is. You'll never get away with it.
Won't I? I think you'll be surprised.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Allow me to introduce my cousin, gentlemen, Lord Darlington.
How do you do?
How do you do? Jenkins?
Yes, Your Lordship.
Ask Lady Darlington to step in here for a moment.
Yes, Your Lordship.
Lord Darlington, I greatly admired your speech in the House of Lords on tax reform. I only wish we had met under different circumstances. As it is my duty to...
Oh, that's all right, Holmes. I've already told my dear cousin that I'd engaged your services. I want you both here as witnesses.
Witnesses? To what?
Reginald has made a shocking accusation. As soon as my wife comes here, I'm going to insist that he repeat the statement to her face. Ah, there you are, Clara.
Well, I just put Gordon to sleep, dear. Hello, Reginald.
How are you, Clara?
My dear, I want to introduce Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
How do you do? Well, do sit down, won't you? Albert, what's wrong? You all look so dreadfully serious.
Clara, my dear, Reginald has made a shocking accusation. It concerns you. and I insisted that he repeat it in your presence.
An accusation against me?
Yes, Clara, my dear. You see, I'm requesting a paltry sum for concealing my knowledge of the Darlington substitution scandal.
Substitution? What on earth do you mean?
Well, who should understand me better than you? The baby asleep upstairs, the supposed heir to the Darlington title, is not your child.
That's a lie. How dare you say that, Reginald?
Lord Darlington, surely you were present at your son's birth?
Well, as a matter of fact, I wasn't. I was abroad on government business at the time. My wife went to the country with a paid companion. My son was born there.
Oh, no, my dear cousin. A son was born there, and then it was passed off as yours.
That's a foul lie. Albert, make him leave this house.
I'm afraid, Clara, my dear, that, well, he's threatened to go to the newspapers. We must hear him out.
Lord Darlington, surely the matter is not hard to settle. You say your wife had a companion. Confront her with a story. She can establish the truth of the matter.
Yes, of course she can, but where is she? I haven't seen Maud Harris since she left me a year ago.
Then I have a surprise for you, Clara. She's waiting in my cab outside now. I'll tell Jenkins to send her in. Jenkins?
Yes, sir?
Ask Miss Harris to join us. She's waiting in my cab.
Yes, sir.
Albert, I don't know what devil's work Reginald's up to, but you don't believe him, do you?
Well, of course not, Clara, darling.
Mr. Tremaine, how did you get in touch with this Miss Harris?
For an employee, you ask a lot of questions, Holmes. I met Maud Harris at Brighton last week. As soon as she knew I was the black sheep of the Darlington clan, she thought we might profitably put our heads together.
And so you organized with the idea of blackmailing this poor lady.
Such a valuable secret is surely worth a few £1,000s, Dr. Watson.
Maud. Yes, Lady Darlington, it's me.
You're just in time to settle a most important truth.
I'll handle this, Reginald. Young lady, as I understand it, you claim to know that the boy lying upstairs is not my son.
Who should know better, your lordship? He's mine. Maud, how can you tell such a lie? It's no lie, and you know it, Lady Darlington. Your child was born dead. Albert, make her stop saying such things.
Clara, my dear, control yourself. Let's hear this shocking tale to the end. Well, go on, young woman.
You were abroad, Lord Darlington. When her ladyship lost her child, she was terrified. She knew how much you longed for a son, and she made this plan. Oh. I was a widow, and I was going to have a child, too. We fooled the villagers, even the doctor, by giving each other's names. And so my son was born as the Darlington heir. Maud, that's the most shocking lie I've ever heard. I can't stay here and listen to any more of it.
Mr. Holmes, I understand you're a man of discretion and ability in such matters. What am I to do?
I would like to ask this young lady a few questions. Miss Harris, why have you chosen to reveal the supposed truth now?
I thought that money could compensate me for the loss of my boy. But I was wrong. A mother's love can never be stifled.
Indeed, and I suppose Mr. Tremaine's plans for blackmail are purely incidental.
Oh, keep out of this, Watson. It's no affair of yours.
Establishing truth and justice is anybody's business, my good man.
Mr. Holmes, I'll pay you any fee you name to disprove this monstrous story.
Oh, no, you don't, my dear cousin. Holmes is employed by me.
Mr. Tremaine, I've undertaken to protect your physical safety. That pledge I will keep. Otherwise, I'm a free agent.
Then you'll accept my commission?
Yes, Lord Darlington, on one condition.
And what's that?
You have asked me to disprove this story. I would prefer that you ask me to establish the truth.
Of course, Holmes, and spare no expense. Remember, the honor of the Darlingtons is at stake.
Well, Holmes, little did I think when Tremaine called on us this morning that we'd end up the day tramping a village lane in Surrey, looking for a Dr. Godfrey.
And yet, that gentleman must surely be able to give us the final answer. Lady Darlington said that he attended her.
Yes, but supposing the companion's story was true and they had changed names.
Even so. The good doctor will certainly know whether the boy was born to a slight, blonde woman like Lady Darlington or a brunette Amazon like Maud Harris.
Well, here's the doctor's house. They said in the village it was the one with the gabled roof.
No lights visible. I hope the doctor's not out.
Doesn't seem to be any answer. Confound it. I don't believe there's anyone at home.
And you will observe, Watson, that this morning's delivery of milk still stands on the doorstep. Curious. Let's explore a little.
Well, perhaps the doctor's gone away for a few days.
If so, he's a very careless man. Look, that window's wide open.
Do you think we might go in and look round?
We not only might, we will go in. Too much is at stake to stand on ceremony. Strike a match, Watson.
Right, you are. I'll light that lamp. There you are. Holmes! Holmes, look! The figure slumped over the desk.
Someone has reached the doctor before us.
He's been shot through the chest. He's dead, Holmes.
How long would you estimate he's been dead, Watson?
About 24 hours, I say.
So now we become involved in murder as well as blackmail.
Well, the answer's perfectly obvious to me. Tremaine came here and shot him. He knew that he could never blackmail Lord Darlington while this doctor was still alive.
Not necessarily, Watson. If the story of the substitution is true, you must realize that one other person would have an equal motive for murder.
Great Scott, Holmes, who?
Lord Darlington himself.
In just a moment, we'll rejoin Dr. Watson and Sherlock Holmes as they endeavor to solve the mystery. But first, they say New Year's resolutions are made to be broken. But here's one which should pay you big dividends to keep. Resolve to take better care of your hair, to keep it better groomed, your scalp hygienic. Start using Kreml hair tonic at once. You see, Kreml is a highly specialized hair tonic. It contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. That's why it keeps hair neatly in place longer and gives the hair such a natural, well-groomed appearance, never greasy or sticky. But men, Kreml does lots more than keep hair looking attractive. Its light oils have a fine lubricating effect on a dry scalp. At the same time, it removes loose dandruff. And a quick massage with Kreml stimulates the circulation of blood in the surface of the scalp. Notice how alive, how invigorated your scalp feels. And men, you like to rub Kreml on your scalp because it's such a clean hair tonic. Never feels greasy or sticky. And if your hair is so dry that it breaks and falls when you comb it, Kreml actually helps condition the hair, in that it makes it feel softer, more pliable, and looks as if it had some body to it. So men, for better groomed hair and a hygienic scalp, change to Kreml. Kreml. Kreml hair tonic. Well, Dr. Watson, so you went to interview that village doctor and arrived there to find him dead.
Yes, Mr. Bell, but before we reported the tragedy to the police, Sherlock Holmes conducted an intensive search of the dead man's room. After a moment, he turned to me and said,
Watson, we must see what the inanimate objects in this room can tell us. Aha, here's the doctor's appointment pad. Let's see who his last visitor was.
Look, there's the name of Darlington.
Yes, but that tells us little. If the companion's story is true, the word Darlington could refer to either of the women or to Lord Darlington himself. But what are these letters scribbled before the word Darlington? Why must doctors have such illegible handwriting?
Doctors don't have illegible handwriting.
I disagree. In fact, I've often thought they train you to write badly in medical colleges. Yes. The letters are R-E, Ree.
Ree Darlington. That means that someone was calling about the Darlington case.
A fact we already knew.
Yes,
Let's see what else we can find. Hello. Look over here on the sideboard.
Brandy decanter with a stopper left out.
And one glass that has been drunk from.
The killer must have had a drink after he shot the doctor.
And in so doing, I think he gave us the clue to his identity.
Oh, how?
There's a speck on the rim of this glass. I think it's... the very thing, the doctor's microscope. Most convenient.
What does it tell you, Holmes?
Wait a minute. I was right. This speck on the glass is wax.
Wax? Then that means the murderer used a candle.
Oh, no, Watson.
Oh, didn't...
Come on. We must go back to the village and report his death, and then we'll catch the next train to London.
Aren't you going to stay here and help the police?
Why should I? Beyond telling them the name of the murderer.
You mean you know who did it?
Of course. And so should you.
Well, I don't.
But we don't know the answer to the Darlington substitution scandal. That answer, Watson, still lies in London.
£9,500, £10,000. Well, there you are, Reginald.
Thank you, my dear cousin.
I'll put the money in my bag, Reginald.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Lord Darlington, that sheaf of banknotes in Miss Harris' hand. Surely you didn't pay the blackmail.
I discussed the matter with my wife, Mr. Holmes. She's deeply upset. We both agreed that the scandal, once started, would cling to us for life, even if it was disproved later. That's why I paid the money.
You engaged me as your representative in this case, Lord Darlington. Miss Harris, give that money back at once.
It was a gift from Lord Darlington in front of a witness. If you try to touch it, I shall send for a policeman.
That won't be necessary. 2 of them are waiting in the anteroom now.
Police? Oh, Holmes, you shouldn't have done it. I wanted no breath of this scandal to emerge from beyond these 4 walls.
The fact that police are here has nothing to do with the problems of blackmail. I brought them here to apprehend a murderer.
A murderer? What do you mean?
Dr. Godfrey, your wife's physician, was shot dead during the past 24 hours.
He was killed before he could tell us the true answer to the parentage of the child upstairs.
Murdered? Oh, what a dreadful thing. Have you any idea who did it?
Every idea, Lord Darlington. But before I expose the criminal, I'd be obliged if you'd bring Lady Darlington here. And also the child.
Oh, very well, Holmes. This is going to be a terrible shock to her.
You're suddenly very quiet, Mr. Tremaine.
Am I? I was wondering who might have killed Dr. Godfrey.
Fortunately, we don't have to wonder. The murderer left a clue. After he'd committed the crime, he made the mistake of taking a drink.
Darlington's quite a drinking man, you know.
And you have been known to take a drink on occasions, too, Mr. Tremaine. For instance, after you'd killed Dr. Godfrey.
After I'd... What rubbish are you saying?
You see, the murderer left a tiny blob of wax on the glass.
Oh, what does that prove? Merely that someone had been carrying a candle.
But this wasn't candle wax. It was cosmetic wax, such as you used to wax that pointed moustache of yours.
Reginald.
All right, all of you, I'm getting out of here.
He snatched my bag. Reginald, come back here.
I'll go after them.
No, Watson. The police are prepared to arrest him, but not the young lady. We shall need her cooperation in the last act of this little tragedy.
Surely the whole thing's clear by now. If Tremaine killed the doctor, obviously the whole story about the substitution is a lie.
Not necessarily. Even if it were true, the doctor was still a menace to his plans. How could he and Miss Harris ask the highest price for their secret when the doctor also knew it? No, Watson. Tremaine had a motive for murder either way. In the meanwhile, I must set the stage before Lady Darlington gets here. Where'd I put that parcel? Oh, here it is.
What the devil have you got in there, Holmes?
A present from a plumber friend of mine. Though the object in this package is only a simple tool of his trade, I feel that it may give us the answer to a peer's inheritance.
Upon my soul, you're being very mysterious.
In a few moments, I propose to conduct a test. You must hide outside the windows. When I turn down the gaslight over the mantel here, Watson, I want you to strike a match, apply it to the object in this package, and toss it through the open window. At the same time, cry out the word fire at the top of your voice.
I remember that.
I think the results of the experiment may prove quite startling. Lord Darlington, now that all the principals in this case are assembled, I shall conduct my experiment.
Very well, Holmes.
I don't see why I had to bring the boy down here. It's long past his bedtime.
I assure you, Lady Darlington, that his presence is absolutely essential. Please place him in the bassinet on the sofa.
All right.
That's it. And you, Miss Harris, will you be good enough to place your handbag on the table?
Very well, Mr. Holmes. But no funny business now. The police took it away from Reggie and gave it back to me. That money's mine.
Each of you ladies claim to be the mother of that boy. Since scientific tests of parentage are notoriously unreliable, I shall conduct a simple experiment which I think may give us the truth in this matter. Now, I want both you ladies to come toward me with outstretched hands. That's it. I turn down the gaslight over the mantel. So.
Fire!
Oh, darling.
It's all right. It's all right. If you look closely, you'll observe that this object is a perfectly harmless plumber's smoke rocket. You can drop the masquerade, Watson. The case is solved.
Oh, is it home?
Holmes, what on earth are you up to?
You'll notice that on the cry of fire, Miss Harris ran for her handbag containing the 10,000 pounds. Lady Darlington instinctively rushed to her son. I think, Lord Darlington, that there can no longer be any question of the child's parentage.
Midnight. It's been a long day, Holmes.
Yes, but profitable, Watson. A very profitable day's work indeed.
Here's 1,000 guineas from Lord Darlington.
And don't overlook the 20 pounds that Mr. Tremaine gave
certainly
me.
shan't. He retained you for protection, and you end up by sending him to the gallows.
A fate that he richly deserves. I only wish I could have persuaded Lord Darlington to prosecute Miss Harris. Blackmail is a devilish crime.
It's funny to think that a simple plumber's rocket smoked out the truth.
Yes. Though, you'll remember, I've had occasion to use the instrument before. When a woman thinks her house is on fire, her impulse is at once to rush to the thing she values most. It's a perfectly overpowering instinct.
Well, you certainly took advantage of the fact.
Ah, well, Watson, you may remember the old Persian saying. There's danger for him who taketh the tiger cub, and danger for whoso snatches delusion from a woman.
Oh, really, huh?
Oh, yes, Watson. There's as much sense in Hafiz as in Horace, and as much knowledge of the world.
Well, Dr. Watson, that was a very exciting story.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Incidentally, don't you think you'd better tell our listeners about the change of day and time for our next meeting?
Yes, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, our next broadcast will be on Monday, January 13th, over these same stations. And better consult your newspaper for the time. Girls, have you noticed how men can't help but admire the bright, shimmering highlights in a woman's hair? Then why not follow the advice of the famous $1 Million Powers models? Girls noted for their glossy, bright hair.
Powers models wash their hair with Kreml shampoo. This amazingly beautifying Kreml shampoo actually glamour bathes each tiny strand of hair and uncovers all its natural radiant luster.
Yes, and Kreml shampoo never dries the hair. In fact, it has a beneficial oil base which helps keep the hair from becoming dry or brittle.
Its luxurious active foam thoroughly cleanses the hair and scalp and removes all loose dandruff as well as the dirt.
So, ladies, buy a bottle of Kreml shampoo at any drug counter. See how easy it is to glamour bathe your hair to a vision of tantalizing loveliness. Kreml, Kreml shampoo. Now, Dr. Watson, how about next week?
It's not next week, Mr. Bell. It's a week from next Monday.
Yes, of course. Well, what story are you going to tell us a week from next Monday?
I think I'll tell you about the Devil's Foot.
The Devil's Foot? What was that?
I won't tell you now, Mr. Bell, but I will say that Sherlock Holmes and I never encountered a more gruesome or a more horrible mystery.
Tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, A Scandal in Bohemia. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of California Pictures. Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo and inviting you to be with us 1 week from Monday. That's January 13th, when Dr. Watson will tell us about the Devil's Foot. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Stay tuned for The Man from Homicide. Henry J. Taylor, author, journalist, and ABC commentator, whose commentaries on world events are heard each Monday evening on ABC, is on a fact-finding tour of European countries. Periodically, Mr. Taylor takes trips abroad to examine activities at first hand and to get his own reactions. During the weeks he's in Europe, his Monday evening commentary, Your Land and Mine, will be broadcast each week from a different European capital. He'll speak tonight from Rome, Italy. So listen for Henry J. Taylor's penetrating analysis on Your Land and Mine over your ABC station. The Man from Homicide. According to Webster's dictionary, homicide is the killing of one human being by another. According to Lieutenant Lou Dana,
it's the beginning of a dirty, dangerous job that doesn't end until the killer is found.
I don't
looked like killers.
Every week at this time, the American Broadcasting Company brings you transcribed the star of stage and screen, Dan Duryea, as Lieutenant Lou Dana, the man from Homicide.
The dead are lonely people. They don't eat, drink, chase blondes, or hit the night spots. Nobody keeps them company. Their quarters are on the crude side. And when they've died violently, they don't look good. When they check in with homicide, they put in their time at the morgue. I wonder if the cold marble of the slabs ever bothers them. The sergeant standing next to me had surrounded himself with 300 pounds of fat, but even that couldn't keep the cold out.
Lieutenant.
Have a stick of gum, Dave?
No, thanks.
I don't like his looks.
Wee Willie? He ain't exactly in the best of shape.
45 slug?
Yep, in the back of the head.
Somebody wanted to make very sure. When and where, Dave?
Couple of kids stumbled across him in the park around 11 o'clock tonight.
Kids? At 11?
18-year-old kids. Boy and a girl looking for a quiet place. They found a quiet place. They also found Wee Willie.
What's the medical examiner's guess as to time of death?
Around 7 tonight, give or take an hour.
Dinner time. But not for Willie. I'd seen Wee Willie. We got out of the morgue. The room I kept my desk in was warmer, but the chill was still in my bones. Dave.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
What was Willie Baines?
40 years ago, he was a kid in the slums. 10 years later, juvenile delinquent. And since then, petty larceny boy, small bookie, errand boy for the smart ones. Yesterday, the Crime Investigating Committee had him under subpoena.
And tonight, under the sod. Who was he working for?
We're not sure, Lou.
What was the Crime Commission going to ask him about? The weather?
Captain Kowaleski checked through on that. One of the men on the governor's staff stuck Willie Baines' name on the list.
Well?
Yeah, but he had gone home. We'll get hold of him in the morning.
Tonight?
Lou.
Yeah?
Man's name is Schuyler. Old family and stuff.
I'll make sure my fingernails are clean.
Yeah, it's late. He might be asleep.
He can be waked.
He's political, Lou.
I'll try not to hold that against him. Come on. I'll tell you a secret, Dave. I've decided not to run for president. The Schuyler place avoided its neighbors by several acres of manicured lawn and a high fence. The house itself was made of gray stone. Well-trained ivy framed the windows. The front door was so highly polished you could see your face in it. I needed a shave.
Yes?
No, she didn't need anything. She had it all.
What do you want?
Mr. Schuyler?
It's late.
It is?
Well?
My credentials.
Lieutenant Dana. Homicide.
Homicide?
Come in. Mr. Schuyler's in his room. What did you want to see him about?
It might be simpler if I discussed it with him.
I suppose you know what you're doing.
We'll leave it at that.
But I can't understand what connection there is between homicide and...
Professional connection.
Mr. Schuyler won't be pleased at being disturbed.
Wee Willie wasn't pleased either.
Wee Willie?
A man with a priority at the moment.
Well, if it's important...
Why not let your husband decide?
My...
Where's his room? Quick.
Down the hall, last door.
Thanks. I went down the hall, quick. The last door was standing open. Mr. Schuyler was wearing a silk dressing gown, leather bedroom slippers, and what looked like a smile on his thin lips, but wasn't, and 2 bullet holes in the head. An open window gave a fair view of the manicured lawns and the fence at the far end. Somebody was climbing it. He was over before my bullets got there.
Lou!
That fence is over 100 yards away. Shh, wait. Yeah.
Now what? Hey. Schuyler?
I'd say so.
Dead?
He's got a right with 2 bullet holes in his head. Dave, when you came in,
did shots figured you might need me.
And did you see a woman in evening dress?
A woman? No.
Come on. Mr. Schuyler will excuse us.
Was there a woman here?
Yeah, she made light conversation with me. Maybe because she thought I was a good conversationalist, or maybe because she had to give a gunman time to shoot his gun off. I left her here.
Nobody around now?
No. She must have ducked out when you came in.
Who was she?
I called her Mrs. Schuyler. It looks like I was wrong. Get on the phone. Notify the department, Dave.
What'll I tell him?
Tell him Wee Willie's getting company. The technical men showed up and got the routine underway. They found out that the corpse was Schuyler, and they found out that the corpse was dead, and that was all. Dave and I went through the dead man's files and found nothing. Out on the lawn, the noise and the smell of gunpowder faded. He went over the fence right about here. Maybe he dropped his calling card.
There's not a thing around, Lou.
I better take a look at the fence itself. Shoot your light up here, huh?
Okay, Lieutenant.
Hold it now.
Yeah.
There's rough stone on top. He must have hit it hard going over with my bullet singing behind him. Yeah.
You got something, Lou?
Something.
Hunk of cloth.
1/2 inch by 1/2 inch, maybe. Jagged edges. Could have been torn off his pants leg.
Yeah, hardly enough to identify, Lou.
That's for the lab to worry about. Dave, we're dead.
I'd say.
Baines was going to sing, and somebody objected to his solo and killed him. And Schuyler had picked Baines for investigation. He had something on his mind. Now, where's Schuyler's mind now?
Well, son, you're being rhetorical.
The girl. What's a description worth? She had nothing that'd make her different from 500,000 other girls except beauty. And that doesn't fit into a police report.
None of it's any good, Lou.
I know, Pappy. So let's feed this cloth to the lab. 1/2 inch by 1/2 inch. I wonder if there's enough to make a hangman's rope out of it. The lab was good. They had the cloth pattern tabbed in an hour. It was a tweed, an expensive tweed. Sketches were made up and every local mill questioned. It took them 4 hours to hit the mill that had woven the cloth. 20 minutes for a list of tailors they'd ship bolts to in the city. By that time, it was the next day, and 12 cops pounded pavement visiting tailors. Maybe I slept while in the chair behind my desk. I must have slept because I saw the girl's face and heard her voice again. It was quite a voice.
Hey, Lieutenant.
Yeah, Pappy?
You ever try sleeping?
Sure. Didn't care for it much, though. You got something?
It's a maybe on one of the lists. Boy by the name of Stan Cochran bought a suit made out of that cloth 2 months ago.
Keep going.
Well, he's a Detroit boy. Had a little something to do with the Collier gang out there.
The question is, what's he doing in this town? You got an address?
Yeah, Slocum Arms over on Van Dyke.
That's nice, Dave. Go find a bed and lie down.
Now, you've been gone just as long as I have.
Sure, Pappy, but I don't have so much to carry around. You're dead on your feet. I'll let you know if Mr. Cochran ripped any suits recently. Once upon a time, Van Dyke had been a nice street where people got married, had kids, and died in bed. That was a long time ago. Now, drunks and dirt, blind pigs, houses, and the Slocum Arms. A decaying palm in a cracked tub, cigar butts on the floor, and a quick turnover.
Yeah?
Stan Cochran.
Who's that?
Let's see your register.
Give me a reason.
I'm crazy about hotel registers.
I don't like that reason.
How about this?
I don't like cops either.
You and me both. The register.
Okay.
Thanks. That's funny.
What is?
All your customers got the same handwriting.
Oh, I can explain that.
Go ahead.
They can't write. Hey, let me go!
Stan Cochran.
Look, I'm telling you, the name ain't familiar. Look, get your hands off
I'll
of
wash
me.
him when I get home. Maybe he didn't feed you the right name. He's 28 years old, 5 feet 7 inches high, weighs around 160, brown hair, gray eyes, dresses a lot better than this dump would call for. Who is he?
Oh, I don't recognize. What's the idea?
Keep your hands away from that drawer. There might be a gun in it. Who is he?
Well,
Oh. Shut up. Bend over towards me. We're holding a confidential chat like that. He's on his way out. What name did he use here?
I don't know.
You gave it away. What name?
Steve Carter.
Yeah. No imagination. Same initials. Gargle when you get home. Your throat will feel better. Goodbye. Mr. Cochran was wearing a tan gabardine. I admired it walking up Van Dyke. Half a block, and Mr. Cochran decided his gabardine was worthy of better places than Van Dyke. He hired a cab. I made my car, and Mr. Cochran and I went for a drive. I parked. Mr. Cochran paid his cab off, and it left. I got out of the car, and Mr. Cochran walked past the entrance to the Orange Turban. I ignored it, too. Mr. Cochran picked out the first alley beyond the nightclub and went down it. I gave him time and sampled the alley myself. A thin trickle of moonlight picked out garbage cans, empty milk bottles, and Mr. Cochran knocking on a door at the end of the alley. The door was solid and bolted. I decided I'd use the front entrance to the Orange Turban. It was the kind of a place that had a cover charge. I wondered how Captain Kowaleski would feel about a cover charge. And then I had thoughts about Mr. Schuyler, and I didn't bother wondering. The head waiter had his doubts, but the place was open to the public. The table he gave me commanded a very good view of the wallpaper and the entrance to the gents' lounge. The girl playing the piano was like 500,000 other girls, except she happened to be beautiful. The last time I'd seen her, we were in a gray stone house, and a man was about to die. This time...
Good evening, Lieutenant Dana.
If you say so.
I'm Welsh. I own the Turban. Hope you like it.
Oh, I'm crazy about the wallpaper.
The head waiter didn't recognize you. Now, if you'd like another table...
This one will do.
Lieutenant, I hope you're not here on business.
I wouldn't know. Who's the piano player?
Claire Mason. Beautiful, isn't she?
And she even plays the piano. I'd like to meet her.
I'll ask her.
You pay her salary, tell her.
Very well, Lieutenant.
Hello.
Mr. Welsh asked me to come.
Sit down, Miss Mason.
Thank you.
It's even later
I beg your pardon?
than last night.
I'm not sure I
Last
know.
night was the night we met at Mr. Schuyler's.
At Mr. Schuyler's? Who is Mr. Schuyler, Lieutenant Dana?
Oh, like that, huh?
You and I have never met before. I wouldn't have forgotten if we had.
You're very beautiful. And how did you spend last night between the hours of 11 to 1, say?
Why,
Don't bother. You were here all the time. How many dead men have you ever seen?
I don't think I've seen any.
That's a shame. Everybody should see at least a few.
Why?
Then maybe more people than homicide would hate killers. Welch got an office in the club?
In the back of the building.
Now, let's go visit him.
I don't particularly want to.
Your lawyer wouldn't be happy with your unwillingness.
I don't have a lawyer.
You will by the time you get to trial. I said let's go.
I don't know what you're trying to accomplish, but... All right.
I just want Welch to tell me that you were here all last night, too.
It's through here. He'll tell you I was here.
I know he will. But once he tells me, you see, I'll have a couple of accessories. You and Welch.
Accessories to...
Murder. That's what it always is, isn't it?
Would you mind?
Oh. I keep forgetting we first met in very high society. Sure.
Lieutenant Dana.
Yeah?
Since Welch will corroborate my story, what's there for you?
Exercise. Look, Miss Mason, if this were a book, it might turn out that you have a wicked twin sister. Or maybe somebody hypnotized you and the game you played at the Schuyler house wasn't your fault at all. But this isn't a book. We both know where you were last night, and one of us knows exactly why. The other has a very good idea. Welch is on the other side of that door?
Yes.
You're looking at me as if I were a can of somebody's ideal dog food.
Am I?
Yes. And you're wrong. I'm nobody's ideal. Not even a dog's. You sticking to your story?
It's not a story. It's the truth.
I've got just enough brains, Miss Mason, to know you're lying. I'm just enough of a fool to wish you weren't. Forget it. We go back to the script now. Keeps his door locked?
Yeah.
Go on, Miss Mason.
It's Claire, Mr. Welch, and the lieutenant.
Oh, cute.
What do you mean?
Never mind. You know the answer to that one, too.
Come in, come in. Just doing a little bookkeeping. Make yourselves comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. Welch, where was Miss Mason at 11 o'clock last night?
Claire? Why, here at the club, of course.
And how do you know?
Well, because I was here myself.
How about 7 o'clock?
7?
That one you need a minute for. Take it.
I don't know what you mean. At 7, Claire and I were dining together.
But she told me
we were
that
dining together.
Oh, neat. Very neat. What restaurant?
No restaurant, Lieutenant. Claire happens to be a very fine cook, and she was kind enough to invite me to dinner at her apartment.
Then she's got more talents than one.
Why, you...
Piano playing.
Lieutenant, if you're going to be nasty...
What else can I be? Look at the company I keep. Miss Mason, you're buying one alibi from Welch. Know what he's getting in return? 2 alibis.
2?
You know about Schuyler. You were there.
I've already told you I wasn't.
Save it. Welch offered to pull you out of that one by saying you were here. It'd be my word against the pair of you. You took his offer. In return for that, you've given him an alibi for 7 o'clock last night.
We were together. What happened at 7 o'clock last night?
A little man named Willie Baines had part of his head shot off with a .45. Oh, that one you didn't have down in your little book, huh?
I didn't know.
Claire, the man's trying to trap you.
Shut up.
I've got my right.
How about Willie Baines's rights? How about Schuyler's rights?
I had nothing to do with them. Remember, Dana, you're not a jury.
I remember that all the time. That's why I don't kill you. All right, Miss Mason.
I have nothing to say.
You've got lots to say. It went like this. Schuyler was down here, saw you, decided your eyes held all the stars, and your lips were what a man dreams of. He also happens to be on the crime commission. He got hold of Willie Baines, and Baines decided to talk. About who? You know the answer to that one. Otherwise, you wouldn't have recognized Willie Baines' name when I threw it at you.
I still have nothing.
Let me. Baines was going to tie Welch in with the racket. Schuyler told you. You worked for Welch, you told him. Mistaken loyalty or a cut in the profits?
I work here, that's all.
Thanks. It makes it a little cleaner. You told Welch, and Welch started moving. He hired a gunman from Detroit. First, Willie Baines went at 7 o'clock, and then Schuyler at 11. You were with Schuyler at his house in evening dress. Or maybe you didn't know the program for the evening.
I didn't.
Claire, that was for obstructing justice, Welch.
I'm confused.
Say the phony alibis work. Where does that leave you the minute Welch stops worrying about you?
Oh, I don't care
Where
about
does
what...
that leave you? 2 dead men on your doorstep morning, noon, and night, waking and sleeping. Schuyler, who loved you with 2 bullets in his head. Willie Baines, dead in Potter's Field.
Stop! Please stop it. All right, Lieutenant.
Claire.
I was at Schuyler's, you know that. You saw me. It's 7.
What? The lights. Claire, get down. Don't move. The boy from Detroit was around. Claire.
I don't feel good.
Let me look at... Yeah.
Don't leave me.
I'm not. It wasn't Welch. I had my eyes on him. It was the Detroit gun boy. Emergency. Lieutenant Dana. An ambulance, quick. The Orange Turban Club, back room. Take care of that and then send a patrol car over.
Lieutenant, I don't feel...
There'll be a doctor here pretty quick.
What chance? You don't have to answer that one. I know.
This isn't going to be easy. But, Miss Mason, I'm a cop from homicide. I got a duty to perform.
What are you so worried about?
I don't like it. There's a gimmick in the law. It says testimony by a witness not alive at the time of trial isn't admissible unless the witness made the statement and signed it at a time when the witness knew he was dying.
Then I'll make a very good witness, won't I?
I'll write the dying declaration out. Name, Claire Mason. Where do you live?
The Ardmore Hotel.
Do you now believe you're about to die?
Yes.
Have you no hope of recovery from the effects of the injury you've received?
Isn't there any...
No.
I have no hope.
I'll write the statement. You'll have to try to read it.
All right. It says what you said before.
Yes.
Give me the pen. That'll make up for Schuyler and Willie.
It'll make up.
Oh, I think maybe now, Lieutenant.
Yeah?
The way you figured it out, I wasn't so bad, was I?
You weren't so bad.
Lieutenant, you and I, we know, don't we, that really I was part of the...
I don't know a thing except what's on this statement.
Thanks, Lieutenant.
She thanked me, and she died. It wasn't fair. Dead, she looked even more beautiful. I got out before the ambulance and the squad car. I got out of the room and down the hallway and to the door that opened out on the alley. I was late, but not too late. Welch and the gunboy Cochran would be waiting. They had to wait. Alive, I was their executioner. Dead, they'd be safe. I killed the hallway light, slid the bolt open, kicked the door wide, and headed for the dirt on the alley pavement. I picked number 1 by the flares of his gun. Welch. He hadn't expected me to come through the door that low. The gunboy had been smarter. He pulled in behind the stack of barrels he'd used as cover. We were going to have fun. Cochran, Welch is out. It's just you and me now. Come out. No? Then I'll come after you. You got the girl. A neat job, Cochran. Real neat. Not a word, Cochran? I'm coming after you. Not like Willie Baines, who tried to run. Not like Schuyler, who didn't know it was coming. Me, you've got to take from the front, Cochran. But to do that, you know what, Cochran? You'll have to come out yourself. Stand up to it and take a chance. How about it, gunboy? How about it, killer? All right. I'm on the other side of the barrels. I'm kicking them over, and when they go down, we'll each have a shot apiece. Fair enough, gunboy? Fair enough, killer?
No. No. I'm coming out. Here's my gun. Don't shoot. Please, please, don't shoot.
He crawled out on the dirty floor of the alley and cried. I didn't shoot him. They die harder and more often in the death cell. The boys arrived and washed the thing up. I went back to headquarters. I wrote up my report with pen and ink on white paper. I attached Miss Mason's dying declaration to my report and threw it in the outgoing basket. In due time, the district attorney would use it in a court of law, and a murderer would die. Fair enough. And Claire Mason, with the lights in her eyes and the warm lips, was dead, and would be forever dead, with all her beauty. I don't like killers.
You have just heard Dan Duryea as the man from Homicide with Larry Dobkin as Dave. Ann Diamond was Claire, Jay Novello Welch. Music was by Basil Adlam. The Man from Homicide is transcribed, written by Lou Vitties, directed by Dwight Hauser. Be with us again next week, same time, over most of these same ABC stations, to hear Dan Duryea as the Man from Homicide. Orville Anderson speaking. This program came to you from Hollywood. America is sold on ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Buy wisely. Buy for flavor. Buy Del Monte. Del Monte, the brand you trust for flavor in so many good foods. Time now for Rocky Jordan, brought to you by Del Monte Foods, the brand preferred by more women than any other line of canned fruits and vegetables in the world. Not far from the Mosque Sultan Hassan in Cairo stands the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against the backdrop of antiquity. Del Monte presents Rocky Jordan and this week's story, Black Ball.
It was in the quiet part of the afternoon. I was back in the office of my tambourine catching up on some paperwork when Chris, my bartender, stuck his head in the door.
The afternoon mail, Rock.
Oh, thanks, Chris. Just lay it on the desk.
They're just bills, mostly.
Yeah.
Say, Rocky. You been expecting something from Monte Carlo?
Monte Carlo? Oh, why?
Well, this little package here, it's stamped Monte Carlo. Wonder what it is.
There's one way of finding out.
Oh. Well, what is it, Rock?
You ever see one of these?
Well, I'll be. It's nothing but a little black ball.
The kind they use on a roulette wheel.
Roulette, sure. Well, isn't there anything else in the package, or a note or something? Well, what's the game, Rock?
Beats me. Then I guess we'll find out soon enough. Chris went out, and I sat there for a minute, tossing the black ball around in my hand, looking at it. Then I dropped it in the top drawer and got back to work. The crowds came into the tambourine heavy that evening, and I took over at the back end of the bar. From there, I saw her come in. She was Italian, pretty in a way, except for the look in her eyes. Her coal black hair seemed a little unkempt. A light traveling coat covered her too slim figure. Her right hand was in the coat pocket, and she kept it there. She pushed her way back and found a place directly across the bar from me.
Cairo. An awful place. This is called the Café Tambourine, is it not?
That's what the sign says, lady.
It is owned then by a man named Rocky Jordan.
Well, it's no secret.
Would you please find him and tell him there is someone here to see him?
What about?
Tell your Mr. Jordan Carlotta is here. He will know what it is about.
I don't think he knows anyone by the name of Carlotta.
At one time he did. At one time he knew me very well.
Huh? Where?
In Milan. Now, would you please call him for me? I have something for him.
Well, I hope he's going to like it.
Where is Mr. Jordan, please?
You're looking at him.
I ask you not to jest with me.
It's a fact. I'm Rocky Jordan.
Do you not think I would know Rocky Jordan when I see him? With the wavy brown hair, the thin, smiling lips, even the cleft of his small chin.
Somebody's been playing a game with you. Hey, Chris.
Yeah. What's up, Rock?
Tell this lady my name.
Your name? Oh, but can't
Just
you...
tell her.
It's Rocky Jordan, of course.
Oh, I see.
Thanks, Chris.
Sure.
Well, want to see some identification? Driver's license? Tax receipt?
No, that is not necessary. I believe you. Again, I have been made such a fool.
It happens to us all, one time or another.
And I had something so nice for him. Something I have carried all the way from Milan.
His present, huh? There in your pocket. Makes a bulge like a gun.
You wish to see it? Very well.
I'll cut it. Put it away.
Of course.
That's better.
I will find him, no matter what his real name is.
Let me know when you do. I don't like guys passing themselves off as me.
Or if you meet him before I do, please tell him Carlotta is at the Hibbert house, waiting.
She went out, and I kept wondering who'd been in Milan passing himself off as me. I stepped to the door and watched her walking aimlessly down the street. That's when I noticed a man in a white suit and broad-brimmed Panama hat to match standing across the way under a street lamp. He was watching Carlotta, too. He looked vaguely familiar, so I started out to have some words with him. I never made it because he in his white suit saw me and slipped away into the shadows. It was later that night that things began to happen again. I was walking down the busy Sharia El Booz on my way to a friend's house for a poker session. It was the red coat and the briefcase that first caught my eye. Then I saw the puffy red face and the blunt nose. It was a short, heavy-set man with arches in his shoes coming my way, and he didn't stop till he bumped into me.
Oh, so sorry, my friend.
I moved to go on when I saw his fist open up before my eyes. In it was a little black ball, a roulette ball, exactly like the one that came in the mail.
My calling card. We should talk now, Mr. Jordan, no?
Yeah.
This sidewalk cafe is most convenient. Perhaps the vacant table.
Yeah, you're leading, mister.
Here we are. Mr. Jordan, I am Emil Karnak. You are Rocky Jordan, are you not?
That's right.
Your orders, monsieur?
Oh, just coffee for me.
The same for me.
All right, Mr. Karnak, you've got business with me. Let's hear it.
Good. Right to business. That's what I like. I am employed, Mr. Jordan, by the International Club of Monte Carlo. You, of course, understand now why I am here.
As a matter of fact, I don't.
I have the figures. Let me see now. Yes, here we are. July 2nd, 1949, you, Mr. Jordan, spent a session at a roulette wheel in the Monte Carlo International Club.
I did?
You lost at the roulette wheel a sum of 100,000 francs. You wrote a check for that amount, which was not good.
That's what your notes say.
Oh, they are correct. Thus, the management of the International Club have dispatched me to Cairo, Egypt, to find Rocky Jordan, owner of the Café Tambourine, to make collection.
The coffee, monsieur.
Oh, thank you. Wait. Here, you may keep the check.
Merci, monsieur. Now, let's get this straight, Mr. Karnak. You mean you've been sent clear from Monte Carlo to collect 100,000 francs from me?
Oh, I flew in only this morning. Oh, Mr. Jordan, delightful trip. The Mediterranean is a beautiful sight from the air at this time of year. Don't you think...
Why all this hocus-pocus with the black ball?
It was sent in hopes you would have the money ready.
Only you don't come to the tambourine, you collar me on the street.
Oh, it is my method to handle these affairs with a minimum of embarrassment.
Yeah, that's all very good, Karnak. Only you got it wrong. I haven't been playing any roulette wheels, and I haven't been to Monte Carlo in years.
Indeed.
There's a guy passing himself off as me. He's the one you're after.
Well, I have a photograph of the Rocky Jordan I am looking for. The one who wrote the bad check. It is a photograph of you. Now, 100,000 francs payable in cash this time, plus my expenses, which I shall itemize.
And if you don't get it?
But, Mr. Jordan, there is no such thing. I always get what I am after. But I am not unreasonable. It is night now. I am perfectly willing to wait until tomorrow morning when the bank opens. If you want me before then, I am at the Pyramid Hotel. Good night, Mr. Jordan.
Emil Karnak tipped his hat, snuggled the briefcase under his arm, and walked off and down the street. After a second, I moved to follow, till I saw somebody else lingering a couple of doors away. It was the same fellow I'd seen outside the tambourine when Carlotta had left me that evening. The one in the Panama hat. I moved over to him. Bother you for a light, mister? Huh?
Oh, sure. Hey, Rocky. Hiya, Rock.
I thought I'd seen you before.
Sure you remember me, Al Margo.
Yeah. Real big newspaper man around the Near East, as I remember.
That's it. Haven't seen you in a long time, Rock.
No, not since they kicked you out of Cairo.
Oh, now, Rock, that's unfair. Discredited, maybe, but reporters got to take chances.
All right, skip it, Margo. We got other things to talk about.
We have, Rock?
Yeah. Why were you watching me and Carlotta, and now Karnak?
I don't know what you're talking about, Rock. Rocky, look out! Come on, Rocky, let's get out of here.
I stayed with Al Margo as he raced through the streets and the alleys. Then he cut back, and not far from where he'd started, he ducked into a third-rate rooming house, up to a back room on the upper floor. His key opened the door, and we were inside. After cutting on a light, the first thing he did was reach for a bottle. It looks like you got girl trouble, Margo.
What do you mean by that, Rock?
That hole in your hat will explain.
You got an angle?
Sure. Her name's Carlotta, the Italian girl you were watching at my cafe this evening. The description she gave me fits you to a collarbone. Tall, brown, wavy hair, thin lips.
She give my name?
No. She said you were Rocky Jordan. That means you've been passing yourself off as me. All I want to hear is why.
Just a little gag, Rocky, and lots of times you don't tell a girl your right name.
And there's something else I want cleared up. You been to Monte Carlo lately? Put down that bottle and answer me.
Take it easy, Rock. So I've been to Monte Carlo. What about it?
Using my name and my address in Cairo?
You got a sense of humor, Rock. You can take a joke.
Not when you write bad checks in my name, Margo. Not when a guy named Emil Karnak shows up from the International Club to collect your gambling debts from me. You want some more?
Okay. Sure, I used your name. I did lose a few pills at the International Club.
All right, that's all I wanted. All right, now you and I are going to hunt up Emil Karnak. You're going to tell him you're the one who's been passing himself off as me.
Rocky, I'm not going anywhere.
Oh. Your gun says that, too.
I can't tell Carmack I'm the one he's looking for. Now, Rocky, I can't do that.
Why not?
Because I haven't got the money to pay him. And Carmack won't like that.
Then that's Carnack's problem.
No, Rocky, that's your problem. Because as long as I don't tell him I'm the one, he'll be looking at you. So it looks like you're going to have to pay it yourself.
That's just the way you got it figured, huh?
Suit yourself. But if you don't cancel the debt, Rocky, Carmack's going to cancel you.
Del Monte Foods is presenting tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. Let's turn back the clock about 24 hours and drop in on Mr. and Mrs. Johnson. They're just returning from a football game.
Well, here we are, home at last, and boy, am I hungry.
Oh, so am I. Let's start thinking about some food. Big, juicy hamburgers, maybe.
Say, that's for me, with plenty of catsup.
Uh-huh. Del Monte catsup. It has such marvelous flavor.
And Mrs. Johnson really knows her catsup. Del Monte catsup, the zestiest, liveliest catsup that ever pleased a man. Now that football season is in full swing, you'll find Del Monte catsup a bigger help than ever when planning lunches before the game or supper afterwards.
It's a smart hostess who serves hearty food and lots of it, with plenty of Del Monte catsup handy to add bright, rich, spiced tomato flavor.
Yes, that marvelous tomato flavor you find in Del Monte catsup, the only catsup made with pineapple vinegar. That superlative vinegar that coaxes out all the best in tomato flavor. Remember, for real zip and zest, it's Del Monte catsup every time. Next time you go shopping, look for Del Monte catsup.
You'll like its quality, and you'll like its thrifty price.
And now we take you back to Cairo, and tonight's Rocky Jordan story, Black Ball.
Yeah, Al Margo had admitted everything. That he'd been a lot of places posing as me, Rocky Jordan. And now he held a gun that said the conversation was over. And a lot more. So I got out. I had one job before I made my next move, and that took me to the Hibbert house, where Carlotta had said she'd be waiting. She hadn't been waiting long because her overcoat was lying across a chair as she opened the door.
Mr. Jordan, for what reason you come here?
I figure I'll find it here in your overcoat pocket. A gun, a couple of shells, empty maybe.
Then you will be disappointed. The gun is not there.
Where is it, Carlotta?
If I tell you, you will take it from me. So why should I?
I don't want you throwing any more shots at Al Margo. Not yet.
Al Margo?
In Milan, he used my name.
So, his name is Al Margo. I'm glad you told me. Now, please, tell me where I can find him.
It works both ways, Carlotta. You haven't yet handed over the gun.
And you have not yet told me why you should care.
Because there's a real smooth bill collector in from Monte Carlo named Emil Karnak. He's looking for Margo, too. Only he made the same mistake you did by coming to me.
Oh, I see.
You tried for Margo's life once tonight. I don't want that to happen again. Not till he clears me with Karnak.
I have not shot at Al Margo.
I think different. You came to Cairo to find him and kill him.
Why should I deny that?
Carlotta, I think you'd better stay right here.
And why should I?
Because I don't want Margo killed by you or anybody else. Not till he talks to Karnak.
I shall do what I like, Mr. Jordan.
We'll fix that. I dialed Chris at the tambourine and told him to get right over. I stayed with Carlotta till Chris showed up, and then told him to hold her there till I got back. Then I went over to the Pyramid Hotel to get Karnak. I found him in the all-night grill alone at a front table.
Ah, Mr. Jordan, a pleasant surprise. Please sit down.
I'm glad you're here, Mr. Karnak. I want to clear this up tonight.
Ah, you have the money then, Mr. Jordan.
No, but I have the man you want. He called himself Rocky Jordan in Monte Carlo, but his real name's Al Margo. He's right here in Cairo.
Mr. Jordan, my employer sent me only to see you. I know of no such man.
And it's time you met him. Come on.
Very well, my friend, if you wish.
I'll take you to Margo, and he'll give you the truth if I have to beat it out of him. Our taxi made it in a hurry through the night streets to the little rooming house. Karnak and I went right in. At my first knock, the door was open, but not by Al Margo. Standing there, a freshly lit Egyptian cigarette in his hand, his fez correctly fitted on his head, was Captain Sam Sabaya, Cairo Police.
Well, come in, Jordan.
You ought to try sleeping at night, Sam.
He is the one most noble Captain Sabaya Bey.
Huh?
I do not know the one with the red coat and the red face, but this man, I would swear...
A moment, woman. Jordan, you see, on the bed...
Yeah. Is he dead, Sam?
You grasp for precious seconds, knowing full well that he is dead. You know him, of course.
Sure, he's Al Margot. Mr. Karnak here and I were coming for a talk with him.
Captain Sabaya, may I explain that Mr. Jordan brought me here? He will have to explain why.
Well, Jordan?
Margot could have told you that.
You see, Sabaya Bey. Like the thief in the night, he returns to the scene of his crime.
Hey, wait a minute. What's she driving at, Sam?
Continue, woman. Tell him what you told me.
Most immediately, sir. I, the landlady, heard the sound. I opened my door to see the unfortunate person fleeing in terror before this man. Like a wild one, he pursued the frightened one down the hall and into this room.
We were both running from the same thing.
Let her continue, Jordan.
There were shouts of violence from the room. I shrunk into my own humble quarters until much later I heard the shots, and when the police came...
Sam, are you trying to build a case on that kind of a witness? I wasn't in this room 5
Enough,
minutes.
Jordan. As yet, you stand accused of nothing.
You better start hunting for an Italian girl named Carlotta.
At the moment, I must attend to the victim, but there is much to be told. You will both remain available for questioning.
Anytime you say, Sam.
My card, Captain Sabaya. I am at the Pyramid Hotel.
Thank you, Mr. Karnak. I will see you both again, and very soon.
Karnak and I went out down the hall to the street. Our taxi was gone, so we walked toward the Shariel booth to scout for a ride. That's when he got to talking.
Oh, very regrettable, Mr. Jordan, that you have to be in such trouble.
You think I am?
Consider, if I should suddenly let Captain Sabaya know what you have said to me, that this Margot assumed your name, that he did much to place you in jeopardy, even to writing bad checks. Naturally, you were very angry.
What are you driving at?
Well, there was a fight, was there not? Both the statement of the landlady and the appearance of Margot's room indicates that.
Go on.
It is not likely that Captain Sabaya will think if... But then I am not interested in seeing you face a charge of murder.
And what are you interested in?
That you pay me 100,000 francs, plus expenses. Until tomorrow morning, then, when the banks open.
Karnak was still smiling as he turned and walked away. And I was off in another direction, to the Hibbert house. Right then, it looked like my plan to have Chris hold Carlotta in her room and out of trouble hadn't worked. And I wanted to know why. I didn't expect an answer to my knock.
Hello, Rocky.
Chris, what'd I tell you to do?
What do you mean? All you said was...
The bartender delights in work, Mr. Jordan. You should give him a raise.
Chris, I told you to keep her in here. I told you not to let her...
Take it easy, Rocky. She hasn't moved from that chair.
But, she's been in here all the time?
Well, that's what you said, wasn't it?
What difference does it make? Why are you so excited? Tell me, Mr. Jordan.
All right, I will, Carlotta. Al Margot's dead.
Oh. No, it can't be.
But it is. He was shot within the last hour.
Oh.
Isn't that what you wanted?
That is what I thought, but now I do not know. I do not know at all.
It had to happen one way or another.
Yes, I knew that his evil life would catch up with him. But perhaps I still love him. How can I say? I do not know.
Carlotta, try to listen for a minute. Did you know about his being at Monte Carlo?
Yes, I did know. There was once when he told me everything.
About a gambling debt there?
He paid it with a check signed in your name. For 30,000 francs.
30,000? Karnak's been asking for 100,000.
Then he is mistaken. Al owed the International Club only 30,000. I am sure. Now, please.
Thanks, Carlotta. Chris, you can run along home. I gotta see Karnak at the Pyramid Hotel. In less than a quarter of an hour, I was in the lobby of the Pyramid. The room clerk was dozing at his desk. I didn't bother him, just had a look at the register, took his pass key from a hook, and went up to Emil Karnak's second-floor suite. The transom was dark, so I quietly unlocked the door and went in, leaving it open. The sound of heavy breathing from the next room told me Karnak was asleep. So I scratched around and I found his briefcase on the desk. I opened it, moved over to the window where there was just enough light from the hotel sign outside blinking on and off. His passport was there and it checked. Then I shuffled through the papers till I found a photograph. It was of Al Margo, but the name on the back said Rocky Jordan. This was the picture Karnak had told me he'd brought for identification, and it meant Karnak had known all along I wasn't the man he was supposed to be looking for. Now it was time to wake up, Mr. Karnak. Only I didn't have to.
You will lay the briefcase back on the desk, Mr. Jordan. Are you quite through now, Mr. Jordan?
All through, Karnak. And so is your shakedown.
Oh, then you do not think I am from the International Club of Monte Carlo.
Oh, I know you are. I know Al Margo owed the club 30,000 francs, and you were after it.
So?
But when you got to Cairo and found you had the wrong man, you decided on a deal of your own. To shake me down for 100,000, pay 30 to the club, and pocket 70 for yourself.
Oh, you learn many things, but too late, my friend.
It's a great deal, Karnak. You kill Al Margo so he can't tell me or anybody else he'd only lost 30,000. And also to pin the knockoff on me. To make me sweat and kick in with 100,000 in a hurry. That it, Karnak?
But it is over now. I will regret to inform the police that I was forced to kill an intruder. There is no other way. And I like my business done quick.
Unbelieving, I saw Karnak drop his gun, twist, and slump to the floor. The shots had come from behind me. I whirled, and there, framed in the dark doorway, stood Carlotta.
I'm sorry, Mr. Jordan.
You better give me the gun, Carlotta.
I am so very sorry.
Oh, for saving my life?
I did not do it for your sake. I shot him only for what he did to Al Margo.
Al meant that much to you?
I guess he did. Otherwise, I could not have finished it.
Oh, you didn't, Carlotta.
What?
You're a poor shot. You hit Karnak, but that's all.
You mean he is not dead?
No. All we have to do is call a hospital and then the police.
In just a moment, Rocky Jordan returns to conclude tonight's story. The problem of how to cook new and interesting budget dishes these days is easily solved with Del Monte tomato sauce. That's because the rich, spiced tomato goodness of Del Monte tomato sauce really brings out the best flavor of the food you cook with it. Plain dishes become special dishes. Mrs. Irwin C. Jones of Los Angeles knows how helpful Del Monte tomato sauce can be. She's been cooking with it for 20 years, and she said,
"We're a family of hearty eaters, and we love good food with lots of flavor. And there just isn't anything like Del Monte tomato sauce for flavor. It has a nice fresh tang, and it keeps so bright when you cook it in. And that's mighty important, especially with plain food such as pastes and leftovers. Oh, I'm sold on Del Monte tomato sauce, all right. I'd hate to be without it."
And once you have tried Del Monte tomato sauce, you'll hate to be without it too, friends. So take a tip from Mrs. Jones. Pep up those plain foods. Give a zesty, hearty flavor to everyday dishes with Del Monte, the original tomato sauce. You can depend on its matchless flavor just as you depend on all Del Monte foods for flavor. Back now to Rocky Jordan for the conclusion of tonight's story.
Well, a phone call brought Sam Sabaya in a hurry. Karnak was carted off to a hospital with nothing more than a bullet hole in his shoulder, and Carlotta was taken to headquarters for questioning. Then Sam joined me at the tambourine. I made up a pot of coffee in the kitchen, and we sat down in my office. When an Egyptian enjoys his food or drink, it's considered polite to show his host by making as much noise with it as possible. And Sam's as polite as they come.
Most excellent coffee, Jordan.
That's what I hear, Sam.
The manners of the East bewilder you at times, do they not? Just as I do not understand certain ways of your people.
Sometimes they all confuse me.
Yes, indeed. Yet the inherent traits we find in all people, do we not? Love, hatred, avarice, fear.
Yeah, we saw them all today.
With the pitiful Carlotta, it was love.
Mixed up with hatred. After Margot left her in Milan, she came to square things. Didn't help when she found out he hadn't even told her his right name.
And the avarice we find in Emil Karnak.
Yeah, good employee of his company till he saw the chance to get rich. He found out Margot was his man, but he also found out Margot didn't have any money. Karnak thought I did, so he killed Margot and kept the heat on me. It's too bad he didn't get a look at my bank account.
I fear that Karnak has quite enough trouble ahead. We shall get a confession.
All I'm concerned about is Carlotta.
Why, Jordan? Did she not fire the gun only to save your life?
Well, yeah, sure.
She will be given her freedom.
Oh, good. I guess she couldn't ask for any more than that.
She will return to Milan most rich in her wisdom of the ways of the world.
Want to know what I get out of it, Sam?
What, Jordan?
Yeah. There it is.
A little black ball?
Off a roulette wheel in Monte Carlo.
As you Americans would say, you have been behind the black ball?
Oh, you're a little mix, Sam. You mean the 8-ball?
In your case, is there any difference, Jordan?
For the finest in tomato flavor, enjoy the whole family of Del Monte tomato products.
Del Monte catsup and chili sauce, Del Monte tomato sauce and canned tomatoes, and Del Monte tomato juice.
Remember, buy wisely. Buy for flavor. Buy Del Monte. Del Monte, the brand you trust for flavor in so many good foods. Rocky Jordan, written by Larry Roman and Gomer Cool, stars Jack Moyles in the title role with Jay Novello as Sam Sabaya, and is produced and directed by Cliff Howell, with original music composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Remember, you have a date next week at the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. Same time, same station, and the story is The Strange Death of Van Dorn. Here's the handiest, easiest way to brighten a meal. Del Monte Fruit Cocktail. 5 luscious fruits ready diced to serve as is. Everybody likes colorful, delicious Del Monte Fruit Cocktail. Now, just a reminder. The Community Chest helps you by helping others. Have you given your share? Support your Red Feather Community Chest services. Larry Thor speaking. Rocky Jordan is presented over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hello there, this is Basil Rathbone. I'm so glad you can be with Fatima and me tonight. She helps me solve an uncanny tale that began when a poisoned drink was poured and reached its climax when a dead man came to life.
The Tales of Fatima, a new series of exciting mystery stories starring that distinguished actor, Mr. Basil Rathbone.
Before we begin tonight's tale, I've got something to say to you. If you smoke a long cigarette, smoke the new Long Fatima. You see, the name Fatima has stood for the best in cigarette quality for 30 years. And now the new Fatima is the best of long cigarettes. Ladies and gentlemen, if you smoke a long cigarette, smoke the best of long cigarettes. Smoke Fatima. tonight, Gail Ingram has written an astonishing mystery especially for me. I didn't know the solution until I recalled the words of Fatima.
In the words of Fatima, habit is law. We are all of us slaves to a habit.
Those words are the key to tonight's tale of Fatima. And here it is, a much expected murder.
The evening performance is over, and Basil Rathbone is in his dressing room with Lavender, the wardrobe mistress.
Oh, Lavender, I'm glad it's time to go home. I'm tired.
It's a nasty night out, Mr. Rathbone.
A wonderful night out to be in bed. Thank goodness nobody wants me to solve any cases. Come in. Yes, sir, what can I do for you?
You can drop the case.
Drop the case?
Or I'll have to drop you with this gun.
Mr. Rathbone, I think he means it.
Believe me, I do. Will you drop the case?
I'd be enchanted, old fellow, but except that I haven't a case to drop, and I'd much prefer not being killed for something I'm not doing.
Mr. Rathbone, you're a very fine actor, but don't play dumb with me. I give you fair warning. Pursue this investigation further, and you'll be killed.
But what's the investigation he's supposed not to pursue?
Never mind, Lavender. It's no use.
What's no use?
We can't fool this gentleman. I'll drop the case.
Huh?
Now you're being smart, Mr. Rathbone. Just leave Mrs. Dawson alone.
Mrs. Dawson?
Yes, Lavender, Mrs. Dawson. You remember Mrs. Dawson?
Oh, Mrs. Dawson.
Just remember, don't try to help Mrs. Dawson. Good night.
Mr. Rathbone, have you been holding out on me? Who's Mrs. Dawson?
Lavender, I haven't the faintest idea. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Rathbone. This is Mrs. Dawson.
Who?
Mrs. Dawson. This is Mr. Rathbone, isn't it?
I think so.
Mr. Rathbone, I'm in terrible trouble, and I thought maybe you'd help me.
Help you in what way?
I can't tell you over the phone, but I live on Upper Lake Road. Could you come out and see me right away, please? It's a matter of life and death.
So I understand. My life or death.
Oh, no, there's no danger. But if you come, you may be able to keep someone from dying.
I see. Well, in that case, I can hardly refuse, can I?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Rathbone.
I'll leave immediately.
Mr. Rathbone, all these woods. Are we still in New York City?
The outskirts, yes. That must be Dawson's house there.
Land sakes, what a terrible night. All this rain and thunder.
Now, should we go?
Suppose we have to. Mr. Rathbone.
Yes?
I'm scared.
Then go back to the car.
I will not. Ring the doorbell.
I'm just going to.
Mr. Rathbone, the door's opening.
You're strangers.
Why, yes, but we...
Strangers aren't welcome here.
But we were invited.
Better leave now.
But Mrs. Dawson said...
While you're still alive.
Mr. Rathbone.
Bad things happen in this house. It's an evil house. People die in this house.
Miss Marjorie? Miss Marjorie, who's there? Oh, Mr. Rathbone.
Yes.
I'm Mrs. Dawson. Please, come in out of the rain. Miss Marjorie, go to your room.
But
go to your room.
It's dangerous for strangers to come in. People die in this house.
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Rathbone. Miss Marjorie, she's my husband's sister, is a little peculiar.
A little?
Lavender, is Miss Marjorie what you wanted to see me about, Mrs. Dawson?
No. It's my husband. Mr. Rathbone, he's dying of a very peculiar disease.
Oh. You have my deepest sympathy, Mrs. Dawson, but if I call on me, why not a doctor?
We have a doctor, but he doesn't seem to know what the trouble is. Nobody but you can help Mr. Rathbone.
What do you mean?
There's something strange happening. My husband is keeping something from me, some sort of a secret. And I have a feeling that if I knew that secret, I'd be able to save his life.
But my...
Don't you see, I can't call the police. He wouldn't tell a policeman his secret. But you're different. You can persuade him. Appeal to him.
My dear lady,
Won't you try to find out his secret? Please.
Well, I'd like to help
you,
but...
thank you so much. He's right in this room here.
Just a minute, Mrs. Dawson.
What is it?
Don't go in there.
Why not?
Because if your husband's keeping some secret from you, I think it might be better for me to talk to him alone. Mr. Dawson, if this doctor doesn't know what's wrong with you, why not call in another doctor, a specialist?
I tell you, it's no use, Mr. Rathbone.
But why not? And what's the secret you're keeping from your wife?
There's no secret.
She says there is. She's afraid it may cost you your life.
It will cost my life. But there's no secret.
What do you mean?
I'm not dying of any rare malady, Mr. Rathbone. I'm dying of poison.
What?
I've been eating poison food for some time now. I didn't realize it until 2 days ago. But then it was too late. The job was done.
But I don't understand. Who's poisoning you?
My wife.
Oh, now, Mr. Dawson.
And it's not the first time she's done it either. She poisoned her first husband, too.
And got away with it?
Yes.
But that's impossible.
No, it's not. She got away with murder the first time because she knew a brilliant young chemist who concocted a slow-acting poison that left no traces whatsoever.
Oh, good heavens.
The chemist was crazy about her. He showed her how to administer the poison, and it gradually snuffed out her husband's, that is, her first husband's life. Just as it's snuffing out mine now.
But I don't understand, Mr. Dawson. How can you know all this? How can you be sure it was murder? This poison you talk about left no trace. Surely your wife didn't tell you about her first husband and the chemist?
She didn't have to, Mr. Rathbone.
Well, why not?
I was the chemist.
And that's the story, Lavender. So we'd better get in touch with Farrell fast.
Where'd you leave the car? It's so dark, I can't hardly make out a thing.
Here it is. Hop in quickly.
Just a minute, Mr. Rathbone.
Who's there?
We've met before.
It's the man who came to your dressing room tonight with a gun.
Right you are, and I've still got the gun. I believe I told you to keep your nose out of this, Rathbone.
Yes, I believe you did.
I meant it. Now, unless you're anxious to be killed.
Oh, I'm not. I'm only anxious to... Get that gun away from you!
No, you don't.
Stop him, Mr. Rathbone. Attaboy, Mr. Rathbone. Mr. Rathbone, what are you running away for? Mr. Rathbone, he's flat on his back.
Oh, no, he isn't, Lavender. I am.
Rathbone, why is it that you always have to come up with these fascinating problems at 3 o'clock in the morning?
Oh, don't be unreasonable, Farrell. Just suggesting that the body of Mrs. Dawson's first husband should be disinterred for examination.
And that Mrs. Dawson be arrested for murder.
Now, look, you two. I'll be glad to arrest Mrs. Dawson. I'll be glad to disinter her first husband. But first, I need one small bit of information. I've got to know who her first husband was.
For pity's sake, I clean forgot that.
Well, I didn't. The boys are checking now. They have... Yes, Sergeant?
On that Mrs. Dawson, Lieutenant, about her first husband?
Yes?
She didn't have one. She was never married before.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Rathbone. Good morning, Miss Lavender.
Good morning. Mrs. Dawson, I owe you an apology.
Oh?
When I left here last night, I believed you had poisoned your first husband.
What?
That's what Mr. Dawson told us.
I realize now that Mr. Dawson was in a very weakened condition when he spoke to us last night.
Seems like his mind's been affected by his illness.
He told us a totally imaginary story. But maybe if we face him with it, he'll tell us the truth now. May we talk to him again, please, Mrs. Dawson?
I'm afraid not, Mr. Rathbone. You see, Mr. Dawson died during the night.
We'll be back in just a moment with the second act of tonight's tale of Fatima. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, Fatima is the long cigarette that's long on quality. You see, Fatima has all the advantages of a long cigarette. A cooler, cleaner, milder smoke. And in addition, Fatima has an advantage all its own. A really superb flavor. A different, better flavor, because Fatima is a blend of more expensive tobaccos. For many years, Fatima was a higher-priced cigarette, but now you can have Fatima quality at no additional cost. Remember, Fatima is the long cigarette That's long on quality. So if you smoke a long cigarette, smoke the best of long cigarettes. Smoke Fatima.
Now, back to tonight's tale of Fatima, a much-expected murder, starring Mr. Basil Rathbone.
Mr. Dawson died. Good heavens. I'm terribly sorry, Mrs. Dawson.
It's an awful shock, Mr. Rathbone. Of course, I knew he was ill, but, well, it's always a shock.
Does the doctor have any idea yet of what Mr. Dawson's illness really was?
He gave the cause of death as a heart attack.
Heart attack?
I thought it was a very strange diagnosis. I don't know what to make of it, but that's what the doctor said.
Could the doctor have deliberately made out an inaccurate death certificate for some reason?
Oh, no, that's not possible. I've known Dr. Rand for years. He's an old beau of mine, a close family friend. As a matter of fact, he's here right now. He was good enough to stay on to take over for me and to tend the terrible details.
I see, yes. Well, I'd like very much to talk to him, if you don't mind.
Not at all. He's right across the hall. In the study?
Thank you. Come along, Lavender.
Excuse us, Mrs. Dawson.
This must be the study here. Dr. Rand?
Yes. What do you want?
My name is Good heavens.
Great day in the morning. It's the man who pulled a gun on us.
What are you two doing here? I told you to keep away from this house.
I know you did, Doctor. But I'm very nosy by nature.
Yes, and Mercy, it's swollen, too, after that wallop you stopped last night.
You better clear out, Rathbone, or you'll stop another one.
I don't think so. Fortunately, I spot Alexander Graham Bell's gift to unarmed detectives. A telephone on the desk. I think I'll just pick it up and call Lieutenant Farrell of Homicide.
Put down that phone.
Certainly. After I tell you, Lieutenant Farrell, to arrest you for the murder of Mr. Dawson, I
Will you put down that phone?
My dear chap.
Do you want to spoil everything?
I don't want to spoil anything. Dawson is dead.
Listen to me, you stubborn fool. Dawson isn't dead at all.
Would you say that again, please?
Dawson isn't dead at all. Now put down that phone before you ruin everything.
Lavender, call the doctor. I think I'm going mad.
I guess I have no other choice but to explain the whole plan to you now.
I would be everlastingly grateful if you would.
It started about 2 weeks ago. Dawson called me in and told me in strict confidence that he believed he was being poisoned.
Oh, he told me that, too. By his wife with some rare exotic poison he invented.
Oh, no, not that. That was just a wild tale we made up to get you out of the house last night so he could pretend to die undisturbed. He's right in the next room. I have him waiting there. Hearst should be along shortly, and we'll smuggle him out of the house that way.
Oh, how ingenious. Through this door here?
Yes.
Here we are. Mr. Dawson? Mr. Dawson?
Oh, the poor man's fallen asleep. The strain of dying must have been too much for him.
Yes, I guess so. Mr. Dawson? Wake up! Wake up!
What's the matter?
Lavender, I've got to call Farrell.
Call Farrell?
Yes. Mr. Dawson is really dead this time. Look, his throat's been cut.
Farrell talking.
Lieutenant, this is Rathbone.
No.
Yes. Look, Farrell, I've just...
Ah, don't tell me. Let me guess. You've just come across a body.
Lieutenant, you have now answered the first question correctly. Now, if you'll come out to the Dawson house on the Upper Lake Road, I'll let you have a try at the jackpot question.
What's that?
Who done it? Farrell will be over right away, Lavender.
Oh, good. I told the doctor to keep quiet about the whole thing, like you told me to.
Did you also tell him to watch the front door so that no one would get out, like I told you to?
Yes, and we can see the back door from here.
We can also see the corpse from here. I see I prefer not to share such close quarters with him. Keeps looking at me.
It's this half light. I just...
What's the matter, Lavender?
Mr. Rathbone, the door over there is opening.
Get down.
Down where?
Behind this desk.
Mercy, who do you...
Look. It's Miss Marjorie. Dead man's sister.
She's got a gun.
Lavender, she's mad. Completely and utterly mad. She's going to shoot the dead man. Miss Marjorie, no, don't!
Man's sake, she shot him through the head.
So I did. I shot him through the head.
Miss Marjorie, give me that gun.
Of course. Here.
Now, if you'll just explain.
There's nothing to explain. I confess to everything. I shot him because he was no good. He deserved to die.
But why? What have you got against your brother?
My brother? My brother's dead already. Did I shoot my brother?
Of course you did.
It's the light. I couldn't see in the light. I thought I shot the other one. The one who killed my brother.
Who? Who killed your brother?
Why, that bad, bad man, of course. Dr. Rand.
Now, see here, Sergeant Farrell.
It's Lieutenant Farrell, please.
Well, see here, Lieutenant. This entire questioning is an insult.
Who's being insulting? You called me a sergeant.
And you called me a murderer.
Miss Marjorie called you that also, Dr. Rand.
Mr. Rathbone, I said it before, I will say it once again. Miss Marjorie is mentally incompetent. How can you for one moment believe that I killed Dawson just because she says so? Now,
Dr. Rand, listen. Probably the person who cut Dawson's throat is the same one who was trying to poison him. So we're looking for the poisoner. You've been looking for the poisoner. Let's work together.
Very well, if you put it that way. You and the sergeant here.
The lieutenant. Lieutenant Dennis, R for Robert Farrell, and remember it. Now, who killed Dawson?
Candidate number 1, Miss Marjorie, who may not be as unbalanced as she seems.
You mean maybe that phony shooting was just a red herring?
Exactly, a clever hoax to throw us off guard. But if so, what's the motive?
Does Miss Marjorie stand to gain anything by Dawson's death, Doctor?
She stands to gain considerable. Dawson was well-to-do. He left his estate half to Miss Marjorie and half to his wife.
What about Mrs. Dawson? Does she have a motive for murder?
No, she's innocent, absolutely innocent. She didn't do it.
And how do you know she didn't?
Because she just didn't. She's a wonderful woman. A fine, gentle woman. She couldn't possibly commit a murder, and I refuse to allow you to consider it.
You refuse to allow me to consider it? What right have you got to refuse to allow me to consider something? I'll consider anything I want to. And, what I'm considering right now is that you're making a lot of noise about the innocent Mrs. Dawson. Too much noise. Why are you protecting her?
I'm not protecting her, but I say she's innocent.
And I say I'm not sure. What was that?
Mr. Rathbone, help!
It's Lavender. Come on, Farrell.
Go! Oh, give me that taxi. No, give me that. Go.
Lavender, what is it?
Help me, Mr. Rathbone. Grab her. She's trying to get away.
Mr. Rathbone, take this maniac away from me.
Mrs. Dawson, Miss Lavender, what's going on here?
I caught this woman trying to make a getaway.
You did? How about that, Mrs. Dawson?
I haven't the vaguest idea what she's babbling about.
She says, dear lady, she caught you trying to sneak out of the house.
With this bundle under her arm.
What's in the bundle?
I don't know. I found it in the upstairs hall. I thought it might be important, so I was bringing it to you.
Bringing it to you. Mercy sakes, she was headed for the front door.
I thought Mr. Rathbone was in the front room.
Poppycock.
It's not poppycock.
Ladies, save the cat fight. Now, what's in this bundle?
Let's open it and find out.
All right. Here.
Thank you. Good Lord.
Well. The murder knife.
Oh, take it away.
A pair of blood-stained gloves.
Turned inside out. What a careless way to leave gloves.
Whose gloves are these, Mrs. Dawson?
I can't look.
I'm sorry, but you'll have to. This is important. Whose gloves are they?
Why, they're
Come on, tell us.
my sister-in-law. They're Miss Marjorie's.
Lieutenant Farrell.
Oh, good, Sergeant. Got Miss Marjorie there?
Well, no, sir.
Well, why not? I told you to bring her in for questioning.
I know you did, sir, and I tried to find her, but she's not in the house.
Then look outside the house.
I did that too, sir, but she's not there either. She's not anywhere. She's just plain gone.
Mr. Rathbone, what are you up to now?
I'm looking for Miss Marjorie, Lavender.
Up here on the top floor?
Anywhere. Farrell and his men are combing the grounds outside, and I promised him that I'd do a little combing inside.
You've searched the place from cellar to garret.
But I haven't searched the garret. Come on.
All right, but I don't approve. Every time you look for a murderer, you land up to your ears in hot water.
Oh, don't worry, Lavender. The grounds are swarming with policemen. We couldn't be safer. Hop up these attic stairs here.
Do you call that an attic?
Does look a bit like a tomb, doesn't it? Come along, but watch yourself. These steps are treacherous.
All right,
What's the matter?
walked into a cobweb.
Here we are.
Where are we?
Top of the flight.
Well, nobody here. Let's go back down.
Oh, Lavender, really?
Well, mercy, Miss Marjorie may be crazy, but I'll bet she has sense enough not to hide in a gloomy cave like this.
You know, I bet Miss Marjorie has quite a bit of sense, Lavender. After all, mentally unsound people are usually the craftiest of all killers. That's why I'm a little puzzled about one thing.
What?
That bundle we found with a knife and gloves in it. There's something out of character there. It doesn't seem possible that she would just leave it. Oh, good heavens. Of course. Of course.
In the words of Fatima, habit is law. We are all of us slaves to a habit.
Why didn't I think of that before? Habit.
What?
Lavender. Got the answer now. I know who the murderer is.
You do? Well, mercy's sake. Shh. What?
I heard something.
Someone's coming.
Lavender. It's the murderer. The murderer's here in the attic. With us.
We'll be back in just a moment with the exciting conclusion of tonight's Tale of Fatima.
Ladies and gentlemen, you'll like smoking the new long Fatima cigarette. You see, Fatima has all the advantages of a long cigarette. And in addition, Fatima has a really superb flavor, a different, better flavor. You see, Fatima is a blend of more expensive tobaccos. It's the long cigarette that's long on quality. So if you smoke a long cigarette, smoke the best of long cigarettes. Smoke Fatima.
Now, back to Mr. Basil Rathbone for the exciting conclusion of tonight's Tale of Fatima.
Lavender, it's the murderer. The murderer's here in the attic with us.
Oh, Mr. Rathbone, we'll be killed. That crazy woman will just shoot us on the spot.
Someone's turned on the lights.
I did, Mr. Rathbone.
Dr. Rand.
What are you two doing, crouching here in the dark?
We were waiting to be killed. I mean, well, if you're the murderer, why aren't you carrying a gun?
Because I'm not the murderer. Miss Marjorie's downstairs. They just found her, and Lieutenant Farrell is questioning her now.
I'm delighted to hear that, Dr. Rand.
Have they found Miss Marjorie?
No, that you're not carrying a gun.
Why does that delight you?
Because then I feel perfectly free to say that despite your act of innocence, it's you and not Miss Marjorie who is the murderer.
Oh, now, Mr. Rathbone, really?
You killed Dawson, and I can prove it.
And just how can you prove it?
You tried to make it look as though Miss Marjorie had murdered Dawson by using her gloves for the killing. But a little thing called habit tripped you up.
What are you talking about, Mr. Rathbone?
Those blood-stained gloves we found were turned inside out. A woman removes her gloves by pulling them loose from the fingertips. But a doctor, a surgeon, peels them off inside out, particularly after he's completed an operation like slitting a throat.
Oh, nonsense. You can't accuse a man of murder on flimsy evidence like that.
There's other evidence. For example, Doctor, you were the only one who knew Dawson's first death was a trick. No one but you would have bothered to slit his throat. All the others believed him dead already.
What about the person who was poisoning him?
You gave yourself away there, too, Doctor. When you learned Dawson was being poisoned, you should have reported it to the police.
Why didn't he?
Because he was the poisoner. When Dawson realized he was being poisoned, our friend here pretended it was someone else in the house.
But why did he cook up that phony death business?
That was very clever of him, Lavender. With everybody thinking Dawson was dead, the doctor could kill him at leisure.
Only we walked in.
Exactly. Our presence here forced his hand, so he pulled that very hasty job with the knife and that very clumsy attempt to throw suspicion on Miss Marjorie. How about that, Doctor? All right?
You're a meddling fool.
I beg your pardon?
I loved her. I've always loved her.
Mrs. Dawson?
I wanted to marry her, but Dawson wouldn't give her a divorce, and she wouldn't leave him, so I killed him. And I won't let you spoil it. I'll kill you! I'll kill you! I'll kill you!
He's not carrying a gun this time.
Remember what happened last time, remember? Mr. Rathbone, you did it. You knocked him out this time.
So I did. But you know, Lavender, I could have knocked Dr. Rand out the first time if I hadn't been prevented.
What prevented you?
Dr. Rand?
Join join us again next week when we'll have another exciting tale of Fatima. Right, Mr. Rathbone?
Yes, indeed. Fatima helps to solve an amazing tale that started on a darkened street with a chase and reached its climax in a darkened room with a shot. See you then, everyone. Good night.
Tales of Fatima stars Mr. Basil Rathbone with original music by Jack Miller. Agnes Young was Lavender, and Lieutenant Farrell was played by Francis DeSales. The entire production is under the direction of Harry Ingram. Michael Fitzmaurice speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting